Hi everyone. Great to have you here at Fanfic Universe. Get comfortable because today we're presenting What If McGonagall Found Harry's Childhood Diary, and Walked Out of the Order of the Phoenix Before Sunset. Before we start, a gentle reminder, if you love stories like this, please like and subscribe. It helps the algorithm show our videos to more people. And now, the moment you've been waiting for. Chapter 1. The Hidden Pages. The November wind howled against the windows of McGonagall's office, matching her darkening mood as she watched Harry Potter scrub cauldrons by hand. This was his third detention this week, not with her by choice, but by Dolores Umbridge's delegation. The woman had taken particular delight in instructing McGonagall to oversee Potter's punishment for spreading malicious lies. Harry attacked a particularly stubborn spot of dried potion with unnecessary force. His knuckles whitened around the scrub brush, and Minerva noticed the faint, silvery scars on the back of his right hand. I must not tell lies. The sight made her stomach clench. Mr. Potter, she said, more sharply than intended. The cauldron hasn't done anything to deserve such treatment. Harry looked up, momentarily startled, then forced a small smile. Sorry, Professor. Something about his expression, that brief flicker of defiance giving way to resignation, struck her. She'd seen that look before, in students who had learned that authority figures couldn't be trusted but maintained a polite facade anyway. It wasn't the look James Potter would have given her at 15. James would have smirked, made a joke, tried to charm his way out of trouble. Harry simply returned to his scrubbing, shoulders slightly hunched. McGonagall set down her quill. Perhaps that's enough for tonight, Potter. It's nearly curfew, and I believe you have a transfiguration essay due tomorrow. Harry straightened, surprise evident on his face. But Professor Umbridge said I need to finish all 12 cauldrons. And you've completed 9, which demonstrates adequate penitence for whatever imagined infraction Professor Umbridge has accused you of this time. McGonagall allowed herself a small, tight smile. I will inform her that you conducted yourself appropriately. Relief washed over Harry's features. Thank you, Professor. Don't thank me, Potter. Complete that essay instead. Your last submission was barely acceptable. Harry nodded, gathering his things quickly before she could change her mind. He slipped his textbooks and parchments into his bag, wincing slightly when he flexed his scarred hand. Potter, McGonagall said, almost involuntarily, if you're experiencing difficulties with any staff member, my door is open. Harry paused, halfway to the exit. Something complicated passed across his face, hope, suspicion, and then that careful blankness again. I'm fine, Professor, he said quietly. But thanks. He slipped out the door, leaving McGonagall with a growing sense of disquiet. That boy was anything but fine. And despite being his head of house for 5 years, she realized she had barely scratched the surface of understanding Harry Potter. Sighing, she rose to inspect the cleaned cauldrons. That was when she noticed it, a small, battered notebook tucked beneath the bench where Harry had been working. It must have fallen from his bag. Minerva picked it up, intending to return it tomorrow. The cover was worn leather, cracked and faded, with no identifying marks. Likely a journal for class notes, though it seemed older than his other schoolbooks. She opened it to the first page, looking for a name. What she saw made her sink slowly back into her chair. This wasn't a school notebook at all. The childish handwriting on the first page read simply, Property of Harry Potter, age 8. Minerva knew she should close it immediately. This was a private diary, and reading it would be an invasion of privacy. Yet something, perhaps the teacher's instinct that had guided her for decades, told her this was important. Just enough to confirm it's his, she told herself, turning to a random page. The entry was dated July 15, 1989. Aunt Petunia locked me in the cupboard again because Dudley said I tried to push him off the swings. I didn't. I just wanted a turn. No dinner again. I'm keeping tally marks on the wall now for how many days I can go without proper food. My record is 4. McGonagall felt a chill run through her. cupboard. Tally marks for missed meals. This couldn't be right. She turned to another page. December 25, 1988 Christmas again. Dudley got 37 presents. I counted. I got a wire hanger and Uncle Vernon's old socks. Aunt Petunia said I should be grateful they give me anything at all. Sometimes I dream about my parents coming to take me away. I know they're dead, but I can't help it. Sometimes I dream about another place I belong. Minerva's hand trembled as she turned to another entry. April 3, 1990 Uncle Vernon was really angry about the electric bill. He said I cost too much to keep. He grabbed my arm so hard it has purple marks now. I have to wear long sleeves so the teacher doesn't see again. Last time she asked questions, Uncle Vernon told her I was clumsy and then I had to stay in the cupboard for a week except for school. The diary slipped from McGonagall's fingers, landing with a soft thud on her desk. She felt physically ill. This couldn't be accurate. Albus had assured the order that Harry Potter was being well cared for by his relatives. Protected. Safe. She had questioned the wisdom of leaving him with Muggles that night, standing outside their perfectly ordinary house in Surrey. But Albus had insisted it was necessary, the blood protection, the safety from Death Eaters, the importance of him growing up away from the fame of being the boy who lived. But this was not protection. This was abuse. Neglect. Cruelty. With a trembling hand, she picked up the diary again, unable to stop herself from reading more. Page after page revealed a childhood of isolation, hunger, and fear. The small, neat handwriting chronicled punishments for accidental magic, though Harry didn't understand that's what it was at the time. Being thrown into the cupboard under the stairs for making a teacher's hair turn blue. Going without meals when strange things happened around him. Being called a freak. Some entries contained small, careful drawings, a cupboard with a tiny cot, a boy with messy hair standing alone while other children played together, a Christmas scene with one child surrounded by presents while another watched from a distance. The entries grew more sparse as the diary approached 1991, Harry's first year at Hogwarts. The last entry, dated just before his 11th birthday, read, "I had the dream again. The green light and the laugh. And the motorcycle in the sky. Uncle Vernon says there's no such thing as flying motorcycles. He says there's no such thing as magic. But sometimes I think there must be something else out there. Something better than this." McGonagall closed the diary with shaking hands. She removed her glasses, pinching the bridge of her nose as she fought to control her emotions. How could this have happened? How could none of them have known? But a small, terrible voice in her mind whispered, did Albus know? Did he always know? She remembered his assurances over the years. The few times she had expressed concern about Harry's thin frame or his modest, sometimes shabby clothing, Dumbledore had smiled that serene smile of his and said, Harry is facing challenges that will prepare him for what lies ahead. He is safe with his family. Family. The word tasted bitter now. Minerva McGonagall had always prided herself on her composure, her ability to handle difficult situations with dignity and restraint. But as the implications of what she had read fully registered, she felt something else building within her, a cold, righteous fury that she had not experienced in many years. She stood abruptly, slipping the diary into her robes. The headmaster would be in his office now. And he had questions to answer. The gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office seemed to sense her mood, leaping aside without waiting for the password. The spiral staircase carried her upward, and she barely registered knocking before entering. Albus looked up from his desk, silver instruments whirring and puffing around him, Fawkes dozing on his perch. His eyes twinkled as they always did, and he smiled benignly. Minerva. What a pleasant surprise. I was just enjoying a particularly fine lemon drop. Would you care to, did you know? The words came out sharper than she'd intended, cutting through his pleasantries like a knife. Dumbledore's smile faltered slightly. I'm afraid you'll need to be more specific, my dear. There are many things I know, and a great many more I do not. McGonagall pulled the diary from her robes, setting it on his desk with deliberate care. Did you know that Harry Potter spent 10 years sleeping in a cupboard under the stairs? That his relatives starved him as punishment? That his uncle physically abused him? Something flickered in Dumbledore's eyes, so quickly she almost missed it. Not surprise. Not shock. Something more like resignation. Where did you get this? He asked quietly, making no move to touch the diary. Potter left it behind during detention. I looked inside to determine its owner. McGonagall's voice was taut with suppressed emotion. That is beside the point, Albus. Did you? No. Dumbledore sighed, suddenly looking every one of his many years. Please sit, Minerva. I prefer to stand. As you wish. He leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers. I was aware that Harry's life with the Dursleys was challenging. Challenging? McGonagall repeated incredulously. Is that what we're calling child abuse now? You must understand the complexity of the situation. The blood protection be damned. McGonagall's voice rose. What good is protection from Death Eaters if the boy is being systematically broken by the very people meant to care for him? Dumbledore's expression remained calm, which only fueled her anger. The protection of Harry's blood has kept him alive, Minerva. Voldemort cannot touch him there. But his uncle could, she said coldly. His aunt could starve him. His cousin could hunt him like an animal. I read it all, Albus. Every word. Dumbledore reached out a hand. May I? Reluctantly, she nodded. He picked up the diary, thumbing through it with careful movements. His expression revealed nothing as he read entry after entry. I was not aware of the extent, he said finally, closing the diary. I knew the Dursleys were not fond of magic, that they might not treat Harry as their own son. But I believed they would provide adequate care. Adequate care. McGonagall felt her voice rising again. He counted days without food, Albus. He tracked his own malnutrition like a science experiment. The blood wards are not worth this. McGonagall swept a hand toward the diary. Nothing is worth this. We could have found another way. We should have found another way. Dumbledore set the diary down and sighed. Perhaps you're right, Minerva. But what's done is done. Harry has survived, and he has grown into a remarkable young man despite these hardships. Despite, not because of, she said sharply. And now I wonder what else you've deemed acceptable in your grand plan. Something changed in Dumbledore's expression then, a hardening, a withdrawal. I have always acted for the greater good, Minerva. Sometimes that requires difficult choices. The greater good, she repeated, the words tasting like ash. I've heard that phrase before, Albus. From men far less noble than you claim to be. He winced slightly, but his voice remained steady. We are at war, Minerva. A war that never truly ended. Harry is central to that war, whether we wish it or not. So you left him to suffer because it was convenient for your strategy? The words hung in the air between them, harsh and uncompromising. I left him there because it was necessary, Dumbledore said quietly. The blood protection is real. It has kept him safe from Voldemort and his followers. And yes, I believe that a certain hardiness of character would serve him well for what is to come. McGonagall stared at him, truly seeing him perhaps for the first time in all their years of acquaintance. What is to come? What aren't you telling me, Albus? Dumbledore's gaze didn't waver. There are aspects of Harry's destiny that I am not at liberty to share, even with you, Minerva. His destiny. She nearly spat the word. He is a boy, Albus. A 15-year-old boy who has already faced more than most grown wizards. Not a weapon. Not a chess piece. He is both those things as well, whether we like it or not, Dumbledore said, a new firmness in his voice. Voldemort has marked him. The prophecy has bound them together. Some fates cannot be avoided, only prepared for. McGonagall felt cold all over. So you've been preparing him. Like livestock for slaughter. Dumbledore flinched at that. That is unfair, Minerva. Is it? Then tell me I'm wrong. Tell me that whatever plan you've been cultivating doesn't end with Harry sacrificing himself for your greater good. The silence that followed was answer enough. McGonagall took a step back, steadying herself against a bookshelf. All these years, I trusted you. We all did. Even when I questioned leaving him with those muggles, I deferred to your judgment. And I have valued that trust above all else, Dumbledore said quietly. Not enough to be worthy of it, apparently. McGonagall straightened her spine, feeling every one of her years. I cannot do this anymore, Albus. What are you saying? I am saying that I withdraw from the Order of the Phoenix, effective immediately. The words came easily, surprising even her. I will continue as your deputy headmistress and fulfill my teaching duties because those students need me. But I will no longer follow you in this war. Alarm flashed across Dumbledore's face. Minerva, be reasonable. The Order needs you. The fight against Voldemort will continue without my participation in your schemes, she finished for him. I will fight in my own way, Albus. Starting with ensuring Harry Potter has at least one adult in his life who puts his welfare first. I have always had Harry's best interests at heart, Dumbledore said, rising from his chair. No, McGonagall said coldly. You've had your strategy at heart. There's a difference. She turned to leave, then paused. I'll be taking this, she said, picking up the diary. And I suggest you consider carefully how many more sacrifices you're willing to make for your greater good, and whether they'll be able to forgive you in the end. Dumbledore looked suddenly old and tired. You don't understand the full picture, Minerva. Perhaps not, she acknowledged. But I understand enough. She left without another word, the diary clutched in her hand. The sun was setting as she descended the spiral staircase, casting long shadows through the castle windows. By the time she reached the bottom, her decision was set. The Order of the Phoenix would continue without Minerva McGonagall. But Harry Potter would no longer stand alone. Harry stared at the ceiling of his four-poster bed, unable to sleep despite the late hour. His hand throbbed dully, the wounds from Umbridge's blood quill refusing to heal properly now. The dormitory was quiet except for Ron's occasional snores and Neville's soft breathing. His mind kept circling back to the nightmares, Cedric's dead eyes, Voldemort rising from the cauldron, his parents' ephemeral forms emerging from the connected wands. Every night the same images, the same helplessness. And no one believed him. The ministry called him a liar. The Daily Prophet painted him as attention-seeking and unstable. Even here at Hogwarts, students whispered behind his back, gave him a wide berth in corridors. Only Ron and Hermione stood firmly beside him. And yet, even they couldn't truly understand what it felt like. The crushing weight of it all. With a sigh, Harry reached under his pillow for the small leather-bound diary he'd kept since childhood. Writing in it sometimes helped clear his mind enough to sleep. His fingers met only sheets. Harry sat bolt upright, suddenly wide awake. He patted under his pillow frantically, then leaned over to check his trunk, rummaging through books and clothes. No, 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 he muttered under his breath, trying not to wake the others. The diary was gone. He tried to retrace his steps from the day. Had he even brought it to classes? Yes, he'd had it during detention with McGonagall because he'd nearly taken it out when she left the room briefly to speak to Filch. But had he put it back in his bag? Cold dread washed over him as he realized he must have left it in McGonagall's office. His childhood diary, the one thing that contained all the secrets he'd never told anyone, not even Ron and Hermione. The truth about the Dursleys, his darkest thoughts, his moments of despair. Harry flopped back onto his pillow, stomach churning. If anyone found it and read it, he'd be exposed. Pitted. His private shame on display. He'd have to go to McGonagall's office first thing tomorrow, before classes. Make some excuse about leaving a notebook behind. Get it back before anyone could read it. But a small voice in his head whispered that it was already too late. Minerva sat in her private quarters, a glass of fire whiskey untouched beside her as she continued reading through Harry's diary. The more she read, the more her heart broke and her resolve strengthened. An entry from when Harry was 9 described being chased up a tree by his cousin's vicious dog and being forced to remain there until past midnight, his aunt and uncle laughing from the kitchen window. Another detailed his confusion when his primary school teacher tried to report suspected neglect, only for the Dursleys to somehow convince everyone that Harry was a troubled, attention-seeking child with a tendency to exaggerate. The pattern was clear: systematic isolation, gaslighting, and abuse, punctuated by Harry's increasingly desperate attempts to make sense of his world and find some shred of belonging. What struck McGonagall most was not just the cruelty described, but Harry's matter-of-fact tone. As if he expected nothing better. As if he believed, on some level, that he deserved it. And Albus had known, perhaps not every detail, but enough. Enough to have acted. And he had chosen not to. A soft knock at her door startled her from these dark thoughts. She glanced at the clock, nearly midnight. Who would be calling at this hour? Enter, she called, quickly slipping the diary into her desk drawer. Severus Snape stepped into her quarters, his black robes making him look like a wraith in the dimly lit room. His expression was unreadable as always, but something in his posture suggested tension. Severus, she acknowledged with a nod. It's rather late for a social call. This is not social, Snape said curtly. The headmaster informed me of your decision. Did he now? McGonagall's tone cooled. And did he send you to change my mind? He suggested I might be able to provide perspective you lack. Snape's gaze flicked to the untouched fire whiskey. Though it seems you found your own source of counsel. Sit if you wish, McGonagall said, gesturing to the chair opposite. But know that my decision stands. Snape hesitated, then took the seat, his movements precise as always. The headmaster believes you are acting on emotion rather than reason. And what do you believe, Severus? The question seemed to catch him off guard. He paused before answering. I believe that leaving the Order now, when the Dark Lord has returned, is ill-advised. Even if the Order's leadership has shown questionable judgment. Snape's eyes narrowed. Dumbledore's methods may be unorthodox, but his ultimate goal is the defeat of the Dark Lord. A goal I thought we shared. The goal, yes, McGonagall agreed. But not at any cost. And certainly not at the cost of children placed in our care. You refer to Potter. It wasn't a question. Yes. Snape's lip curled slightly. Potter has hardly suffered. Pampered and coddled, don't. McGonagall's voice cut like a whip. Don't finish that sentence, Severus, unless you want me to lose what little respect for you I still maintain. Something flickered in Snape's dark eyes, surprise, perhaps. McGonagall rarely spoke to her colleagues with such sharp rebuke. You know nothing about Potter's life outside these walls, she continued, her voice tight with controlled fury. Nothing about the abuse he has endured. The neglect. The cruelty. Abuse? Snape repeated, a faint note of uncertainty in his voice now. Yes, Severus. Abuse. The kind that leaves scars deeper than anything on his forehead. McGonagall leaned forward. The kind that should be familiar to you, of all people. Snape went very still. Explain. For a moment, McGonagall considered showing him the diary, but something held her back. Harry's privacy had been violated enough. Instead, she said, Potter was not raised as James Potter's son, Severus. He was raised as an unwanted burden. A freak. a punching bag for his cousin and a servant for his aunt and uncle. The headmaster assured the staff. The headmaster lied, McGonagall said flatly. Or deluded himself. Either way, he left a child in an abusive home and refused to intervene, all for his greater plan. Snape's expression had gone blank, his habitual mask slipping firmly into place. And you believe this justifies abandoning the fight against the Dark Lord? I'm not abandoning the fight, Severus. I'm changing my approach. McGonagall sighed, suddenly feeling every one of her years. The prophecy, whatever it entails, has placed Harry at the center of this conflict. But he deserves to face it as a supported young man, not as a sacrifice. The Dark Lord will not wait for Potter to have a happy childhood, Snape said coldly. His childhood is already lost, McGonagall replied. But his humanity doesn't have to be. They sat in silence for a long moment. Finally, Snape stood, his robes settling around him like wings. You're making a mistake, Minerva, he said quietly. Perhaps, she acknowledged. But it's my mistake to make. Snape moved toward the door, then paused. Potter is, truly abused? Not simply disliked. The question held a vulnerability McGonagall rarely heard from him. Yes, Severus. Truly abused. In ways that would be familiar to you. Something passed across Snape's face, gone almost before she caught it. Pain, perhaps. Or recognition. That changes nothing, he said finally. The Dark Lord must be defeated. Of course it changes nothing for you, Severus, McGonagall said tiredly. It never does. After Snape departed, McGonagall remained in her chair, staring into the dying embers of her fire. Tomorrow would bring challenges, Dumbledore's disappointment, Umbridge's suspicion, and most importantly, a conversation with Harry Potter that she dreaded yet knew was necessary. But for now, in the quiet of the night, she allowed herself to mourn. For the child Harry had been, for the innocence he had lost, and for her own blind faith in Albus Dumbledore. The clock on her mantel chimed midnight. A new day had begun, and with it, a new path forward, one she would forge herself, with or without the Order of the Phoenix. Morning came too quickly. Harry dragged himself out of bed, his night marked by fitful sleep and anxiety dreams. He dressed quickly, hoping to reach McGonagall's office before breakfast. Where are you going so early? Ron mumbled from his bed, hair sticking up at odd angles. Forgot something in McGonagall's office yesterday, Harry said, trying to sound casual. Need to grab it before class. Ron yawned widely. Want me to come with? No, it's fine. Go back to sleep. I'll see you at breakfast. Harry slipped out of the dormitory and through the common room, which was empty except for a couple of seventh years already studying. The corridors were quiet, most students still in bed or just beginning to stir. He reached McGonagall's office and hesitated, his heart pounding unreasonably hard. It was just a diary. Even if she'd found it, why would she have read it? Teachers respected privacy, didn't they? But a voice in the back of his mind reminded him that privacy had never been something he could count on. Not with the Dursleys searching his room regularly. Not at Hogwarts, where his thoughts and actions were constantly scrutinized, discussed, judged. Taking a deep breath, he knocked. Enter, came McGonagall's voice from within. Harry pushed open the door to find his professor already at her desk, quill in hand, looking as if she'd been awake for hours. Perhaps she had been. Potter, she said, setting down her quill. You're up early. Yes, Professor. Harry shifted uncomfortably. I think I might have left something here yesterday. During detention. A notebook. McGonagall's expression gave nothing away. Indeed you did, Mr. Potter. Harry felt a surge of relief. Great. Could I have it back, please? It's got some notes I need. McGonagall didn't move to retrieve it. Instead, she gestured to the chair across from her desk. Please sit down, Potter. The relief evaporated, replaced by cold dread. She knew. She'd read it. Reluctantly, he sat, his body tense, ready for flight. Professor, about that notebook, it's a diary, Mr. Potter. Your childhood diary, to be precise. Harry felt heat rush to his face. You read it. It wasn't a question. Yes. McGonagall's tone was gentle but firm. Initially to determine its owner, but then, yes, I read it. Harry stared at the floor, humiliation washing over him in waves. All those private thoughts, those moments of weakness and despair, laid bare to one of the people he least wanted to appear vulnerable before. I apologize for the invasion of privacy, McGonagall continued, her voice softer than he'd ever heard it. But I do not regret learning the truth. Harry's head jerked up. The truth? About your life with the Dursleys. McGonagall's eyes held something he'd never seen there before, not pity, exactly, but a deep, burning anger that somehow wasn't directed at him. About what you endured. What you were forced to endure. Harry shook his head, panic rising. It's not, I exaggerated some of that. I was a kid with an overactive imagination and, Potter. McGonagall's voice cut through his desperate backpedaling. Harry. The use of his first name startled him into silence. You did not exaggerate, she said firmly. If anything, I suspect you understated the reality. Harry couldn't hold her gaze. He looked down at his hands, noticed he was picking at the scars on the back of his right hand, and forced himself to stop. It doesn't matter now, he muttered. It was a long time ago. It was not so long ago, McGonagall countered. And it matters a great deal. Why? The question burst from him with unexpected force. Why does it matter? What difference does it make? McGonagall seemed to consider her words carefully. It matters because no child should endure what you endured. It matters because those entrusted with your care failed you profoundly. And it matters because understanding your past helps me understand who you are now. Harry gave a short, humorless laugh. And who am I, Professor? The boy who lived. The boy who lies, according to the Ministry. The chosen one, according to Voldemort. If McGonagall was startled by his use of Voldemort's name, she didn't show it. You are Harry Potter, she said simply. A young man of remarkable courage and resilience. A young man who deserves far better than what he has received. Something in her tone made Harry's throat tighten uncomfortably. He'd heard sympathy before, from Hermione, from Mrs. Weasley, but this was different. There was a righteous fury beneath McGonagall's calm exterior that both unnerved and oddly comforted him. Can I have my diary back, please? He asked quietly. McGonagall opened her desk drawer and removed the worn leather notebook, placing it on the desk between them. Of course. It's yours. Harry reached for it, relieved to have it back in his possession. Thank you. Potter, McGonagall said, stopping him as he began to rise. There's something else we need to discuss. Harry sank back into his chair, diary clutched in his hands. Professor. I had a conversation with the headmaster last night. McGonagall's expression was unreadable. About your situation. Harry tensed. My situation? With the Dursleys. And, other matters. A cold feeling settled in Harry's stomach. What did Professor Dumbledore say? McGonagall's lips thinned to a line. He believes the arrangement, while not ideal, is necessary for your protection. The blood wards, Harry said dully. Because my mother died for me. Surprise flickered across McGonagall's face. You know about that? Dumbledore explained after what happened in the Chamber of Secrets. That my mother's sacrifice protects me as long as I can call home the place where her blood dwells. Aunt Petunia. McGonagall seemed to be choosing her words with extreme care. And how do you feel about that explanation, Potter? The question caught him off guard. How did he feel? No one had ever asked that before. Dumbledore had presented it as fact, as necessity, not as something up for debate. I understand why it has to be that way, he said slowly. That wasn't what I asked. Harry frowned, uncertain what she wanted from him. I don't know how I feel about it. It doesn't matter how I feel. It's just how it is. It matters to me, McGonagall said quietly. Harry stared at her, genuinely confused now. Why? Because I have made a decision, Potter. McGonagall straightened in her chair, her posture somehow even more rigidly proper than usual. Last night, I left the Order of the Phoenix. The statement was so unexpected that Harry wasn't sure he'd heard correctly. You, what? The Order. But why? Because I cannot, in good conscience, continue to follow leadership that would knowingly leave a child in an abusive home, McGonagall said, her Scottish brogue becoming more pronounced in her intensity. Even for the greater good. Even for protection against you-know-who. Harry felt as if the floor had dropped out from under him. But Dumbledore said there's no other way. The blood protection is important, yes, McGonagall acknowledged. But it is not the only form of protection available to you. And it does not justify what was done, and what continues to be done, to you in that house. Professor, I don't understand, Harry said, genuine confusion in his voice. What are you saying? McGonagall leaned forward slightly. I'm saying, Potter, that I no longer trust Albus Dumbledore's judgment where your welfare is concerned. And I am offering you an alternative. An alternative? My protection. My guidance. Not controlled by the Headmaster's plans, whatever they may be. Harry stared at her, unable to process what he was hearing. Professor McGonagall, stern, rule-abiding, Dumbledore's right hand, was breaking with the Headmaster. Because of him. But, the Order needs you, he said weakly. The fight against Voldemort, the fight continues, McGonagall said firmly. But on my terms now, not the Headmaster's. Why? The question escaped before he could stop it. Why would you do this? McGonagall's expression softened almost imperceptibly. Because, Potter, someone should have done it long ago. The silence that followed was heavy with things unsaid. Harry looked down at the diary in his hands, then back at his professor, trying to make sense of this seismic shift. What happens now? He asked finally. That depends, in part, on you, McGonagall replied. I cannot force you to accept my help or my guidance. But I can offer it freely. Harry felt off balance, uncertain. What about Professor Dumbledore? Won't he be angry? Let me worry about Albus Dumbledore, McGonagall said, a hint of steel in her voice. My concern now is you, Potter. But why? The question burst from him before he could stop it. Why do you care so much about this? About me? McGonagall's expression held something Harry couldn't quite read. Because I failed you once before, Mr. Potter. The night your parents died, I sat outside the Dursleys' house as a cat, observing them all day. I told Dumbledore they were the worst sort of muggles imaginable. But in the end, I deferred to his judgment. I let him leave you there. She paused, and Harry thought he saw a shimmer of moisture in her eyes, though it was gone so quickly he might have imagined it. I will not fail you again, she finished simply. Harry didn't know what to say. He'd spent so long assuming that no adult would truly stand up for him, would put his needs first. Even Sirius, who loved him, was limited by his fugitive status and his own traumatic past. I don't know what to do, he admitted, hating how young he sounded. You don't have to decide anything right now, McGonagall assured him. For the moment, simply know that you have an ally. One who is not constrained by the Headmaster's agenda. Harry nodded slowly, still trying to process everything. Thank you, Professor. You're welcome, Potter. McGonagall glanced at the clock on her wall. You should head to breakfast now. But know that my door is open to you, day or night. Harry rose, the diary still clutched in his hand. At the door, he paused. Professor? What will happen with the Dursleys? This summer, I mean. McGonagall's expression hardened. That, Mr. Potter, is one of many things we will address together. But I promise you this, you will never suffer at their hands again. For the first time that morning, Harry felt something like hope stir within him. It was unfamiliar, fragile, but real. Thank you, he said again, more firmly this time. As he left McGonagall's office, heading toward the Great Hall, Harry felt as if something fundamental had shifted in his world. For years, he'd seen Dumbledore as his greatest protector, his guiding light. Now he wasn't sure what to believe. But one thing was certain, Minerva McGonagall had seen the truth of his life and had not looked away. Had not made excuses. Had not prioritized some greater plan over his well-being. It was, perhaps, the first time an adult had ever done so. The diary felt heavy in his pocket as he walked. All those years of silent suffering, recorded in childish handwriting. He'd kept it as a reminder, a way to process his pain in private. Never had he imagined it would become the catalyst for such profound change. As he entered the Great Hall, Ron waved him over to the Gryffindor table. Hermione looked up from her book, concern etched on her face. Harry, are you all right? You look strange. Harry glanced toward the staff table. McGonagall had not yet arrived, but Dumbledore sat in his central chair, surveying the hall with his usual benign expression. Their eyes met briefly, and Harry thought he detected a sadness there he hadn't noticed before. I'm fine, he told Hermione, sliding onto the bench beside Ron. Actually, I think I might be better than fine, for once. She gave him a puzzled look, but didn't press further. Harry helped himself to toast, his mind still reeling from the morning's revelations. Something had begun today, something significant. He wasn't sure where it would lead, but for the first time in a long while, he felt a glimmer of genuine hope. Sometimes, it seemed, being seen, truly seen, was the most powerful magic of all. Albus Dumbledore watched from the high table as Harry Potter entered the Great Hall, noting the subtle changes in the boy's demeanor. A slight straightening of the shoulders. A more purposeful stride. Small things that might escape the notice of others, but not him. Minerva had spoken to the boy, then. The damage was done. Beside him, Dolores Umbridge prattled on about some new educational decree she was drafting. He made appropriate noises of acknowledgement while his mind worked furiously through the implications of Minerva's defection. The order would continue, of course. Minerva was valuable, but not irreplaceable. The greater concern was her influence over Harry. If she turned the boy against him, against his carefully constructed plans. No. He couldn't allow panic to cloud his judgment. Harry had always demonstrated remarkable loyalty, particularly to those he perceived as father figures. Sirius himself. The boy craved guidance, structure, approval. And yet, there had always been something in Harry that resisted complete control. A streak of independence, or perhaps defiance, inherited from both his parents. James's disregard for rules when they conflicted with his personal moral code. Lily's fierce protection of those she loved, even at great personal cost. Dumbledore sighed inwardly as he sipped his tea. Perhaps he had miscalculated with the Dursleys. Not the placement itself, the blood protection was genuine and necessary, but in his failure to more closely monitor Harry's treatment. He had known they wouldn't love the boy, but he had underestimated the depths of their cruelty. A tactical error, but one made with the best intentions. The greater good required sacrifices. Harry's difficult childhood had forged him into someone who did not cling too tightly to life's comforts, who understood suffering, who would face what was to come with the necessary resolve. And what was to come? Dumbledore glanced again at Harry, laughter now brightening the boy's face as he responded to something Ron Weasley had said. The burden of knowledge weighed heavily on Dumbledore's shoulders. The prophecy. The Horcruxes. The terrible truth of what lived within Harry's scar. Minerva didn't understand. Couldn't understand, without knowing the full scope of what they faced. Yet a small voice in the back of his mind whispered doubt. What if she was right? What if there had been another way? What if his grand strategy, built on necessary sacrifices and careful manipulation, was fundamentally flawed? Headmaster. Umbridge's saccharine voice cut through his thoughts. You seem distracted this morning. Forgive me, Dolores, he said, summoning a benign smile. The burdens of administration, you understand. Indeed, she simpered, clearly pleased to be included in what she perceived as administrative confidence. Speaking of which, I've been meaning to discuss Professor McGonagall with you. Dumbledore's attention sharpened. Oh. Yes. I've noticed she seems resistant to the Ministry's educational reforms. Almost undermining them, one might say. Umbridge's toad-like face creased with false concern. As High Inquisitor, I feel it's my duty to address such disloyalty. Professor McGonagall has served this school with distinction for decades, Dumbledore said mildly. I value her perspective, even when it differs from my own. Or the Ministry's. Umbridge's eyes narrowed slightly. Nevertheless, Headmaster, in these difficult times, unity is essential. Don't you agree? Unity born of thoughtful consensus, yes, Dumbledore replied. Unity enforced through suppression of dissent? I find that rarely ends well, historically speaking. A flash of anger crossed Umbridge's face before her simpering smile returned. History is written by the victors, Headmaster. Something we at the Ministry understand quite well. With that thinly veiled threat hanging between them, she turned her attention to Professor Flitwick on her other side. Dumbledore returned to his breakfast, mind working through this new complication. Umbridge had her sights on Minerva. That was dangerous, not just for Minerva herself, but for his larger plans. If the Ministry removed her from Hogwarts, her influence over Harry would only grow, unconstrained by the school's hierarchies. He would need to protect her from Umbridge's machinations, even as he countered her influence over Harry. A delicate balancing act. As he contemplated this challenge, Minerva entered the great hall. She did not look at him as she took her seat at the far end of the table, leaving several empty chairs between them where she would normally have sat at his right hand. A public statement, then. One that would not go unnoticed by the staff or the more observant students. Dumbledore sighed inwardly. For decades, he had carried the burden of the greater good alone, making the difficult choices others could not or would not make. He had grown accustomed to that solitude of purpose. But as he watched Harry Potter laughing with his friends, blissfully unaware of the fragment of Voldemort's soul embedded within him, Dumbledore felt a moment of doubt. Not about the necessity of his plan, but about its execution. Perhaps Minerva was right about one thing, the boy deserved better than what he had received. But the harsh reality remained, what Harry Potter deserved and what the wizarding world required of him were tragically, irreconcilably different things. And in the end, the needs of the many would outweigh the needs of one boy, however special he might be. This was the calculus of war. Of leadership. Of the greater good. Dumbledore only hoped that someday, Harry might understand. Might forgive him for what was to come. The Hogwarts library was quiet that evening, most students having retreated to their common rooms after dinner. Hermione sat at their usual table in the back corner, surrounded by towering stacks of books, her quill scratching rapidly across parchment as she worked on her ancient runes translation. Ron had abandoned his homework an hour earlier, claiming a desperate need to attend Quidditch practice, leaving Harry alone with Hermione and his thoughts. He hadn't told them about McGonagall finding his diary or their subsequent conversation. He wasn't sure how to explain it, especially since he himself was still processing the implications. Harry, are you even reading that page? Hermione's voice broke through his reverie. You've been staring at it for 20 minutes. Harry blinked down at his potions textbook. Sorry. Just, thinking. Hermione set down her quill, giving him her full attention. What's wrong? And don't say, nothing. You've been distracted all day. Harry hesitated. Hermione was his best friend, alongside Ron. If he couldn't trust her, who could he trust? And yet, the habit of keeping secrets was deeply ingrained. Something happened this morning, he began cautiously. With Professor McGonagall. Hermione's eyebrows rose. Is this about that notebook you went to retrieve? Harry nodded slowly. It was actually an old diary. From before Hogwarts. Oh. Hermione's expression softened. And she read it? Yeah. Harry fidgeted with the corner of his textbook page. It had stuff in it. About the Dursleys. About how they treated me. Hermione's face showed no surprise, which itself was telling. I see. You're not shocked, Harry observed. She looked uncomfortable. Harry, I've known you for 5 years. I've seen how thin you are at the start of every term. How you never get letters from home. How you never want to talk about your summers. She hesitated. And I've seen how you flinch sometimes when people move too suddenly around you. Harry felt exposed, though not entirely in a bad way. You never said anything. I didn't think you wanted me to, she said simply. And I wasn't sure what I could do to help. Her honesty was both painful and oddly comforting. McGonagall thinks she can help. What does that mean? Harry leaned forward, lowering his voice despite the empty library. She told me she's left the Order of the Phoenix. Because of me. Because Dumbledore knew about the Dursleys and left me there anyway. Hermione's eyes widened in genuine shock. Professor McGonagall left the Order. But that's enormous, Harry. She's always been Dumbledore's strongest supporter. I know. Harry ran a hand through his already messy hair. She said she can't follow his leadership anymore. Not after learning what he allowed to happen to me. What did Professor Dumbledore say? Hermione asked. According to McGonagall, he defended his decision. Said it was necessary for my protection. The blood wards and all that. Hermione's brow furrowed in the way it always did when she was processing complex information. The blood protection through your mother's sacrifice is powerful magic, Harry. But I've always wondered if there might be other ways to establish similar protections, she said carefully. Magical theory suggests that intent and sacrifice are the key components. Your mother's blood in Aunt Petunia is a convenient vessel, but perhaps not the only possible one. Harry stared at her. You've researched this? A flush crept up Hermione's cheeks. A bit. After second year, when you told us about the bars on your window. I hated the idea of you going back there every summer. A lump formed in Harry's throat. Thanks, Hermione. She reached across the table, squeezing his hand briefly. So what happens now? With Professor McGonagall, I mean. I'm not sure, Harry admitted. She said she wants to help me, to protect me. That she won't let me suffer at the Dursleys again. Do you believe her? Harry considered the question seriously. Yeah. I think I do. She seemed different. Angry, but not at me. And determined. Professor McGonagall is formidable when she sets her mind to something, Hermione said with a small smile. If she's decided to protect you, I almost feel sorry for anyone who gets in her way. Including Dumbledore? Harry asked quietly. Hermione's smile faded. That's the complicated part, isn't it? We've always trusted Professor Dumbledore. He's Dumbledore. I know. Harry stared down at his textbook without seeing it. I don't know what to think anymore. About any of it. You don't have to decide right now, Hermione said gently. But Harry, If Professor McGonagall is offering you a way out of the Dursleys, I think you should consider it seriously. Even if it means going against Dumbledore's plans. Even then. Hermione's voice was firm. No plan, however important, should require a child to be abused. The word hung between them, abuse. Harry had never used it himself, had always thought of his situation as merely unpleasant, unfair. But seeing it through others' eyes, first McGonagall's, now Hermione's, was forcing him to reconsider. I don't want to be the reason the order falls apart, he said finally. Not with Voldemort back. The order won't fall apart because one person leaves, Hermione reasoned. And this isn't your fault, Harry. It's the result of adults making choices, some good, some terrible, about your life. I feel like I'm being pulled in different directions, Harry admitted. Dumbledore has always guided me. Protected me. But McGonagall, she saw the truth and didn't look away. Didn't make excuses. Then maybe it's time to trust your own judgment, Hermione suggested. What does your instinct tell you? Harry thought about it. About Dumbledore's kind but distant guidance over the years. About how the headmaster had barely looked at him since the term began. About McGonagall's fierce, protective anger when she spoke of his childhood. My instinct tells me McGonagall is offering something I've never really had before, he said slowly. An adult who puts me first. Not the war. Not some greater plan. Just, me. Hermione nodded, her eyes suspiciously bright. Then I think you have your answer. Before Harry could respond, the sound of approaching footsteps made them both look up. Professor McGonagall was walking toward their table, her expression as composed as ever. Miss Granger, Mr. Potter, she greeted them. The library will be closing shortly. Yes, Professor, Hermione said, beginning to gather her books. McGonagall's gaze lingered on Harry. Potter, I wonder if I might have a word with you in my office tomorrow after your defense class. Yes, Professor, Harry replied, trying to read her expression. She nodded once, then hesitated. Miss Granger, I assume Mr. Potter has shared our morning's conversation with you? Hermione looked startled at being addressed directly. Yes, Professor. McGonagall's expression softened almost imperceptibly. Good. Mr. Potter needs friends he can trust implicitly in the days ahead. With that enigmatic statement, she turned and walked away, leaving Harry and Hermione exchanging puzzled looks. What do you think that means? Harry asked quietly. Hermione bit her lip thoughtfully. I think it means things are about to change, Harry. Significantly. As they packed up their books and left the library, Harry found himself both apprehensive and oddly exhilarated. For so long, his path had seemed predetermined, by prophecy, by Voldemort's actions, by Dumbledore's guidance. But now, for perhaps the first time, he glimpsed the possibility of choice. Of agency in his own destiny. Whatever McGonagall had planned, whatever changes lay ahead, Harry realized he was ready to face them. Ready to step out from under Dumbledore's shadow and into a light of his own making. The weight of his childhood diary seemed lighter in his bag now. No longer a burden of secrets, but perhaps a key to something new. Something better. Harry Potter had survived the Dursleys. Had faced Voldemort multiple times. Had endured the Ministry's smear campaign and Umbridge's tortures. He could survive this too. Might even thrive under it. For the first time in a long while, he found himself looking forward to tomorrow. Chapter 2, Broken Trust. New Foundation's defense against the dark arts had become a special kind of torture. As Harry sat in Umbridge's classroom, copying lines from a textbook that might as well have been written for first years, his mind wandered to his upcoming meeting with McGonagall. The past 24 hours had been surreal, his childhood diary discovered, McGonagall leaving the order, the promise of something changing. Mr. Potter. Umbridge's saccharine voice cut through his thoughts. Perhaps you'd care to share what's so fascinating outside the window that you can't focus on your reading? Harry turned to meet her gaze, noting the malicious gleam in her eyes. She was waiting for him to snap, to give her another excuse for detention. "Nothing, Professor," he said, forcing politeness into his tone. "Just thinking about the theory in Chapter 3. "Indeed." Her wide mouth stretched into a toad-like smile. "And what theory would that be, exactly?" It was a trap, he hadn't been reading Chapter 3 at all. But before panic could set in, Hermione gave the tiniest of coughs beside him. "Counter-jinxes," she whispered, barely moving her lips. "The classification of counter-jinxes as defensive rather than offensive magic," Harry said smoothly. "It's interesting." Umbridge's eyes narrowed, clearly disappointed at being denied an opportunity to punish him. 5 points from Gryffindor for Miss Granger's interruption, she said sweetly. "And I suggest you both focus on your individual reading." Harry gave Hermione an apologetic glance and returned to staring at the page, though the words blurred before his eyes. The scars on his hand, "I must not tell lies," seemed to throb with renewed intensity under Umbridge's gaze. When the bell finally rang, signaling the end of class, Harry felt as if he'd escaped a particularly unpleasant prison sentence. "Remember, 6 inches on why practical defensive magic is unnecessary in a school environment," Umbridge called as they filed out. "Due next class." 6 inches on why Umbridge is the worst thing to happen to education since Salazar Slytherin, Ron muttered as they left the classroom. Harry didn't respond, his mind already on the meeting ahead. "I've got to go see McGonagall," he told his friends. "I'll catch up with you later." "Want us to come with you?" Ron asked. Harry hesitated. While he'd told Hermione about McGonagall finding his diary, he hadn't shared the details with Ron. Not that he didn't trust Ron, but explaining the full situation would require revealing things about the Dursleys he'd worked hard to keep private. "Not this time," he said finally. "I think she wants to speak to me alone." Ron looked slightly hurt but nodded. "Right. Well, we'll be in the common room when you're done." "I hope it goes well, Harry," Hermione said, giving his arm a supportive squeeze. Harry made his way through the crowded corridors toward McGonagall's office, his stomach nodding with anticipation. What exactly did she have planned? How would this change things? And what would Dumbledore do in response? The door to McGonagall's office stood slightly ajar when he arrived. He knocked anyway, out of habit. "Enter, Potter," came her crisp voice from within. McGonagall sat behind her desk, but the office looked different somehow. It took Harry a moment to realize that several personal items had been removed, photos, trinkets, books. The shelves looked strangely bare. "Are you going somewhere, Professor?" he asked, closing the door behind him. McGonagall gestured for him to sit. "In a manner of speaking. I've requested a partial sabbatical from my deputy headmistress duties. Professor Flitwick will be taking over some of my administrative responsibilities for the remainder of the term." Harry stared at her. "Because of me?" "Because of my own conscience, Potter," she corrected firmly. "Now, before we continue, I must ask, have you decided whether you wish to accept my offer of assistance?" The direct question caught Harry off guard. He'd spent most of the night thinking about it, weighing his trust in Dumbledore against this new alternative. Yes. I think I do," he said finally. "But I need to understand what it means, exactly." Something like satisfaction flickered across McGonagall's face. "It means, first and foremost, that your welfare becomes my primary concern, not the Order's agenda, not the school's reputation, not even the fight against you-know-who." "But what about the blood protection?" Harry asked. "At the Dursleys?" McGonagall's expression hardened. "Blood protection is indeed powerful magic, Potter. But it is not the only form of protection available to us. And it means little if you are being harmed by the very people meant to care for you. So, what's the alternative?" "That's what I wish to discuss." McGonagall waved her wand, casting what Harry recognized as privacy charms around the room. What I am about to share with you must remain absolutely confidential. Can I trust you with that? Harry nodded, intrigued now. Very well. McGonagall leaned forward slightly. I've spent the past 24 hours researching alternatives to the blood protection offered by your aunt's home. While your mother's sacrifice created a powerful shield, it's not the only magic capable of safeguarding you. What have you found? Harry asked, genuinely curious. Several possibilities, but one that seems most promising. McGonagall removed a book from her desk drawer, ancient-looking, bound in faded blue leather. This is a treatise on protective magic written by Bridget Wenlock, a medieval arithmancer. She documented a form of warding based on choice and intent rather than blood. Harry frowned. I don't understand. Your mother's protection was powerful because she chose to die for you, Potter. It was her intent, her love, her sacrifice that created the shield, not merely her blood. McGonagall tapped the book's cover. Wenlock theorized that similar protection could be established through a consensual magical bond between a child and a guardian who willingly accepts responsibility for that child. The implications slowly dawned on Harry. You mean, you would? I am offering to establish a magical guardianship, McGonagall said simply. Not to replace your parents, nothing could do that. But to provide you with protection, guidance, and a proper home. Harry felt as if all the air had been sucked from his lungs. This was far beyond what he'd expected. But, why? Why would you do this for me? McGonagall's expression softened fractionally. Because it should have been done years ago, Potter. Because I stood aside once and allowed Albus to place you with those people. I won't make that mistake again. Harry stared at his hands, emotions warring within him. Part of him wanted to jump at the offer, to never return to Privet Drive, to have an adult who actually cared about his welfare. But another part hesitated. This was Professor McGonagall, after all, stern, reserved, hardly the nurturing type. As if reading his thoughts, she added, I am not offering you coddling or indulgence, Potter. I would expect discipline, dedication to your studies, and honesty. But I can promise you respect, safety, and genuine care. Somehow, that straightforward declaration was more reassuring than any flowery promises might have been. What about Sirius? Harry asked suddenly. He's my godfather. Indeed he is, McGonagall acknowledged. And nothing I propose would alter that relationship. However, Mr. Black's legal situation makes it impossible for him to offer you the protection you need right now. Harry nodded slowly, acknowledging the truth of this. Have you told him about this? About what you found in my diary? Not yet. I thought that should be your decision. Harry appreciated that respect for his privacy. And Dumbledore? What did he say about this magical guardianship idea? McGonagall's lips thinned to a tight line. The headmaster believes it would be a mistake. He maintains that the blood protection at your aunt's home is irreplaceable. But you disagree. I believe there are risks either way, Potter. The question is which risks we choose to accept. McGonagall fixed him with a direct gaze. Staying with the Dursleys offers protection from Death Eaters but exposes you to continued abuse. The magical guardianship I propose would shield you from both, though perhaps less perfectly from the former. Harry considered this. If we did this, what would change? Where would I live? I maintain a cottage in the Highlands, McGonagall replied. It's modest but comfortable, and already well warded. With the additional protections of a magical guardianship, it would become a sanctuary for you. During holidays, of course. During term time, you would remain at Hogwarts as usual. The idea of spending holidays in a cottage in the Scottish Highlands, away from the Dursleys, away from Grimmauld Place, was surprisingly appealing. And my training? Harry asked, remembering what Hermione had told him. You mentioned focusing on what I actually need to know. McGonagall nodded briskly. That's the second aspect of my proposal. I believe your education has been uneven, Potter. Through no fault of your own, she added quickly. But the fact remains that you are woefully underprepared for the challenges you face. Harry couldn't argue with that. Despite everything he'd encountered, he felt constantly out of his depth, surviving more through luck than skill. I would propose supplementary training, McGonagall continued. Not just in defensive magic, though that's clearly essential, but in all areas that might serve you. Transfiguration with practical applications. Advanced charms. Even elements of magical theory that aren't typically taught until Newt level. Harry tried to imagine what Hermione would say to an offer of advanced magical education. The thought almost made him smile. That sounds brilliant, actually. It would be demanding, McGonagall warned. I would expect your full commitment. I can handle it, Harry said, with more confidence than he felt. Then a thought occurred to him. What about Umbridge? She's watching everything, especially me. A rare, thin smile crossed McGonagall's face. Leave Professor Umbridge to me, Potter. There are still a few areas where my authority as deputy headmistress supersedes her interference. For the first time in the conversation, Harry felt a genuine surge of hope. This wasn't just talk or vague promises. McGonagall had clearly thought this through, had concrete plans. When would we start? He asked. The magical guardianship would need to wait until you'll break, McGonagall said. The ritual requires preparation and specific timing. But the additional training could begin immediately. Harry nodded, his mind racing with possibilities. What do I need to do? For now, simply give me your honest answer. McGonagall's gaze was steady. Do you wish to proceed with this arrangement, Potter? Harry took a deep breath. This was a crossroads, he could feel it. Staying with Dumbledore's plan meant the certainty of the Dursleys, of continuing as before. McGonagall's path offered something new, something unknown but hopeful. Yes, he said firmly. I want to do this. McGonagall nodded once, satisfaction evident in her expression. Very well. We'll begin tomorrow evening. 7 o'clock, in the room of requirement. The room of. I believe you're familiar with it, McGonagall said dryly. The room where your defense group has been meeting. Harry felt heat rush to his face. You know about that? Potter, very little happens in this castle without my knowledge. A hint of amusement touched her voice. Though I've chosen not to know the official details, for obvious reasons. Harry wasn't sure whether to be embarrassed or impressed. Right. Tomorrow at 7, then. As he rose to leave, McGonagall added, one more thing, Potter. You should prepare yourself for some resistance. The headmaster will likely attempt to dissuade you from this course. Harry nodded grimly. I figured as much. Remember that you have a choice in this matter, McGonagall said firmly. No matter what is said to you. The emphasis she placed on those words made Harry wonder what she thought Dumbledore might say to him. But he appreciated the warning. Thank you, Professor. For everything. As Harry left McGonagall's office, a strange lightness filled him. For years, he'd felt increasingly trapped, by the Dursleys, by Voldemort's return, by the prophecy hanging over his head, by Dumbledore's distant guidance. For the first time in a long while, he felt like he had options. Choices. It was, he realized, a rather empowering feeling. Word of McGonagall's break with Dumbledore spread through the castle like fiendfire, growing more outlandish with each retelling. By dinner that evening, Harry had overheard at least 3 different versions. McGonagall had dueled Dumbledore and nearly won. McGonagall was secretly working for the Ministry. McGonagall had discovered Dumbledore was actually Grindelwald in disguise. The truth, or at least what little of it was public, was dramatic enough. Professor McGonagall had stepped down as deputy headmistress, taken a partial sabbatical from administrative duties, and was openly sitting at the opposite end of the high table from Dumbledore during meals. Harry felt uncomfortable being the cause of this rift, even indirectly. But he also couldn't deny the surge of validation he felt knowing that someone powerful and respected, had taken his side for once. "She's actually left the order," Ron whispered as they ate dinner, the noise of the great hall providing cover for their conversation. "Like, completely." "That's what she told me," Harry confirmed, keeping his voice low. Ron shook his head in disbelief. "Blimey. Never thought I'd see McGonagall break with Dumbledore. They've always been thick as thieves." "It's actually not that surprising," Hermione said thoughtfully, picking at her shepherd's pie. "Professor McGonagall has always been principled. If she believes Dumbledore has acted wrongly, she would feel compelled to take a stand." Harry glanced up at the high table. McGonagall was engaged in conversation with Professor Sprout, her posture as straight as ever, her expression composed. At the center of the table, Dumbledore seemed to be deliberately focusing on his meal, though Harry noticed his eyes occasionally drifting toward his former deputy. "I still don't understand what this means for the Order," Ron said. "Dad says McGonagall was Dumbledore's right hand. With her gone, the Order will continue," Hermione said confidently. "They're all committed to fighting you-know-who. But will they be as effective?" Ron pressed. "Split leadership never works well." Harry was about to respond when he noticed Umbridge rising from her seat, her toad-like smile more pronounced than usual. She tapped her goblet with her wand, producing a chime that gradually silenced the great hall. "Hem," she simpered, as conversation died away. "I have a brief announcement to make." Harry exchanged wary glances with Ron and Hermione. Umbridge's announcements were never good news. By order of the High Inquisitor, pursuant to Educational Decree No. 26, Umbridge continued in her girlish voice, "All extracurricular student activities, clubs, societies, teams, groups, and organizations are henceforth disbanded." A wave of shocked murmurs swept through the hall. All existing groups wishing to continue must apply for permission from the High Inquisitor, who reserves the right to approve or deny based on educational merit and ministerial guidelines, Umbridge continued, her smile widening. "This includes Quidditch teams." The murmurs escalated to outraged exclamations. Even the Slytherins looked displeased. Furthermore, Umbridge raised her voice slightly, "Any student found to be participating in an unauthorized group will face immediate disciplinary action, up to and including expulsion." Her gaze swept across the hall, lingering briefly on the Gryffindor table, on Harry specifically. "This decree is effective immediately. Application forms are available in my office." "Thank you." As Umbridge sat down, the hall erupted in angry conversations. At the Gryffindor table, Angelina Johnson looked close to tears as she argued furiously with Katie Bell about the Quidditch implications. "This is because of the DA," Harry said grimly. "She knows or suspects. This is her way of shutting us down." "How could she know?" Ron demanded. "We've been careful." Hermione bit her lip. "Someone must have talked. Or she's guessing based on patterns of students gathering. Either way, we can't meet again until we figure this out," Harry said, though the words pained him. The DA had been his one source of real purpose and accomplishment this year. He glanced up at the high table again. McGonagall was watching Umbridge with thinly veiled contempt. Then, as if sensing his gaze, she turned to look directly at Harry. After a brief moment, she gave him the slightest of nods. Somehow, that small gesture steadied him. Whatever Umbridge had planned, whatever obstacles were being thrown in their path, they would find a way forward. "Maybe this isn't just about the DA," Hermione said thoughtfully. "Look at the timing, right after McGonagall's break with Dumbledore. Umbridge is using the discord to consolidate her control. She's trying to divide and conquer," Ron agreed, surprising them both with his political insight. "Dad talks about this kind of stuff all the time. When there's a split in leadership, someone always tries to exploit it." Harry considered this. "So Umbridge thinks she can use the rift between McGonagall and Dumbledore to her advantage." "Precisely," Hermione nodded. And we need to be careful not to let that happen. As they left the Great Hall after dinner, Harry felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned to find Professor McGonagall standing behind him. "A word, Potter," she said briskly. "My office, after breakfast tomorrow. Bring Granger and Weasley if you wish." Without waiting for a response, she strode away, leaving Harry to exchange puzzled looks with his friends. "What do you think that's about?" Ron asked. "No idea," Harry replied honestly. "But I guess we'll find out tomorrow." Harry slept poorly that night, his dreams a jumbled mess of corridors, locked doors, and Umbridge's high-pitched laughter. He woke early, before any of his dorm mates, and lay staring at the canopy of his four-poster, thinking about the day ahead. By the time they reached McGonagall's office after breakfast, Harry had run through a dozen possible scenarios for what she might want to discuss with all three of them. None prepared him for what actually happened. "I presume you're aware of the implications of Educational Decree No. 26, McGonagall said without preamble once they were seated. "It means the DA is finished," Harry said glumly. "It means no such thing," McGonagall corrected sharply. "It means you require proper authorization." The three friends exchanged confused glances. "But Umbridge would never," Hermione began. "Professor Umbridge is not the only authority figure at Hogwarts, Miss Granger," McGonagall interrupted. "As deputy headmistress, albeit in a reduced capacity, I retain the right to approve academic support groups." Understanding dawned on Harry. "You're going to authorize the DA?" "I am authorizing a practical defense study group," McGonagall said precisely. "A faculty-supervised session for OWL and Newt students to practice examination materials not adequately covered in their regular coursework." Ron's mouth fell open. "You're going to supervise the DA?" "I will be listed as the faculty advisor," McGonagall said. "However, my actual attendance will be intermittent. Enough to satisfy the letter of the decree." Hermione looked concerned. "But won't Professor Umbridge object?" "She'll know it's just the DA with a different name." "Let me worry about Professor Umbridge," McGonagall said, her tone suggesting the conflict didn't concern her in the slightest. "The study group will meet legally, with proper documentation. She can object all she likes, but she cannot forbid ministry-approved examination preparation." Harry felt a surge of admiration for McGonagall's clever solution. "So we can keep teaching defense?" "Indeed. Though I would suggest broadening your curriculum slightly to include written components that align with OWL requirements." McGonagall's gaze was knowing. "For appearances, you understand." "This is brilliant," Ron said, grinning broadly. "There is one condition," McGonagall added. "The group must be open to all houses, including Slytherin." Harry's enthusiasm dampened immediately. "Slytherin? But they'd just spy for Umbridge or Malfoy's dad." "Not all Slytherin support you-know-who, Potter," McGonagall said firmly. "And even those from traditionally dark families deserve a proper education." Harry wanted to argue but found himself without solid ground to stand on. McGonagall was offering them a lifeline for the DA, could he really refuse because of house prejudice? "Fine," he conceded reluctantly. "But if they sabotage us? Then we will deal with it appropriately," McGonagall finished. "Now, I've taken the liberty of completing the necessary paperwork." She handed Hermione a rolled parchment. "Post this notice in your common room. The first official meeting will be Thursday evening at 8 o'clock. As they rose to leave, McGonagall added, "Potter, don't forget our other arrangement. 7 o'clock tonight." "Yes, Professor," Harry nodded, his earlier excitement returning. Whatever McGonagall had planned for his personal training, he was eager to begin. The room of requirement looked different than Harry had ever seen it. Gone were the cushions and practice dummies of the DA sessions. Instead, the space had transformed into something resembling a cross between a dueling chamber and a library. One wall was lined with bookshelves, another featured targets and training equipment. The center held a raised dueling platform, and a comfortable sitting area with 2 armchairs was positioned near a crackling fireplace. McGonagall was already present when Harry arrived, dressed not in her usual teaching robes but in what appeared to be dueling attire, practical, close-fitting robes in dark green that allowed for freedom of movement. "You're punctual, Potter." "Good." She gestured for him to join her on the dueling platform. "We'll begin with an assessment of your current abilities." Harry climbed onto the platform, suddenly nervous. "What kind of assessment?" "A practical one." McGonagall drew her wand. "I want you to duel me." Harry stared at her in disbelief. "Duel you? But you're a fully qualified witch with decades of experience." McGonagall's lips twitched slightly. "Yes, I am aware. I don't expect you to win, Potter. I expect you to show me what you know." Harry drew his wand reluctantly. The idea of dueling Professor McGonagall seemed absurd. She was, after all, one of the most formidable witches he knew. "Don't hold back," McGonagall instructed, taking a formal dueling stance. "I assure you, I can defend myself." After a brief bow, they began. Harry started cautiously, throwing simple spells, Expelliarmus, Impedimenta, Stupefy. McGonagall deflected them easily, her wand movements economical and precise. "Is that all, Potter?" she challenged, not even bothering to counterattack. "Show me what you would do if I were a Death Eater." Something in her tone sparked Harry's competitive spirit. He increased his pace, chaining spells together as he'd practiced with the DA. Expelliarmus Stupefy Reducto. The last spell wasn't aimed at McGonagall but at the floor near her feet. McGonagall raised an eyebrow, deflecting the first 2 spells and sidestepping the explosion from the third. Better. But predictable. She flicked her wand, and suddenly Harry was defending against a barrage of spells, none lethal, but all challenging. He blocked some, dodged others, but a stinging hex caught his shoulder, causing him to wince. "Your shield charm is adequate," McGonagall noted. "But you rely too much on dodging. Against multiple opponents, that won't serve you well." The duel continued, with Harry growing increasingly frustrated as McGonagall seemed to anticipate his every move. Finally, in desperation, he cast the strongest disarming charm he could muster, channeling his frustration into the spell. To his shock, McGonagall's wand actually twitched in her hand, not enough to disarm her, but enough to momentarily disrupt her rhythm. "There," she said, lowering her wand. "That's what I wanted to see." "What?" Harry asked, breathing heavily. "Power, Potter. Raw magical power." McGonagall stepped closer. "Your technique is rudimentary, your spell selection limited, but your raw power is considerable." Harry wasn't sure if that was a compliment or a criticism. "So what does that mean?" "It means we have a foundation to build upon." McGonagall conjured a glass of water and handed it to him. "Your parents were both magically gifted, particularly your father in transfiguration and your mother in charms. You appear to have inherited that potential." Harry drank the water gratefully, surprised by the mention of his parents' magical abilities. McGonagall rarely spoke of them as individuals rather than casualties. "The problem," McGonagall continued, "is that you've never been properly trained to harness that power. Your education has been interrupted, inconsistent, and in some areas, deliberately sabotaged." Her lips thinned at what Harry assumed was a reference to Umbridge. "So what now?" Harry asked, setting down the empty glass. "Now we begin the real work." McGonagall waved her wand, and a chalkboard appeared beside the platform. "I've developed a training regimen based on what you'll need most, not just for OWLs, but for survival." The chalkboard filled with a detailed schedule. Harry scanned it quickly, noting sessions on advanced defensive magic, practical transfiguration, stealth and concealment, and something called magical theory integration. "This is a lot," he said honestly. "It is," McGonagall agreed. "But we don't have the luxury of time, Potter. You know who is gathering strength. The Ministry is actively interfering at Hogwarts. And you. She paused. You need to be prepared. There was something in her tone that caught Harry's attention. Prepared for what, exactly? McGonagall hesitated, seeming to choose her words carefully. Has the headmaster ever discussed with you why you know who seems so fixated on you specifically? The question took Harry by surprise. You mean besides me surviving when he tried to kill me as a baby? Besides that, yes. Harry thought about the prophecy, the one Dumbledore had mentioned but never fully explained. He said there was a prophecy. That's why Voldemort came after my parents in the first place. McGonagall flinched slightly at the name but nodded. And did he tell you the contents of this prophecy? No, Harry admitted. Just that it existed and that Voldemort only heard part of it. McGonagall's expression tightened. I see. Another piece of information deemed unnecessary for you to know, despite it concerning you directly. The bitterness in her voice was unmistakable. Do you know what it says? Harry asked, hope rising. No, McGonagall said regretfully. The full prophecy is known only to those who were present when it was made, Sybil Trelawney and Albus Dumbledore, and potentially to anyone they've shared it with. Harry's hope deflated. So we're still in the dark. Not entirely, McGonagall said. While I don't know the precise wording, I know enough to understand that the prophecy suggests you have some role to play in you-know-who's ultimate defeat. This wasn't really news to Harry. He'd guessed as much from Dumbledore's hints over the years. The point, McGonagall continued, is that regardless of any prophecy, you need to be prepared. Not because fate demands it, but because you deserve the tools to protect yourself and those you care about. That perspective, training for his own sake, not because of some predetermined role, resonated with Harry in a way Dumbledore's distant guidance never had. Now, McGonagall said briskly, let's begin with something practical. Your shield charm is serviceable but limited. There are variations that can protect against a wider range of threats. For the next hour, McGonagall drilled Harry on advanced shield charms, ones that could block physical objects, ones that covered a wider area, even one that reflected certain spells back at the caster. By the end of the session, Harry was mentally exhausted but strangely exhilarated. That was brilliant, he said as they took a break, sinking into one of the armchairs. Why don't they teach these in regular defense classes? Some of these are beyond OWL level, McGonagall explained. Others are considered specialized knowledge, typically reserved for Auror training. But you know them all, Harry observed. A rare smile touched McGonagall's lips. Potter, I lived through the First War against you-know-who. We all learned skills we never expected to need. That comment reminded Harry of something he'd been curious about. Professor, why did you really leave the Order? Was it just because of what you read in my diary, or was there more to it? McGonagall considered him for a long moment before answering. Your diary was the catalyst, certainly. But the underlying issue has been building for some time. She rose from her chair, pacing slightly as she continued. The Order of the Phoenix, under Albus's leadership, operates on a need-to-know basis. Information is compartmentalized. Decisions are made unilaterally. Members are expected to trust without question. That sounds efficient, Harry said uncertainly. It's efficient for maintaining secrecy and control, McGonagall agreed. But it's not conducive to ethical decision-making. When I discovered what had been allowed to happen to you, a child under our protection, I began questioning what other compromises had been made in the name of the greater good. The phrase, greater good, held a weight that Harry didn't fully understand, but he could see it meant something significant to McGonagall. So it wasn't just about me, he concluded. It was about what your situation represented, McGonagall clarified. A willingness to sacrifice individual welfare for strategic advantage. That's not a philosophy I can support, not anymore. Harry nodded slowly, understanding better now. What will you do instead? About fighting Voldemort, I mean. I will continue to fight, McGonagall said firmly. But on my own terms, with allies I choose, and methods I can morally defend. The conviction in her voice was powerful. For the first time, Harry was seeing McGonagall not just as his professor or head of house, but as a formidable witch with her own principles and strengths. Now, she said, bringing them back to the task at hand. Before we conclude for tonight, there's one more thing I want to address. Harry straightened, attentive. Your occlumency lessons with Professor Snape. Harry groaned internally. Those lessons had been going terribly, with Snape seeming more interested in mining Harry's worst memories than in actually teaching him to protect his mind. How did you know about those? He asked. As I said before, little happens in this castle without my knowledge, McGonagall replied. While I agree that shielding your mind is essential, I question both the method and the instructor chosen. Harry couldn't help but feel vindicated. It's been awful. Snape just attacks my mind over and over. I don't feel like I'm learning anything. Professor Snape, McGonagall corrected automatically, though with less force than usual. And yes, his approach is problematic. Particularly given your history. Can you teach me instead? Harry asked hopefully. I am not an accomplished occlumens, McGonagall admitted. But I know someone who is, someone who might be willing to provide alternative instruction. Who? All in good time, Potter. McGonagall glanced at the clock on the wall. It's getting late. You should return to your dormitory before curfew. Harry wanted to press for more information but recognized the dismissal in her tone. As he gathered his things to leave, McGonagall added, Potter, I suggest you keep the details of these sessions to yourself, at least for now. Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley can know the general outline, but the specifics should remain between us. Because of Umbridge? Harry guessed. Partly, McGonagall acknowledged. And partly because I suspect the headmaster will take a keen interest in our activities. The fewer people who know the details, the better. The idea of keeping secrets from Dumbledore still felt strange to Harry, but he nodded in agreement. Same time tomorrow? Yes. And bring your invisibility cloak, McGonagall added, surprising him with her knowledge of the heirloom. We'll be working on practical applications of disillusionment charms, and the cloak will provide a useful comparison. As Harry left the room of requirement, his mind was buzzing with new spells, techniques, and perspectives. For years, his magical education had felt somehow incomplete, disjointed lessons that never quite prepared him for the challenges he actually faced. Tonight, for perhaps the first time, he'd experienced what it felt like to be truly taught. It was, he decided, a feeling he could definitely get used to. Over the next 2 weeks, Harry settled into a new routine. Classes during the day, enduring Umbridge's increasingly tyrannical rule, the officially sanctioned, practical defense study group, 3 evenings a week, which was essentially the DA with added paperwork, and private training sessions with McGonagall most other evenings. The changes in Harry didn't go unnoticed. Hermione commented on his improved focus in classes. Ron noted with approval that he seemed more confident during PDSG, sessions. Even Neville remarked that Harry's spellwork seemed more precise, more controlled. What none of them knew was the full extent of McGonagall's training. Beyond defensive magic, she was teaching him practical transfiguration that could be used in combat, advanced charms that could create distractions or escape routes, and, perhaps most valuably, magical theory that helped him understand why spells worked the way they did. Intent, visualization, and precision, McGonagall had drilled into him. Master those 3 elements, and you can adapt almost any spell to new circumstances. Tonight they were working on combat transfiguration, transforming objects in the environment into weapons or barriers during a duel. It was Newt-level work, challenging even for Hermione's standards, but Harry found himself taking to it with surprising aptitude. Again, Potter, McGonagall instructed, after his latest attempt to transfigure a chair into a stone barrier had resulted in a half-wooden, half-stone monstrosity. Focus on the complete transformation, not just the outward appearance. Harry wiped sweat from his brow and tried again, concentrating on visualizing the molecular structure changing from wood to stone, just as McGonagall had taught him. This time, the chair solidified into a proper stone barrier, complete with rough-hewn texture. Better, McGonagall said with approval. Now, let's test its durability. She fired a reductor curse at the barrier. It cracked but held, absorbing most of the spell's impact. Excellent progress, she noted. In a real duel, that could mean the difference between injury and safety. Harry grinned, pleased with the tangible improvement. I never realized transfiguration could be so useful in a fight. Most don't, McGonagall agreed. They focus on offensive spells and forget that manipulation of the environment can provide significant advantages. She conjured a glass of water for Harry, who accepted it gratefully. These sessions were intense, often leaving him physically and magically drained, but the results were worth it. Professor, Harry said after taking a drink, I've been meaning to ask you something. Yes. Have you heard anything about Voldemort lately? Through whatever sources you still have. McGonagall tensed slightly at the name but answered candidly. There have been reports of increased Death Eater activity in the north of England. Mostly reconnaissance, not open attacks yet. They appear to be gathering intelligence on potential targets. This was more information than Dumbledore had shared with Harry in months. What kind of targets? Ministry officials who might oppose them. Prominent Muggleborns. And. She hesitated. Locations associated with you. Harry's stomach tightened. Like where? Primarily Hogwarts itself, McGonagall assured him. Though there have been Death Eaters observed in Surrey as well. The Dursleys? Despite everything they'd done to him, Harry felt a flicker of concern. They remain protected by the Blood Wards for now, McGonagall said. And the Order maintains surveillance, regardless of my personal separation. Harry nodded, relieved despite himself. He might hate living with the Dursleys, but he didn't want them harmed because of him. There's something else you should know, McGonagall continued. Something concerning Professor Snape. Harry's interest sharpened. What about him? He has been, questioning my motives. Attempting to determine the exact nature of our arrangement. Is that bad? Harry asked, confused. It's concerning, McGonagall corrected. Professor Snape serves multiple masters, Potter. His loyalties are complex. The implication was clear. You think he might tell Voldemort about our training? No, McGonagall said firmly. I believe he is genuinely committed to the fight against you-know-who. But he is obligated to report to the Headmaster, and the Headmaster. She paused, choosing her words carefully. The Headmaster has his own plans for you, plans that might not align with our current course. Harry felt a chill at these words. What plans? That's what I've been trying to determine, McGonagall admitted. Albus has always been secretive, but his reticence regarding you goes beyond normal caution. Before Harry could press further, the door to the room of requirement opened unexpectedly. Both Harry and McGonagall had their wands pointed at the intruder in an instant. Dobby the house elf stood frozen in the doorway, his enormous eyes even wider than usual. Dobby is sorry to interrupt, Professor McGonagall, Harry Potter sir, the elf squeaked. But Dobby must warn Harry Potter. Warn me about what? Harry asked, lowering his wand. She is coming. The Toad Woman is coming to this room. Harry and McGonagall exchanged alarmed glances. Umbridge? How does she know about the room? Dobby heard her talking to the Malfoy boy, Dobby explained frantically. He told her about the come-and-go room. She is on her way now with her inquisitorial squad. McGonagall's expression hardened. How long do we have? Minutes only. Dobby wrung his hands anxiously. Thank you, Dobby, McGonagall said briskly. You may go. As the elf disappeared with a crack, McGonagall turned to Harry. We need to change the room's configuration immediately. Understanding dawned on Harry. Make it look like something else entirely. Precisely. McGonagall strode toward the door. Step outside, think of something innocuous, a storage room, perhaps, and then we'll re-enter. They exited quickly, and Harry concentrated hard on a simple storage space for extra classroom furniture. When they re-entered, the room had transformed as requested, dusty chairs stacked against walls, old desks piled haphazardly, forgotten teaching materials scattered about. Perfect, McGonagall said. Now, let me handle this. They waited tensely, and within minutes, the door burst open again. Umbridge stood there, breathing heavily, flanked by Draco Malfoy and several other Slytherins wearing Inquisitorial Squad badges. Her triumphant expression faltered when she saw McGonagall. Minerva, she said, surprise evident in her voice. What are you doing here? Inventory, Dolores, McGonagall replied coolly, gesturing to a clipboard she had conjured moments before. End of term approaches, and I'm cataloging furniture that needs repair before next year. With Potter? Umbridge's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Mr. Potter is serving detention, McGonagall said smoothly. Moving heavy furniture without magic is excellent discipline for young men who speak out of turn in class. Harry tried to look appropriately resentful, which wasn't difficult given Umbridge's presence. I received information that this room was being used for illicit activities, Umbridge said, her gaze darting around the dusty storage space. As you can see, McGonagall gestured around, nothing illicit about spare desks and broken chairs. Though I'm curious, what kind of activities were you expecting to find? Umbridge's face tightened. I was informed that Potter uses this room for unauthorized meetings. Really? How fascinating, McGonagall said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Perhaps your informant is confused. Mr. Potter's authorized study group meets in the East Wing, as properly documented in the form submitted to your office. Draco Malfoy looked uncertainly between Umbridge and McGonagall. But Professor, this room can change. Potter uses it for, Mr. Malfoy, McGonagall cut him off sharply. Are you suggesting I am lying about my whereabouts and activities? Draco paled slightly. For all his bravado, he still retained a healthy fear of McGonagall's displeasure. No, Professor, but, then I suggest you return to your dormitory before you find yourself joining Mr. Potter in detention. McGonagall's tone left no room for argument. Umbridge's face had turned an interesting shade of pink. As High Inquisitor, I have the authority to question staff activities, Minerva. Indeed you do, Dolores, McGonagall agreed pleasantly. Question away. Though I must warn you that cataloging broken furniture is painfully dull conversation. For a moment, the two witches stared at each other, the tension palpable. Then Umbridge seemed to deflate slightly. Very well, she said tightly. Continue your inventory. Though I will be submitting a report about the appropriate use of detention. I look forward to reading it, McGonagall replied. Good evening, Dolores. After Umbridge and her squad had departed, Harry released a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. That was brilliant. That was a warning, McGonagall corrected grimly. She's becoming more aggressive in her surveillance. We'll need to be more careful. Harry nodded, sobered by the close call. Should we find somewhere else to train? No, McGonagall decided after a moment's thought. The room of requirement remains our best option. But we'll need additional precautions. She considered briefly. I think it's time to introduce you to your new occlumency instructor. You found someone? Harry asked eagerly. Yes. Someone uniquely qualified and, importantly, not aligned with either Dumbledore or the Ministry. Harry's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Who? McGonagall allowed herself a small smile. Andromeda Tonks. Tonks's mum? Harry asked, surprised. Indeed. A skilled occlumens who learned out of necessity, growing up in the Black family. McGonagall began gathering her things. Unlike Professor Snape, she believes in teaching the theory first, then gradually building practical resistance. When will I meet her? Harry asked. This weekend, McGonagall replied. I've arranged for her to visit under the guise of a career consultation for senior students. Her background as a healer provides perfect cover. As they prepared to leave the room of requirement, taking different routes back to Gryffindor Tower to avoid suspicion, Harry felt a mixture of excitement and apprehension. Everything was moving so quickly now, his training with McGonagall, the looming confrontation with Umbridge, the new approach to occlumency. And underlying it all, the strange, unsettling sense that Dumbledore had plans for him that even McGonagall didn't fully understand. Albus Dumbledore stood at the window of his office, watching the grounds of Hogwarts as evening fell. In the distance, he could see Hagrid tending to something near his hut, wisps of smoke curling from the chimney into the twilight sky. The scene should have been peaceful, comforting. It was not. The divide that had opened between himself and Minerva McGonagall was widening by the day, creating ripples throughout the Order and the school. Staff were beginning to take sides, albeit subtly. Students were noticing the tension. And Harry Potter, the boy at the center of everything, was drifting further from his influence. A soft trill from Fawkes drew his attention. The Phoenix watched him with wise, knowing eyes. Yes, old friend, Dumbledore sighed. I fear I may have miscalculated. The door to his office opened, admitting Severus Snape, his black robes billowing as always. You wanted to see me, Headmaster. Ah, Severus. Thank you for coming. Dumbledore gestured to the chair before his desk. Please, sit. Snape sat stiffly, his face revealing nothing. Is this about the Dark Lord, or about McGonagall's rebellion? The latter, primarily, Dumbledore replied, taking his own seat. What have you observed? She and Potter are meeting regularly, Snape reported. Ostensibly for advanced training, though the specifics remain unclear. They're using the room of requirement, making surveillance difficult. And Harry's response to this attention? Snape's lip curled slightly. Potter is flourishing under it. His practical work in classes has improved noticeably. Even his potions performance has marginally increased, though it remains mediocre at best. Dumbledore steepled his fingers, contemplating this information. And the occlumency lessons? Discontinued, Snape said flatly. Potter informed me that he would be pursuing alternative instruction. On McGonagall's advice, no doubt. I see. Dumbledore's expression revealed nothing, though internally, he was deeply concerned. Harry's mind needed protection, and urgently. Do you know who this alternative instructor might be? I have my suspicions, Snape replied. Andromeda Tonks was seen entering the castle this morning. Officially for career counseling, but the timing seems convenient. Dumbledore nodded slowly. A logical choice. Her skills are considerable, and her connection to Nymphadora provides a plausible link. She is not a member of the Order, Snape pointed out. No, but her sympathies align with our cause, Dumbledore said. The greater concern is her teaching approach. Andromeda favors a gradual, structured method that builds mental defenses slowly over time. Time we may not have, Snape finished the thought. Precisely. Dumbledore rose from his chair, pacing slightly. Voldemort's interest in the Department of Mysteries grows daily. The connection between his mind and Harry's remains active. We need those occlumency barriers established quickly, not gradually. Snape watched him with calculating eyes. You could speak to Potter directly. Explain the urgency. I cannot, Dumbledore said quietly. Not yet. Because of the prophecy? Snape asked. Because of what lies beyond the prophecy, Dumbledore corrected. Harry's mind must remain, insulated from mine, for now. Understanding dawned in Snape's expression. You believe the Dark Lord might access your thoughts through Potter. It is a risk I cannot take, Dumbledore confirmed. Not with what I know. Not with what I must still discover. A heavy silence fell between them. Finally, Snape spoke again. What would you have me do about McGonagall? Nothing for the moment, Dumbledore decided. Direct confrontation would only strengthen her resolve and potentially push Harry further from our influence. Instead, we must adapt. Adapt how? By ensuring that Harry's new path still leads to the necessary destination, Dumbledore said enigmatically. Minerva may have changed the journey, but the endpoint remains fixed by prophecy and circumstance. Snape's expression darkened. You still intend for him to face the Dark Lord. It is not a question of my intentions, Severus, Dumbledore said gently. It is a question of inevitability. Voldemort will never stop hunting Harry. The prophecy ensures that. Our task is merely to prepare him as best we can. And if McGonagall's methods of preparation differ from yours, then we must trust that her love for the boy will guide her to make choices that serve his ultimate welfare, Dumbledore said. Even if those choices are painful. Snape looked unconvinced but nodded anyway. As you wish, Headmaster. As Snape rose to leave, Dumbledore added, keep me informed of any significant developments, particularly regarding Harry's occlumency progress. And Severus, be careful with Dolores Umbridge. She grows more dangerous as her control is challenged. With a curt nod, Snape departed, leaving Dumbledore alone with his thoughts once more. The old wizard returned to the window, gazing out at the darkening grounds. Pieces were moving on the board, some according to his design, others in patterns he hadn't anticipated. Minerva's defection had introduced an element of chaos into his carefully crafted plans. Yet perhaps, he mused, that chaos was necessary. Perhaps his own calculations had become too rigid, too certain of a single path forward. Fawkes trilled again, a sorrowful note that seemed to resonate with Dumbledore's own melancholy. Yes, he murmured to the Phoenix. I too wonder if there might have been another way. But we play the game before us, not the one we wish for. The game, at present, was growing more complex by the day. And the stakes remained as high as ever, not just Harry's life, but the fate of the wizarding world itself. The first real test of Harry's new training came unexpectedly, during what should have been a routine Hogsmeade weekend in late November. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had spent the morning at the Three Broomsticks, discussing the latest developments in the unofficial resistance against Umbridge. The Practical Defense Study Group had grown to include students from all houses, including, surprisingly, 3 Slytherins who had approached Harry privately to request admission. I still can't believe Theodore Nott is in the DA now, Ron said, shaking his head as he sipped his butterbeer. His dad's a Death Eater. Which is precisely why Theodore might want to learn proper defense, Hermione pointed out reasonably. Not everyone wants to follow in their parents' footsteps. Harry remained silent, watching the door of the pub. McGonagall had warned him to stay vigilant, that Death Eater activity was increasing. The training sessions had heightened his awareness of his surroundings, teaching him to note exits, observe patterns, identify potential threats. Harry, you're doing it again, Hermione said, nudging him gently. Doing what? He asked, still scanning the room. That aura thing. Constantly watching everyone, she said. McGonagall's really got you paranoid, hasn't she? Not paranoid, Harry corrected. Prepared. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances. They knew about his training sessions with McGonagall, though not the full extent or content. Speaking of prepared, Ron said, changing the subject slightly, that shield variation you taught us last session was brilliant. Where did you learn that? Just something I picked up, Harry said vaguely, not wanting to directly attribute it to McGonagall. Thought it might be useful for the group. In truth, it was one of several advanced shields McGonagall had taught him, specifically designed to protect against dark curses that might bypass standard Protego charms. Well, it's impressive, Hermione said. Your teaching has improved too. You explain things more clearly now, connect them to the underlying theory. Harry smiled slightly. That was McGonagall's influence as well, her insistence that understanding why spells worked improved one's ability to cast them effectively. "We should head back soon," Harry said, noting the time. "I've got that other lesson at 4. His friends nodded, understanding the reference to his occlumency training with Andromeda Tonks. The sessions had been revelatory compared to Snape's brutal approach. Andromeda had started with meditation techniques, then moved to visualization exercises, building mental barriers systematically rather than through trial by fire. They finished their butterbeers and stepped out into the crisp November air. Hogsmeade was bustling with students enjoying their weekend freedom, shops doing brisk business despite the increasingly cold weather. As they walked toward Honeydukes, Harry's newly honed instincts prickled. Something felt wrong. The crowd pattern had shifted subtly, with several older wizards moving against the general flow of pedestrians, converging toward the center of the village. "Hold up," Harry said quietly, placing a hand on Ron's arm to stop him. "Something's not right." "What is it?" Hermione asked, instantly alert. "Not sure yet. Just, stay close." Harry led them toward the edge of the street, positioning them near an alleyway that offered a potential escape route. His eyes scanned the crowd, noting at least 4 unfamiliar wizards moving with purpose, their hands inside their robes where wands would be easily accessible. "I think we should head back to the castle," he murmured. "Now." Before his friends could respond, a scream cut through the village chatter. Green light flashed from the direction of the post office, and suddenly the air was filled with shouts and more screams. "Death Eaters," someone yelled. Chaos erupted. Students scattered in panic as black-robed figures apparat into the main street, firing curses indiscriminately. Harry pulled Ron and Hermione into the alleyway, his mind racing through McGonagall's training. Assess. Plan. Act. "We need to get the younger students back to Hogwarts," he said decisively. "Ron, find any professors who are in the village. Hermione, start gathering students and direct them toward the castle path." "What about you?" Ron asked, already drawing his wand. "I'm going to buy us some time," Harry replied, his voice steady despite the adrenaline pumping through him. Hermione looked alarmed. "Harry, no, I'm not going to fight them head-on," he assured her. "Just create a diversion. Trust me, I know what I'm doing." After a moment's hesitation, his friends nodded and split off to their assigned tasks. Harry took a deep breath, then cast a disillusionment charm on himself, one of the first skills McGonagall had refined with him. It wasn't perfect, but in the chaos, it would provide enough concealment. Moving to the edge of the alleyway, he assessed the situation. 5 Death Eaters, possibly more out of sight. They were targeting shops and causing general destruction rather than pursuing specific victims, a terror tactic, not an assassination attempt. Harry pointed his wand at a stack of barrels outside the 3 broomsticks and transfigured them into a swarm of large, angry ravens that immediately attacked the nearest Death Eater, causing him to stumble backward, swatting at the birds in confusion. Using the distraction, Harry moved to a better position, then targeted the cobblestones beneath another Death Eater, transfiguring them into quicksand-like substance that immediately trapped the attacker up to his knees. "What the trapped Death Eater shouted, trying to pull free. "There's someone using transfiguration. Find them." Harry kept moving, remembering McGonagall's emphasis on mobility. Standing still meant becoming a target. He cast a modified shield charm around a group of third years who were cowering behind an overturned cart, then redirected them toward Hermione, who was gathering students near the path to Hogwarts. A spell sizzled past his ear, dissipating his disillusionment charm. Harry ducked and rolled, coming up behind a low stone wall as 2 Death Eaters converged on his position. "It's Potter," one of them shouted. "The Dark Lord wants him alive." Harry's mind raced through his options. Direct confrontation against 2 Death Eaters wasn't ideal, but retreat would expose the fleeing students. He needed another distraction, something bigger. Remembering one of McGonagall's more advanced lessons, he focused on a large decorative fountain in the village square. With intense concentration, he transfigured it into an enormous stone lion that roared and charged at the Death Eaters. The animated statue wouldn't last long, but it didn't need to. It smashed into one Death Eater, sending him flying, while the other backed away, casting blasting curses that chipped away at the stone beast. Harry used the opportunity to move again, circling behind the distracted Death Eater. Stupefy. Incarcerus, he cast in quick succession. The first spell knocked the Death Eater unconscious, the second bound him with conjured ropes. Harry. Ron's voice called from nearby. McGonagall's coming with Flitwick and Sprout. Relief flooded through Harry, but he remained focused. The immediate threat had been reduced, but several Death Eaters were still active, and his transfigured lion had crumbled under repeated spells. A high, cold laugh from behind made him whirl around, wand at the ready. A tall Death Eater stood there, mask removed to reveal the gaunt, fanatical face of Antonin Dolohov. Impressive work for a schoolboy, Dolohov said, his accent thick. But playtime is over now. Before Harry could react, Dolohov had cast a curse, a vicious purple flame shooting toward him. Harry instinctively used the specific shield McGonagall had taught him for unknown dark magic, a modified protego that absorbed energy rather than reflecting it. The purple flame hit the shield and was partially absorbed, though enough leaked through to leave a burning scratch across Harry's shoulder. Still, it was better than taking the full curse. Interesting, Dolohov said, genuinely surprised. Someone's been teaching you tricks, Potter. Harry didn't respond verbally, instead casting a chain of spells just as he'd practiced, Stunner, Impediment Jinx, followed by a transfiguration of the ground beneath Dolohov's feet into frictionless ice. Dolohov blocked the first two spells but was caught off guard by the transfiguration, his feet sliding out from under him. As he struggled to regain his balance, Harry cast another stunner that caught him squarely in the chest, dropping him unconscious to the icy ground. Potter. McGonagall's voice cut through the din of battle. She was striding down the street, dispatching another Death Eater with efficient wand work as she approached. Are you hurt? Just a scratch, Harry reported, indicating his shoulder. They were targeting the village, not specific people. I think it was meant to cause panic. McGonagall's eyes narrowed as she noted the unconscious form of Dolohov. You took down Antonin Dolohov. The ice transfiguration you taught me, Harry explained. He wasn't expecting it. A flicker of pride crossed McGonagall's face before she resumed her professional demeanor. The remaining Death Eaters are retreating. We need to secure the captured ones before the Ministry arrives. Together, they bound Dolohov more thoroughly and confiscated his wand. Around them, the other professors were restoring order, helping injured students, and securing the few Death Eaters who had been captured. Your actions likely prevented serious casualties, McGonagall said quietly as they worked. You followed the training well, mobility, environmental manipulation, non-standard shields. I was just trying to protect everyone, Harry said, though he couldn't help feeling a surge of satisfaction at her approval. That's precisely the point of the training, McGonagall replied. Not glory or power, but protection. As the immediate crisis subsided, Harry found Ron and Hermione rushing toward him, relief evident on their faces. Harry. Are you all right? Hermione asked, her eyes widening at the blood on his shoulder. I'm fine, he assured them. Just a scratch. How about you two? We're okay, Ron said. Got all the younger students headed back to the castle. Neville and Luna helped. Hermione was looking at him with an expression he couldn't quite read. Harry, what you did, the way you handled everything, it was different. Different how? He asked, though he knew what she meant. More, controlled. Strategic. She glanced at McGonagall, who was now conversing with Professor Flitwick nearby. Whatever she's teaching you, it's working. Harry felt a warmth that had nothing to do with the adrenaline of battle. For years, he'd survived encounters through luck and raw determination. Today, for the first time, he'd faced Death Eaters with actual skill and strategy. "Come on," he said, indicating his bleeding shoulder. "I should probably get this looked at before Madame Pomfrey has my head." As they walked back toward the castle, Harry caught McGonagall watching him with an expression that mingled pride with concern. She gave him a small nod, acknowledgement of what they both knew: this was only the beginning. The real tests were yet to come. News of the Hogsmeade attack spread through the wizarding world like wildfire, though the Daily Prophet's coverage was predictably distorted. The headline, "Minor Disturbance in Hogsmeade, Ministry Responds Promptly," barely hinted at the actual Death Eater presence. What couldn't be hidden, however, was the fact that several Death Eaters had been captured, including Antonin Dolohov, one of Voldemort's most dangerous followers. The article carefully avoided mentioning Harry's role in the capture, attributing it vaguely to Hogwarts staff intervention. The morning after the attack, Harry found himself summoned to the headmaster's office for the first time in months. The gargoyle stepped aside without a password, and Harry ascended the spiral staircase with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. Dumbledore was seated behind his desk when Harry entered, looking much as he always had, calm, composed, eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles. Yet something felt different. There was a subtle tension in the air, an unspoken acknowledgement that their relationship had changed. "Ah, Harry," Dumbledore greeted him. "Thank you for coming. Please, sit." Harry took the offered chair, noting that Fawkes was watching him from his perch with unusual intensity. "You wanted to see me, Professor?" "Indeed. I wanted to discuss yesterday's events in Hogsmeade," Dumbledore said, his tone gentle but probing. "Quite a remarkable display of magical skill, by all accounts." Harry shrugged slightly. "I just did what I could to help. According to Professor McGonagall, you demonstrated advanced transfiguration techniques, strategic thinking, and specialized shield charms." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "Not typical skills for a fifth-year student." "Professor McGonagall has been helping me improve," Harry said, deliberately vague. "Given everything that's happened, she thought I could use some extra training." "Minerva is an excellent teacher," Dumbledore acknowledged. "Though I confess to some concern about the accelerated pace of your instruction." Harry felt a flicker of irritation. "With respect, Professor, considering Voldemort's after me specifically, shouldn't I be learning as much as possible, as quickly as possible?" "A fair point," Dumbledore conceded. "Yet there are risks to advancement without proper foundation, particularly in areas such as occlumency." So that was what this was really about. "My occlumency is improving," Harry said carefully. "Mrs. Tonks has a different approach than Professor Snape." "Andromeda is certainly skilled," Dumbledore agreed. "Though her methodical approach, while thorough, may not provide the immediate protection you require." Harry met Dumbledore's gaze directly. "Professor, why are you really concerned about my training with Professor McGonagall?" Dumbledore seemed slightly taken aback by the direct question. After a moment's consideration, he sighed softly. "I fear, Harry, that in her desire to protect you, Minerva may be preparing you for a confrontation that should be avoided as long as possible." "You mean with Voldemort?" "Yes." Dumbledore leaned forward slightly. "There are aspects of this conflict, of your connection to Voldemort, that remain complex. Preparation is essential, but timing is equally crucial." Harry thought about this, about the prophecy he still didn't fully know, about McGonagall's warnings regarding Dumbledore's unspecified plans. "Professor," he said slowly, "with all due respect, I think I deserve to know what these aspects are. If they concern me directly, shouldn't I understand them?" Dumbledore's expression grew somber. "There are some burdens, Harry, that I have been reluctant to place on your shoulders. Not from lack of trust, but from a desire to preserve what childhood you have left." "I stopped being a child the night Cedric died in that graveyard," Harry said quietly. "Probably before that." Something like pain flashed across Dumbledore's face. "Yes, I fear that is true. And that is precisely what troubles me about recent developments." "What do you mean?" In seeking to protect you from one form of hardship, Minerva may be inadvertently pushing you toward another, Dumbledore explained. The path of direct confrontation. Harry considered this. And your path? Where does it lead? Dumbledore seemed to choose his words with extreme care. To the same ultimate destination, perhaps, but by a route that allows for greater preparation, greater understanding of what we face. The prophecy, Harry said. That's part of it, isn't it? The full prophecy that Voldemort wants. Yes, Dumbledore acknowledged. Among other things. Then tell me what it says, Harry pressed. If it's about me, I should know. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment, studying Harry with those penetrating blue eyes. I had planned to share that information with you, but not yet. There are preparations still to be made, contexts to be understood. Frustration welled up in Harry. Always the same answer, not yet, not now, when the time is right. Professor, every time I've been kept in the dark about something, it's ended badly. The Philosopher's Stone. The Chamber of Secrets. Sirius. The Triwizard Tournament. Don't you think it's time for a different approach? Dumbledore sighed deeply. Perhaps you're right, Harry. Perhaps the time has come for greater transparency between us. He paused. I will consider sharing the prophecy with you soon, but I ask for your patience a little longer. There are matters I must attend to first, matters directly related to Voldemort's power. It wasn't the immediate answer Harry had hoped for, but it was more of a concession than he'd expected. All right, he agreed cautiously. But soon. Soon, Dumbledore confirmed. In the meantime, I would ask that you continue your occlumency with diligence. The connection between your mind and Voldemort's remains a grave concern. Harry nodded. Mrs. Tonks says I'm making progress. The nightmares are less frequent now. Excellent, Dumbledore said, though Harry thought he detected a hint of reservation in his tone. And you're training with Professor McGonagall? It's been helpful, Harry said simply, not wanting to share too many details. Practical. I'm sure it has. Dumbledore smiled slightly. Minerva has always excelled at practical applications of magic. Her work during the First War was remarkable, particularly her use of transfiguration in combat situations. This was news to Harry. She fought in the First War. Indeed she did, Dumbledore confirmed. Quite brilliantly. There's a reason Voldemort himself once tried to recruit her to his cause before turning to more violent persuasion when she refused. Harry tried to imagine a younger McGonagall facing down Death Eaters, or Voldemort himself. Somehow, it wasn't difficult to picture. I should let you return to your classmates, Dumbledore said, bringing the conversation to a close. I'm sure they're eager to hear a first-hand account of yesterday's events, despite the Prophet's underwhelming coverage. As Harry stood to leave, Dumbledore added, one last thing, Harry. Whatever path you choose in the days ahead, know that my door remains open to you. Despite recent divergences in approach, our ultimate goal remains the same, your safety and Voldemort's defeat. Harry nodded, not entirely convinced but willing to acknowledge the olive branch. Thank you, Professor. As he descended the spiral staircase, Harry found himself reflecting on the conversation. Dumbledore had been more forthcoming than usual, though still frustratingly vague about the most important details. Yet there had been a subtle shift in how the headmaster addressed him, less as a child to be protected, more as a young adult with agency. Perhaps that, more than anything, was a sign that things were truly changing. December arrived with bitter winds and heavy snow, transforming Hogwarts into a winter wonderland that would have been charming under different circumstances. As it was, the castle had become a pressure cooker of tension, with Umbridge's tyrannical rule pushing against growing resistance from both students and staff. The Practical Defense Study Group had become the center of that resistance, expanding beyond mere defensive magic to include discussions of ministry corruption and strategies for sharing uncensored news. When the Daily Prophet printed yet another piece questioning Harry's sanity, the group responded by creating their own underground newsletter, the Hogwarts Herald, which presented the truth about Voldemort's return. McGonagall, true to her word, provided official cover for the group while rarely attending meetings herself. Her focus remained on Harry's private training, which had intensified following the Hogsmeade attack. "Your performance against Dolohov was impressive," she told him during one session, "but it also revealed areas that need improvement. Your shield charms are strong, but your offensive repertoire remains limited." Harry couldn't argue with that assessment. While he'd managed to incapacitate Dolohov, it had been through clever use of transfiguration rather than direct magical combat. "So what's next?" he asked, eager to learn more. McGonagall conjured a practice dummy in the center of the room of requirement. Precision striking spells. Not merely stunners or disarming charms, but spells designed to target specific vulnerabilities. Over the next 2 hours, she taught him variations of cutting, impact, and binding spells that could be directed at particular points on an opponent, disrupting wand movements, restricting mobility, or creating tactical advantages. "The goal is not to cause unnecessary harm," she emphasized, "but to neutralize threats efficiently while minimizing risk to yourself and bystanders." By the end of the session, Harry was mentally exhausted but feeling more capable than ever. His spell repertoire had expanded significantly over the past weeks, as had his understanding of magical theory and combat strategy. "Professor," he said as they took a break, "there's something I've been meaning to ask you." "Yes, Potter. Dumbledore mentioned that you fought in the First War against Voldemort. That Voldemort tried to recruit you." McGonagall's expression tightened almost imperceptibly. "The headmaster has been discussing my past, has he?" "Just briefly," Harry assured her. "He mentioned it when I talked to him after the Hogsmeade attack." McGonagall was silent for a moment, then sighed. "Yes, I fought in the First War. As did many of the current Hogwarts staff." "And Voldemort tried to recruit you?" Harry pressed gently. "Once," she confirmed. "Early in his campaign, before he had fully revealed the extent of his darkness. He approached several talented witches and wizards, offering power, knowledge, positions of influence in the world he planned to create. But you refused." "Of course I refused," McGonagall said sharply. "I had already seen enough to recognize what he truly was, a megalomaniac whose vision of improvement for our world was built on prejudice and cruelty." Harry nodded, appreciating her directness. "What happened after you refused?" A shadow crossed McGonagall's face. "He sent his followers to persuade me to reconsider. When that failed, they targeted my family." Harry felt a chill. "Your family?" "My parents were already gone by then, thankfully," McGonagall said, her voice steady but with an underlying current of old pain. "But I had a brother, Robert. He was a Muggle historian, living in Edinburgh. The Death Eaters found him." "I'm sorry," Harry said quietly, understanding what remained unspoken. McGonagall nodded once, acknowledging his sympathy. "It was a long time ago, Potter. But it taught me something crucial about you-know-who. He doesn't just want to defeat his enemies. He wants to break them, to make examples of those who defy him." "Is that why you're so determined to prepare me?" Harry asked. "Because you know what he's capable of?" "Partly," McGonagall admitted. "But also because I recognize in you something I've seen in few students over my teaching career, genuine resilience. The ability to face darkness without becoming dark yourself." The compliment caught Harry off guard. McGonagall wasn't given to easy praise. "Now," she said, returning to her usual brisk manner, "I believe we were discussing precision striking spells. Let's continue with the Constrictor Curse, which targets an opponent's wand arm specifically." The session continued, but Harry found himself reflecting on this glimpse into McGonagall's past. He'd never really considered her as anything but his professor, stern, fair, competent. Learning that she had her own history of loss, her own reasons to hate Voldemort, created a new dimension to their relationship. It made him realize that her commitment to protecting him wasn't just professional duty or general concern, it was informed by personal experience, by her own encounters with the darkness they now faced together. The last week of term brought a fresh crisis. Harry was in the Gryffindor common room late one evening, reviewing his transfiguration notes, when Professor McGonagall entered, an unusual enough occurrence to immediately silence all conversation. "Potter," she said tersely, "come with me, please." The urgency in her voice set Harry on alert. He gathered his things quickly and followed her through the portrait hole. "What's happened?" he asked as soon as they were alone in the corridor. "Arthur Weasley has been attacked," McGonagall said without preamble. "He was on duty for the order and was found gravely injured." Harry felt as if the floor had dropped out from under him. "Mr. Weasley? Is he's alive, but in serious condition at St. Mungo's," McGonagall informed him, leading him swiftly through the castle. "The Weasley children are being sent home immediately. Dumbledore has arranged a portkey." "But what happened? Who attacked him?" McGonagall glanced at him sharply. "According to Dumbledore, you may already know that." Confusion gave way to dawning horror as Harry remembered his dreams from earlier that night, slithering through a dark corridor, striking at a man, tasting blood. "I saw it," he whispered. "In my dream. I was the snake." McGonagall's pace didn't falter, but her expression grew grave. "Then your connection to you-know-who remains active, despite your occlumency training." "I thought it was just a nightmare," Harry said, guilt washing over him. "If I'd realized sooner, this is not your fault, Potter," McGonagall cut him off firmly. "Whatever this connection is, it was forced upon you, not chosen." They arrived at Dumbledore's office to find Ron, Ginny, Fred, and George already there, looking pale and shocked. Dumbledore stood behind his desk, his expression somber. "Harry," he acknowledged. "I understand you witnessed the attack." All eyes turned to Harry, who shifted uncomfortably. I dreamed it. I was the snake. I saw Mr. Weasley, and I, the snake, attacked him." Ron stared at him with a mixture of horror and confusion. "You were inside you-know-who's snake? How is that possible?" "I don't know," Harry admitted. "It's happened before, seeing things from Voldemort's perspective. But never like this, never as the snake." Dumbledore and McGonagall exchanged significant looks. "The connection appears to be evolving," Dumbledore said quietly. "Becoming more immersive." "All the more reason to prioritize his occlumency," McGonagall responded, her tone making it clear this was an ongoing point of contention between them. "Indeed," Dumbledore agreed. "But for now, we must focus on getting the Weasleys to their father's side." He indicated an old teakettle on his desk. "This portkey will activate in 1 minute. It will take you directly to Grimmauld Place, where your mother will meet you before proceeding to St. Mungo's." "Harry should come too," Ron said immediately. "He saved Dad's life. If he hadn't seen it." Dumbledore hesitated, glancing at McGonagall. "I had planned for Harry to remain at Hogwarts under supervision, given the nature of this incident." "That seems unnecessarily isolating," McGonagall countered. "Potter has just experienced a traumatic event connected to you-know-who. Being with friends who understand would be beneficial." Harry felt a surge of gratitude toward McGonagall for advocating on his behalf. "Very well," Dumbledore conceded. "Harry may accompany the Weasleys. But I must insist that he continue his occlumency practice diligently during the break." "I'll arrange for Andromeda to visit Grimmauld Place," McGonagall said. "And I'll join you there myself within a few days." This last statement seemed to surprise Dumbledore. "You plan to stay at Order headquarters? Despite your withdrawal from activities?" "My issues are with certain methods and decisions, not with the Order's fundamental purpose," McGonagall replied coolly. "And certainly not with the Weasley family, who deserve support during this crisis." Before Dumbledore could respond, the teakettle began to glow blue. "Quickly," he instructed. Everyone touched the portkey. Harry and the Weasleys crowded around the desk, each placing a finger on the teakettle. As the familiar, uncomfortable sensation of portkey travel took hold, Harry caught a final glimpse of McGonagall's determined expression and Dumbledore's thoughtful one. Then they were spinning away from Hogwarts, toward Grimmauld Place and whatever complications awaited them there. Grimmauld Place was as grim as Harry remembered, though Sirius had made efforts to improve its appearance since the summer. Christmas decorations, somewhat incongruous against the dark, Gothic backdrop, had been hung throughout the house, and fires blazed in most grates, combating the perpetual chill. Sirius greeted them in the kitchen, his face lighting up at the sight of Harry despite the serious circumstances. "Harry! I didn't know you were coming too." Last-minute decision, Harry explained as Sirius pulled him into a brief, fierce hug. The Weasleys were quickly updated on their father's condition, stable but serious, and Mrs. Weasley arrived shortly after to take them to St. Mungo's, leaving Harry alone with Sirius. "McGonagall's coming here in a few days," Harry told his godfather as they sat in the kitchen with mugs of hot chocolate. "She's arranged for my occlumency teacher to visit too." Sirius raised an eyebrow. "Andromeda? My cousin? You know her well." "She was my favorite cousin growing up," Sirius said with a hint of a smile. "The only decent one in the lot, really. Got disowned for marrying a Muggle-born, Ted Tonks." "She's brilliant at occlumency," Harry said. "Much better teacher than Snape ever was." Sirius snorted. "That wouldn't be difficult. Snape's idea of teaching anything is to berate you until you either succeed out of spite or collapse from emotional exhaustion." Harry laughed despite himself, then sobered. "Sirius, do you know why McGonagall left the Order?" Sirius's expression grew more serious. The official explanation was, philosophical differences with leadership, meaning Dumbledore. "But there are rumors it had something to do with you." "It did," Harry confirmed, then hesitated. "She found my old diary. From before Hogwarts. It had stuff about the Dursleys in it." Understanding dawned in Sirius's eyes. "Ah. And she confronted Dumbledore about it?" "Yeah. She was furious that he left me there, knowing what they were like." Harry stared into his mug. "She's offered to become my magical guardian. To give me somewhere else to live." Sirius was quiet for a long moment. "I see," he said finally, his voice carefully neutral. "And how do you feel about that?" Harry looked up, suddenly worried he'd hurt his godfather's feelings. "It's not that I wouldn't rather live with you," he said quickly. "But with your situation." "You don't need to explain," Sirius assured him, though Harry thought he detected a hint of sadness in his voice. "McGonagall can offer you what I can't right now, a proper home, legal protection." "I understand. You're still my godfather," Harry said firmly. "That doesn't change." Sirius smiled, reaching over to squeeze Harry's shoulder. "I know, Harry. And honestly, McGonagall is a good choice. Stern as hell, but fiercely protective of those she cares about. A bit like a tabby cat with her kittens, all teeth and claws if anyone threatens them." The comparison made Harry smile. "She's been teaching me all sorts of advanced magic. Stuff that actually helps, not just theory." "I'm not surprised," Sirius said. "She was formidable during the First War. Did you know she once took on 5 Death Eaters simultaneously and walked away without a scratch?" "Really?" Harry asked, intrigued by this new perspective on his usually reserved professor. "Oh yes. Minerva McGonagall in battle is a sight to behold," Sirius assured him. "Transfiguration becomes something entirely different in her hands, creative, unpredictable, lethal when necessary." Harry absorbed this information, feeling increasingly confident in his decision to accept McGonagall's guidance. If even Sirius, who chafed under most authority, respected her this much, he'd clearly made the right choice. "There's something else," Harry said, deciding to confide fully in his godfather. "Dumbledore keeps hinting at some bigger plan, something about me and Voldemort that he's not ready to share yet. McGonagall doesn't know what it is, but she's concerned." Sirius's expression darkened. Dumbledore and his secrets. It's always been his way, parceling out information on a need-to-know basis, as if he alone can determine what others need to know. Do you think I should trust him? Harry asked directly. Sirius considered the question carefully. I think Dumbledore ultimately wants Voldemort defeated and you safe, he said slowly. But I also think his definition of safe might differ from yours or mine. And his methods. He trailed off, then shook his head. Let's just say I understand why McGonagall reached her breaking point. The conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Creature, who skulked and muttering about blood traitors and their half-blood friend. Sirius snapped at the elf to leave, which he did, but not without throwing a strangely calculating look at Harry first. Ignore him, Sirius advised. He's been even worse than usual lately, sneaking around, disappearing for hours. I think he's finally losing what little mind he had left. Harry nodded, though something about Creature's behavior nagged at him. Before he could mention it, however, the Weasleys returned from St. Mungo's, bringing news that Arthur was conscious and expected to recover, though he'd need to remain hospitalized for at least a week. The relief in the house was palpable, though underlying concerns remained, about the nature of Harry's vision, about the security of whatever Mr. Weasley had been guarding, about what might come next. As Harry lay in bed that night, sharing a room with Ron as before, he found himself thinking about the stark contrast between his previous Christmas holidays and what this one promised. Last year, he'd been trapped in the awkward formality of the Yule Ball and its aftermath. The year before that, he'd received his firebolt and weathered the tension of believing Sirius Black was hunting him. This year, despite the gravity of Mr. Weasley's injury, Harry felt a strange sense of anticipation. McGonagall would be arriving soon. The magical guardianship ritual was planned for the winter solstice. For the first time, he was taking active steps toward a future he chose, rather than one thrust upon him. He fell asleep thinking of stone lions charging Death Eaters and a tabby cat with square markings around its eyes, fiercely protecting what was hers. Chapter 3, The Prophecies Shadow. The day before winter solstice, Grimmauld Place hummed with subdued activity. The Weasleys shuttled between the grim old house and St. Mungo's, where Mr. Weasley was recovering well enough to complain about hospital food. Sirius, energized by a full house during the holidays, had thrown himself into Christmas preparations with almost manic enthusiasm. Harry sat cross-legged on his bed, eyes closed, practicing the mental exercises Andromeda Tonks had taught him. Visualizing his mind as a fortress with layers of protection, he methodically reinforced the walls and gateways, focusing particularly on the strange connection that had allowed him to witness Mr. Weasley's attack. A soft knock interrupted his concentration. "Come in," he called, opening his eyes. Professor McGonagall entered, looking somewhat out of place in the ancient House of Black. She wore simple dark blue robes rather than her usual emerald teaching attire, and her hair was still in its customary tight bun, though a few silver strands had escaped around her temples. "Your occlumency practice?" she asked, closing the door behind her. Harry nodded. "Mrs. Tonks said I should do it 3 times daily, especially after what happened with Mr. Weasley. A wise precaution." McGonagall conjured a straight-backed wooden chair and sat opposite him. "Has Andromeda mentioned any progress?" "She says my natural barriers are strengthening," Harry reported. "But the connection with Voldemort is different. Not like normal legilimency." McGonagall's expression tightened slightly at the name, but she didn't comment on it. "That's consistent with what I've been researching. Which brings me to the purpose of my visit today." Harry straightened, giving her his full attention. "Tomorrow is the winter solstice," McGonagall continued. "The optimal time for the magical guardianship ritual we discussed. Before we proceed, I want to ensure you fully understand what it entails and that your decision remains firm." "I'm sure," Harry said without hesitation. "But I'd like to know more about the ritual itself." McGonagall nodded approvingly. "The ritual is ancient magic, predating much of our modern legal system. It creates a magical bond between guardian and ward that provides protection similar to, though not identical to, the blood protection you currently have through your aunt. And it would mean I never have to go back to the Dursleys? Harry confirmed. Correct. The magical guardianship supersedes Muggle arrangements, particularly when the ward is a wizard. McGonagall's tone became more formal. However, you should understand that this bond is not merely symbolic. It creates magical obligations for both parties. What kind of obligations? Harry asked. For me, an oath to protect and guide you to the best of my ability, to place your welfare above political considerations, and to respect your autonomy while ensuring your safety. McGonagall met his eyes directly. For you, a commitment to heed counsel, to be truthful in matters affecting your well-being, and to accept the protective boundaries established for your safety. Harry considered this carefully. It sounds similar to what a parent would expect. It is analogous to a parent-child relationship in many ways, McGonagall acknowledged. Though adapted for your age and circumstances. You are not a small child requiring constant supervision, but neither are you yet of age in our world. And the magical protection it provides, how does that work? Harry asked. The ritual creates wards tied to both our magical signatures, McGonagall explained. My home becomes a sanctuary for you, similar to how your aunt's house has been. Additionally, I would have enhanced ability to sense if you were in grave danger, regardless of distance. Harry nodded slowly, taking this in. And what about Dumbledore? He still believes the blood protection at the Dursleys is essential. McGonagall's expression hardened slightly. The headmaster has made his opinion known. However, this decision is ultimately yours to make, not his. Has he tried to stop this? Harry asked. He has expressed concerns, McGonagall acknowledged. But even Albus Dumbledore cannot prevent a willing witch or wizard of my standing from establishing magical guardianship over a consenting minor who has been demonstrably neglected by their current guardians. There was something in her tone, a steely certainty, that reassured Harry more than any detailed explanation could have. McGonagall had clearly thought this through, had prepared for opposition. I want to do it, he confirmed. Tomorrow. What do we need to prepare? McGonagall nodded once, satisfied. The ritual itself requires little preparation, primarily our mutual intent and a few symbolic elements representing protection and trust. I've brought what we need. She indicated a small wooden box she'd placed on the bedside table. We'll perform it at dawn, when the solstice energies are strongest. Here at Grimmauld Place? Harry asked, surprised. No. For this, we need neutral ground, ideally somewhere with natural magical resonance. McGonagall's lips twitched in what might almost have been a smile. I've arranged access to a small stone circle in Scotland. It's well warded and unknown to the Ministry or Death Eaters. The thought of leaving the relative safety of Grimmauld Place made Harry slightly nervous. Is it safe to travel? We'll use a secure port key directly to the site and return immediately after, McGonagall assured him. Andromeda has agreed to serve as ritual witness, and Sirius will accompany us as additional security. Sirius is coming. Harry brightened at this news. Indeed. Though he had some initial reservations. Harry frowned. What reservations? McGonagall hesitated, seeming to choose her words carefully. I believe he worried that this arrangement might diminish his role in your life. But it doesn't, Harry said firmly. He's still my godfather. I assured him of exactly that, McGonagall said. After some discussion, he recognized the practical benefits of the arrangement, particularly given his current legal situation. Harry nodded, relieved. He'd worried about the same thing, that Sirius might feel replaced or sidelined. I should talk to him anyway, make sure he knows. A wise decision, McGonagall agreed, rising from her chair. Now, I suggest you continue your occlumency practice. Tomorrow will be magically demanding, and a clear, focused mind will be beneficial. As she turned to leave, Harry found himself asking, "Professor? Why are you doing all this? Taking on Dumbledore, risking your position at Hogwarts, becoming my guardian, it's a lot to take on." McGonagall paused, studying him with an unusually open expression. "Because it's the right thing to do, Potter." And because, she hesitated, then continued more softly, because someone should have done it long ago. You deserved better than what you received. The simple honesty of her response touched Harry deeply. "Thank you," he said quietly. McGonagall nodded once, her usual composure returning. "Rest well, Potter. I'll see you at dawn." After she left, Harry resumed his occlumency practice with renewed focus. Tomorrow would mark a fundamental change in his life, a step away from the Dursleys, from Dumbledore's distant oversight, towards something new and uncertain but filled with promise. For the first time in his memory, Harry was choosing his own family. Dawn on the winter solstice broke cold and clear over the small stone circle in the Scottish Highlands. Frost glittered on the ancient stones, and the sky blushed pink and gold as the sun's first rays touched the horizon. Their breath formed clouds in the frigid air as Harry, McGonagall, Sirius, and Andromeda Tonks stood within the circle. Harry had been surprised by the Portkey journey, expecting the usual nauseating spin. He'd instead experienced a smooth, swift transition, like stepping through a doorway from Grimmauld Place directly to this remote hillside. Modified Portkey, McGonagall had explained briefly. Less detectable. Now they stood in position around a small stone altar at the circle's center. McGonagall had transfigured their everyday clothes into formal white robes for the ritual, a stark contrast against the winter landscape. Harry shivered slightly, though whether from cold or anticipation, he couldn't tell. The winter solstice marks the longest night, after which light begins to return to the world, McGonagall began, her voice carrying clearly in the still morning air. It is a time of transition and renewal, making it ideal for the establishment of new bonds and protections. She opened the wooden box Harry had seen the previous day, removing several items, a small silver knife, a crystal phial containing a clear liquid, a length of golden cord, and what appeared to be a polished stone bearing ancient runes. "Andromeda, as witness, will you confirm that both parties enter this guardianship willingly and with full understanding?" McGonagall asked formally. Andromeda Tonks, her resemblance to Bellatrix Lestrange softened by warm eyes and a gentle expression, stepped forward. "I have spoken with both Minerva McGonagall and Harry Potter separately. I attest that both enter this bond willingly and with full understanding of its implications and obligations." Sirius, unusually solemn in his white robes, nodded his approval. Harry had spoken with him at length the previous evening, reassuring his godfather that this new arrangement wouldn't replace the special relationship they shared. "I'm glad you're doing this, Harry," Sirius had told him. "Minnie will keep you safe in ways I can't right now. And when my name is cleared," his eyes had gleamed with determination, "we'll figure out how to be a proper family, all of us." McGonagall placed the rune stone on the altar. This stone comes from Hogwarts itself, carved with symbols of protection and kinship that date to the founder's time. Next, she unspooled the golden cord. This represents the bond between guardian and ward, flexible yet strong, allowing growth while providing support. She turned to Harry, her expression solemn. "Are you prepared, Potter?" Harry nodded. "I am." "Then we begin." McGonagall took up the small silver knife and, without flinching, made a shallow cut across her palm. She handed the knife to Harry, who followed suit, wincing slightly at the sharp sting. Together, they allowed several drops of blood to fall upon the rune stone, which seemed to absorb the liquid, the ancient markings briefly glowing red before returning to normal. "With blood freely given, I, Minerva McGonagall, offer protection, guidance, and sanctuary to Harry James Potter," McGonagall intoned. "I swear to defend his welfare, to respect his autonomy, and to place his needs above political expediency. I offer him home and hearth, counsel and care, as his magical guardian until he comes of age." The golden cord began to glow softly, rising into the air of its own accord. Harry, following the instructions McGonagall had given him, spoke next. "I, Harry James Potter, accept Minerva McGonagall as my magical guardian. I commit to heed her counsel, to be truthful in matters affecting my well-being, and to respect the boundaries established for my protection. I accept her home as my sanctuary and her guidance as my support until I come of age." The golden cord brightened, floating between them, weaving intricate patterns in the air before settling in a circle around their joined, bleeding hands. McGonagall took up the crystal phial. "This contains water from the Black Lake at Hogwarts, where both our magical journeys converged. It represents the continuing flow of knowledge and protection from one generation to the next." She poured the water over their joined hands, washing away the blood. As the diluted blood droplets fell upon the stone altar, the entire circle of standing stones began to hum with magic, vibrating at a frequency Harry could feel in his bones. "By blood and water, by word and intent, by stone and earth, the guardianship is sealed," McGonagall declared. The golden cord flashed brilliantly and then dissolved into particles of light that seemed to sink into both their skin. A wave of warmth spread through Harry's body, settling finally in his chest, a comforting presence, like sitting before a hearth fire after being out in the cold. "It is done," Andromeda confirmed softly. "The bond has taken." Sirius stepped forward, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder. "Congratulations, both of you." McGonagall nodded to him, then turned back to Harry. "How do you feel, Potter?" Harry took a moment to assess the new sensation, the warmth in his chest, a subtle awareness of McGonagall's presence that hadn't been there before. "Good," he said finally. "Different, but good. I can sort of feel the connection." "As can I," McGonagall confirmed. "It will become less noticeable over time, settling into the background of your awareness. But it will remain active, particularly if either of us is in danger." Harry nodded, still marveling at the magic they'd just performed. It felt ancient and profound in a way that classroom spells never did, elemental magic tied to blood and earth and intent. "What happens now?" he asked. "Now we return to Grimmauld Place for breakfast," McGonagall said practically. "And then we have much to discuss regarding next steps." As they prepared to activate the return port key, Harry noticed Sirius watching them with a complex expression, pride and sadness and something like resignation all mixed together. "Sirius?" Harry said quietly as McGonagall and Andromeda conversed a few steps away. "Are you really okay with this?" Sirius seemed to shake himself, his usual roguish smile returning. "More than okay, Harry. I'm happy for you." He glanced at McGonagall, lowering his voice. "Minerva McGonagall is one of the finest witches I've ever known. Stern as hell, mind you, she'll expect a lot from you. But she'll move mountains to protect what's hers." He squeezed Harry's shoulder. "And now that includes you." Harry nodded, warmed by Sirius's approval and the new connection he could feel within him. As they all touched the port key, a simple woolen glove, he felt a surge of hope stronger than anything he'd experienced in a long time. Whatever lay ahead, he would no longer face it alone. Back at Grimmauld Place, a celebratory breakfast awaited them, courtesy of Mrs. Weasley, who had returned from an early visit to St. Mungo's. Though she didn't fully understand the magical guardianship, looking slightly confused when Sirius explained it, she grasped enough to know it was significant. "So you'll be living with Professor McGonagall during holidays now?" she asked Harry, serving him a generous portion of scrambled eggs. "Not those terrible muggles." "That's right," Harry confirmed, unable to keep a smile from his face. "Well, I think it's wonderful," Mrs. Weasley declared, patting his hand. "Though you'll still come visit us at the Burrow, I hope." "Of course," Harry assured her. "Nothing could keep me away." After breakfast, McGonagall suggested they convene in the Black family library. "There's research to be done," she explained. "Questions that need answers before we return to Hogwarts." The Black Library was a gloomy room lined with ancient tomes, many bearing ominous titles related to dark magic. Sirius rarely entered it, preferring to avoid reminders of his family's obsession with blood purity in dark arts. "What exactly are we researching?" Harry asked as McGonagall closed the door behind them. "Several things," she replied, waving her wand to light additional lamps around the room. "First, alternatives to the blood protection at your aunt's home, now that we've established the guardianship. Second, and perhaps more urgently, information about your connection to you-know-who." Harry's hand unconsciously went to his scar. "Do you think we might find something here that Dumbledore doesn't already know?" "Possibly," McGonagall said. "The Black Library contains rare texts not available even in the restricted section at Hogwarts. And..." She hesitated. "I believe the headmaster may have theories he hasn't shared, even with the Order." "About my connection to Voldemort?" Harry asked. McGonagall nodded. "After what happened with Arthur Weasley, you experiencing the attack through the snake's perspective, I began to wonder if there might be something more to your scar than a simple curse mark." "Like what?" "I'm not certain," McGonagall admitted. "But I have suspicions, particularly given how you-know-who survived his apparent death the night your parents were killed." Sirius, who had been listening from the doorway, stepped fully into the library now. "You're talking about soul magic," he said grimly. "Aren't you, Minerva?" McGonagall glanced at him sharply. "You've considered it too, then. Living in this house, surrounded by generations of dark magical artifacts and books. It's crossed my mind." Sirius moved to a locked cabinet in the corner of the room. "Especially after Regulus." "Regulus?" Harry asked. "Your brother." Sirius nodded, his expression darkening as he unlocked the cabinet with a tap of his wand. "My brother joined the Death Eaters young, thought it would make our parents proud. But something happened. He got in too deep, saw something that horrified him." He removed a thin, black leather-bound book from the cabinet. "Before he died, was killed, rather, he left this hidden with a note for me." "What is it?" McGonagall asked, eyeing the book with caution. "Regulus's journal," Sirius replied. "I found it years after his death, when I briefly returned here after escaping Azkaban. I've only read parts, it's difficult." He handed the book to McGonagall. "But there's a section where he mentions Voldemort entrusting something important to Bellatrix, something related to immortality." McGonagall's eyes widened as she carefully opened the journal. "Did he specify what?" "No," Sirius said. "But he used a term I'd only seen in the darkest family texts, Horcrux." The word seemed to drop into the room like a stone, creating ripples of tension. McGonagall's face paled. "What's a Horcrux?" Harry asked, noting both adults' reactions. McGonagall and Sirius exchanged glances. Finally, McGonagall spoke, her voice uncharacteristically hesitant. "A Horcrux is one of the darkest magical objects possible," she explained. "It's created through an act of supreme evil, murder, which tears the soul. That fragment is then sealed within an object, anchoring the person to the mortal world even if their body is destroyed." Harry felt cold horror washing over him. So Voldemort made one of these Horcruxes. That's why he didn't die when the killing curse rebounded. "It would explain his survival," McGonagall confirmed. "And possibly his appearance when he returned, less than human. But what does this have to do with my scar? With the connection?" McGonagall's hesitation was answer enough. Harry felt his stomach drop. You think I'm a Horcrux? That I have a piece of Voldemort's soul in me?" "I don't know," McGonagall said firmly. "But it would explain the connection, the ability to see through his snake's eyes, the Parseltongue ability you inexplicably share with him." Harry felt suddenly dizzy, sitting heavily in the nearest chair. "If that's true, what does it mean? For defeating him? For me?" Sirius crossed the room swiftly, kneeling beside Harry's chair. "It means we find a way to remove it," he said fiercely. "If that's what this is, we find a way to get it out of you without harming you." McGonagall nodded in agreement. Precisely. Which is why we're researching, to confirm or disprove this theory, and to identify solutions either way. Harry tried to process this horrifying possibility. A piece of Voldemort living inside him all these years. The thought made him feel violated, contaminated. Yet it made a terrible kind of sense, explaining dreams, visions, his ability to speak to snakes. If Dumbledore suspected this, he said slowly, it might explain why he's been avoiding me this year. Why he's been so secretive about his plans. McGonagall's expression tightened. If Albus has known or suspected this and not taken action, or at least informed you. She didn't finish the sentence, but her disapproval was evident. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Sirius cautioned. We don't know for certain that this is what's happening. He turned to the bookshelves. We need more information, about Horcruxes specifically, and soul magic generally. McGonagall was already scanning Regulus's journal. There's a reference here to another book, Secrets of the Darkest Art. Does the Black Library have a copy? Almost certainly, Sirius grimaced. My dear mother made sure we had all the darkest texts available. He began searching the shelves. Though some might be hidden or protected. They spent the next several hours combing through the Black family's extensive dark arts collection. Harry alternated between helping search and sitting quietly, trying to come to terms with the possibility that he might be harboring a fragment of his enemy's soul. By mid-afternoon, they had assembled a small collection of relevant texts. McGonagall was deeply absorbed in Secrets of the Darkest Art, her expression growing increasingly grim as she read. This confirms that a Horcrux can be created through murder, she reported. The process is abhorrent. I won't detail it. Does it say how to destroy one? Harry asked, the question that had been burning in his mind. Yes, McGonagall said carefully. A Horcrux must be damaged beyond magical repair. Fiend fire, basilisk venom, possibly other substances of similar destructive power. Harry felt a chill. But if I'm a Horcrux? Then we find another way, Sirius interrupted firmly. There's always another way. McGonagall nodded. The situation would be unprecedented. A living Horcrux, a person, would be fundamentally different from an inanimate object. Wait, Harry said suddenly, remembering something. In second year, I destroyed Tom Riddle's diary with a basilisk fang. It bled black ink, and there was a screaming sound when I stabbed it. McGonagall and Sirius exchanged startled looks. The diary was a Horcrux, Sirius realized. It must have been. Which means you know who made more than one, McGonagall concluded grimly. Splitting his soul multiple times. How many could he have made? Harry asked, horrified. Traditional magical theory suggests that 7 is the most magically powerful number, McGonagall said. If he was pursuing immortality, he might have aimed for a 7-part soul, the main portion plus 6 Horcruxes. Or 7 Horcruxes plus the main portion, for an 8-part soul, Sirius suggested darkly. Either way, McGonagall continued, if the diary was 1, and potentially. Harry. That still leaves others unaccounted for. Dumbledore must know about this, Harry said. He examined the diary after I destroyed it. He must have recognized what it was. I believe you're right, McGonagall agreed. Which raises questions about what else he knows and hasn't shared. Sirius had been flipping through another ancient tome. Here's something, he said suddenly. About transferring soul fragments. He read aloud, the extraction of a soul fragment from a living host requires precise magical alignment and the host's complete willingness to release the foreign essence. The ritual is complex but non-lethal if performed correctly, unlike destruction of traditional vessel-bound fragments. Hope flickered in Harry's chest. So there might be a way to remove it without killing me. If this text is accurate, McGonagall cautioned, taking the book from Sirius to examine it more closely. Though we're still operating on supposition that this is what's happening. We need to know for certain, Harry said firmly. Is there a way to detect a Horcrux? To confirm if that's what my scar is? McGonagall considered this. There might be. Traditional revealing spells wouldn't be sufficient, but I know someone who might help, Bathsheba Babbling, the ancient runes professor at Hogwarts. She specializes in detection of magical signatures embedded in objects or locations. Could she be trusted with this? Sirius asked skeptically. I believe so, McGonagall said. She has no love for the Ministry's current regime, and she's always maintained independence from Dumbledore's inner circle. Harry nodded slowly, processing all this information. So when we return to Hogwarts, we talk to Professor Babbling. And in the meantime? In the meantime, we continue researching, McGonagall finished. And you continue your occlumency. If there is a soul fragment, strengthening your mental barriers might help contain its influence. There's something else we should discuss, Sirius said, his expression serious. The prophecy. If we're talking about ways to defeat Voldemort, we can't ignore it. Harry looked between them. Do either of you know what it says? The full version? No, McGonagall admitted. Only Dumbledore knows the entire contents. All I know is that it was made by Sybil Trelawney shortly before your birth, and that it somehow marked you as particularly important to you-know-who's defeat. Voldemort only heard part of it, Harry added. That's why he's trying to get the full version from the Department of Mysteries. How do you know that? Sirius asked sharply. Harry hesitated. I've been seeing things. In dreams. Voldemort is obsessed with a door, which I now realize must be in the Department of Mysteries. He wants something behind it. McGonagall's expression grew concerned. This is precisely why your occlumency is crucial, Potter. These visions are dangerous, both in the information they might reveal to you and what you-know-who might learn from your mind. But what if we could use this connection? Harry suggested. To learn his plans, to find the other Horcruxes? Absolutely not, McGonagall said firmly. The risk is too great. You-know-who is an accomplished legilimens. If he realizes you're watching his thoughts, he could plant false visions, manipulate you. Harry wanted to argue but recognized the wisdom in her caution. So what do we do about the prophecy? Just let Voldemort keep trying to steal it. The prophecy is well protected, Sirius assured him. And it can only be retrieved by those it concerns directly, meaning you or Voldemort himself. He can't exactly walk into the Ministry these days. Which is why he's been using others, Harry realized. Like the snake that attacked Mr. Weasley. McGonagall nodded grimly. Arthur was guarding the entrance to the Department of Mysteries that night. A new thought occurred to Harry. Could I retrieve the prophecy? Hear it for myself? McGonagall and Sirius exchanged glances. Technically, yes, Sirius said slowly. But entering the Ministry would be extremely dangerous for you right now. Not necessarily, McGonagall countered thoughtfully. With proper planning and the right opportunity, it might be possible. She fixed Harry with a stern look. However, I would need to be convinced that knowing the prophecy's contents is truly necessary before risking such an operation. Harry considered this. If the prophecy explains why Voldemort targeted me specifically, why I'm so important to defeating him, then doesn't that make it essential information? Especially if we're dealing with Horcruxes and soul fragments. McGonagall couldn't argue with his logic. You make a fair point. Let me consider the possibilities. The Ministry holds tours for prospective employees during certain holiday periods. With appropriate disguise and documentation, we might utilize such an opportunity. I'm coming too, Sirius declared. Polyjuiced, obviously. Sirius, the risk, McGonagall began. Is worth taking, he finished firmly. James and Lily's son deserves to know what fate has in store for him, and I refuse to let him face it without support. McGonagall relented with a nod. Very well. Let me make inquiries. The ministry often runs special programs during the holiday break for seventh-year students considering government careers. As they continued their research into the afternoon, Harry felt overwhelmed by the morning's revelations. The possibility that he carried a piece of Voldemort's soul, the plans to potentially retrieve the prophecy, the new magical guardianship, it was almost too much to process. Yet underneath the anxiety and uncertainty, there was something else, a sense of finally moving forward, of taking action rather than simply reacting to events as they unfolded around him. Whatever lay ahead, Horcruxes, prophecies, battles, at least now he wouldn't face it in ignorance or alone. 3 days later, Harry stood in the atrium of the Ministry of Magic, barely recognizable under a combination of glamour charms and physical alterations. His hair was straight and light brown, his eyes blue instead of green, his famous scar hidden beneath expertly applied cosmetics that even Hermione had admired. Muggle makeup works better than charms sometimes, McGonagall had explained when applying it. Less magical signature to detect. Beside him stood Professor Maeve Douglas, of Hogwarts, McGonagall transfigured to appear as a middle-aged witch with auburn hair and rounder features. On his other side was Cousin Malcolm, Sirius transformed through polyjuice into a burly man with graying blonde hair and a thick mustache. They had joined a ministry holiday tour for exceptional Newt-level students considering careers in magical government. Their documentation, created by McGonagall with surprising skill at magical forgery, identified Harry as Henry Pruitt, a homeschooled student whose academic credentials had raised no suspicions. "Remember," McGonagall murmured as they followed the cheerful tour guide toward the security desk, "we stay with the group until floor 9. When the tour moves to the Department of Magical Transportation, we'll implement the diversion and proceed to mysteries." Harry nodded slightly, trying to appear like an eager student rather than a nervous infiltrator. The plan was elegant in its simplicity. Fred and George, enthusiastically recruited to the cause, though not told all the details, had provided several of their prototype products to create a distraction in the atrium at precisely 3:15 p.m., when their tour would be on level 9. At the security desk, Harry held his breath as his wand was registered. McGonagall had temporarily transfigured the physical characteristics of his Holly and Phoenix feather wand, another remarkable bit of magic he hadn't known was possible. 11 inches, Rowan and unicorn hair, the security wizard read from his detector, not looking up. "That right?" "Yes, sir," Harry replied in the slightly deeper voice he'd been practicing. The tour proceeded smoothly through various departments. They viewed the Wisengamot chambers, currently empty, visited the Department of International Magical Cooperation, and were now heading toward level 9, which housed both the Department of Mysteries and the Department of Magical Transportation. The Department of Mysteries employs unspeakables who research the most profound magical questions of our time, the guide explained as they approached a plain black door at the end of a corridor. "Due to the sensitive nature of their work, we cannot enter, but behind this door lie studies of thought, time, space, death, and other fundamental aspects of magical existence." Harry stared at the door, recognizing it instantly from his dreams. This was the entrance Voldemort was so obsessed with, the gateway to the prophecy. Just as the guide was turning to lead them toward transportation instead, a tremendous commotion erupted from the atrium many floors above. Even at this distance, they could hear shouts and what sounded like a swarm of angry bees. "What in Merlin's name?" the guide exclaimed as several security wizards ran past them toward the elevators. Right on cue, a silver cat Patronus appeared beside McGonagall, speaking in what sounded like Tonks's voice, "Security breach in atrium. All tour guides report to main entrance immediately." The guide looked flustered. "I'm terribly sorry, but I need to address this situation. Please remain here. I'll return shortly." She hurried toward the elevators, leaving the small group of students and chaperones alone in the corridor. McGonagall immediately took charge. "Students, for your safety, please proceed to the next scheduled stop. Professor Wilkins will lead you." She nodded to another chaperone, who looked relieved to have direction. As the rest of the group moved away, McGonagall, Sirius, and Harry remained behind, pressing themselves into an alcove until the others had disappeared around a corner. "We have approximately 5 minutes," McGonagall said quietly. "The distraction in the atrium is designed to last only that long before dissipating." Sirius was already moving toward the black door, his wand out. No external locks detected, but there might be wards. McGonagall performed a quick series of detection spells. Basic identity verification only. The security is internal, not external. They assume no unauthorized person would reach this point. "Their mistake," Sirius muttered, pushing the door open. They entered a circular room with identical black doors all around, illuminated by blue-flamed candles. As soon as they closed the entry door behind them, the wall began to rotate rapidly, the doors blurring into a continuous circle. "Anti-intruder measure," McGonagall noted calmly when the spinning stopped. "To prevent visitors from remembering which door they entered through." "How do we find the prophecies?" Harry asked, looking at the identical doors. Sirius grinned, looking more like himself despite the unfamiliar face. "We ask, of course." He pointed his wand at the ceiling. "Point me prophecies." His wand tugged his hand toward one of the doors. "Useful spell, that," he winked at Harry. "Learned it during Auror training." "Which you never completed," McGonagall reminded him dryly. Details," Sirius waved dismissively, already opening the indicated door. Beyond lay a vast, cathedral-like room filled with towering shelves holding small glass spheres, each glowing with a dim inner light. The silence was absolute, their footsteps muffled as if the very air absorbed sound. "The Hall of Prophecy," McGonagall whispered. "Every recorded prophecy in British magical history is stored here." "How do we find mine?" Harry asked, overwhelmed by the immensity of the collection. "Prophecies are filed chronologically and then alphabetically by subject," McGonagall explained. "Yours would be from 1980, concerning you and you-know-who." They made their way through the towering shelves, following the dating system. Finally, in a row labeled 1970 to 1980, Sirius spotted it. "Here," he called softly. "SPT to APWBD, Dark Lord and Harry Potter." Harry approached the shelf, staring at the small glass sphere with his name on it. This innocuous object contained information that had shaped his entire life, had led to his parents' murders, had marked him before he was even born. "Only you can remove it," McGonagall reminded him. "As one of the subjects." With a deep breath, Harry reached out and took the prophecy orb from its stand. It was warm to the touch, almost alive, the swirling mist inside pulsing gently. "Now what?" he asked, holding the delicate sphere carefully. "Now we leave, quickly," McGonagall said. Before, a slow clapping sound echoed through the vast chamber, cutting her off mid-sentence. From behind a nearby shelf stepped a tall figure with long, white blonde hair. "Well done, Potter," Lucius Malfoy drawled, his wand pointed casually in their direction. "You've saved us considerable trouble by retrieving the prophecy yourself." Harry's heart sank as more figures emerged from the shadows, at least half a dozen Death Eaters in their distinctive masks, forming a loose circle around them. "How predictable you are," Malfoy continued. "We knew eventually you'd come for it yourself. We've been monitoring for any unusual ministry visits, any suspicious tour groups." He smiled coldly. "Your disguises are impressive, I'll grant you that. But the timing, right after the attack on Arthur Weasley. Too convenient." McGonagall stepped slightly in front of Harry, her transfigured appearance melting away as she dropped the glamour to free her full magical power. "You're outnumbered, Lucius." Malfoy laughed. "I count 3 of you and 7 of us, Minerva. Your arithmetic seems faulty." "Quality over quantity," Sirius growled, also dropping his disguise as the polyjuice began to wear off naturally. "Surely you remember that from school, Lucius. When James and I handed you your, enough," a harsh female voice interrupted as another Death Eater stepped forward, removing her mask to reveal the wild, sunken features of Bellatrix Lestrange. The Dark Lord wants the prophecy, and the boy. Her gaze fixed on Sirius with malicious delight. Oh, and look, my dear cousin has joined us. 2 prizes for the Dark Lord today. Harry clutched the prophecy tightly, mind racing. They were indeed outnumbered, and escape routes were limited. The ministry might be full of employees, but down here in the Department of Mysteries, no one would hear a battle. What's the plan? He whispered to McGonagall. When I move, be ready, she murmured back. Sirius, cover our retreat. Sirius gave the slightest nod, shifting his stance subtly. Now, Potter, Malfoy said, extending his hand. The prophecy, if you please. Hand it over, and perhaps we'll allow your companions to leave unharmed. You're lying, Harry said flatly. Voldemort wants all of us dead. Several Death Eaters hissed at the name, but Malfoy remained composed. The Dark Lord wants the prophecy intact above all. Your death, while desirable, is secondary to that goal today. Enough talk, Bellatrix snarled. Give us the prophecy, or watch us torture your friends to death. Harry felt a sudden calm descend over him, the clarity that sometimes came in moments of extreme danger. He remembered his training with McGonagall, their practice duels, the strategies they developed. Assess. Plan. Act. The Death Eaters were arranged in a loose semicircle. The exit was behind them, but there was another door to their right that might lead to a different part of the department. The prophecy shelves themselves provided both obstacles and potential weapons. He caught McGonagall's eye and gave the slightest nod toward the side door. She blinked once in acknowledgement. All right, Harry said to Malfoy, taking a half-step forward as if to surrender. Just don't hurt them. As he extended his hand with the prophecy, he suddenly dropped to one knee. McGonagall, moving with the speed and precision that had impressed him in training, cast a powerful blasting curse not at the Death Eaters but at the shelves beside them. The towering rack of prophecies teetered and then collapsed with a tremendous crash, hundreds of glass spheres shattering as they hit the floor. Spectral figures rose from the broken orbs, their overlapping voices creating a cacophony of predictions and portents. In the confusion, Sirius cast a wide-area stunner that knocked back the closest Death Eaters. Run, he shouted. Harry sprinted toward the side door, McGonagall beside him, Sirius covering their retreat with a barrage of hexes and curses. Spells from the pursuing Death Eaters flew past them, shattering more prophecy orbs and adding to the chaos of ghostly voices and swirling mist. They burst through the side door into another chamber, a large, amphitheater-like room dominated by a stone archway on a raised dais. A tattered black veil hung from the arch, moving slightly as if in a gentle breeze, though the air was still. Not this way, Sirius said urgently, grabbing Harry's arm. That's the death chamber. The veil is dangerous. They veered toward another exit, but it burst open before they reached it. Bellatrix and 2 other Death Eaters poured through, cutting off their escape. No more running, itty-bitty Potter, Bellatrix sing-songed, her wand trained on Harry. Give us the prophecy, or watch your godfather die screaming. McGonagall stepped in front of both Harry and Sirius, her wand moving in a complex pattern. The stone floor beneath the Death Eaters' feet suddenly transfigured into quicksand, causing them to sink rapidly to their knees. Impressive, Minerva, Lucius Malfoy's voice came from behind as he and the remaining Death Eaters entered through the door they'd just used. But ultimately futile. They were surrounded now, backed against the raised dais with the mysterious archway. Harry clutched the prophecy in one hand, his wand in the other, trying to remember everything McGonagall had taught him about fighting multiple opponents. When I say now, McGonagall murmured, barely moving her lips, cast your strongest shield charm around yourself and Sirius. Before Harry could ask what she planned to do, McGonagall raised her wand high above her head and brought it down in a slashing motion. The ceiling of the chamber, or rather, specific stones within it, transformed into a flock of razor-beaked hawks that dive-bombed the Death Eaters with military precision. Now! McGonagall shouted. Harry cast the modified shield charm they'd practiced, creating a dome that enclosed himself and Sirius. McGonagall remained outside it, her wand a blur of motion as she engaged in simultaneous duels with Malfoy and another Death Eater. "We have to help her," Harry said frantically, watching as McGonagall deflected curses with incredible skill but was gradually being forced back toward the archway. "She knows what she's doing," Sirius assured him, though his expression was tense. "The shield is buying her time to implement the next phase." As if on cue, McGonagall slashed her wand toward the benches lining the amphitheater. They uprooted themselves and flew toward the Death Eaters like battering rams. 2 were struck directly, flying backward into the walls. Bellatrix, who had freed herself from the quicksand, barely dodged in time. "You've gotten better since the last war, Minerva," she cackled, sending a jet of purple flame toward McGonagall that the professor deflected into the stone floor, leaving a smoking crater. "But you're still holding back. Still too noble to use what it takes to win. Unlike you, Bellatrix, I don't need to resort to unforgivables to be effective," McGonagall replied coolly, transfiguring the crater into a swirling vortex that began sucking in everything nearby, including Bellatrix's robes. The Death Eater slashed her wand, severing the caught fabric to free herself. Harry had never seen McGonagall duel at full capacity before. Even during their training sessions, she had clearly been restraining herself. Now, facing multiple Death Eaters, she moved with fluid grace, her spellwork so fast that individual incantations blended into a continuous flow of magic. Through the transparent shield, Harry saw Lucius Malfoy circling to flank McGonagall. "Drop the shield on my mark," Sirius muttered. 3, 2, 1, now. Harry cancelled the shield charm. In perfect synchronization, he and Sirius cast stunners at Malfoy from different angles. Caught by surprise, Malfoy managed to block Sirius's spell but was hit squarely by Harry's, crumpling to the floor. Bellatrix shrieked with rage, abandoning her duel with McGonagall to launch a barrage of curses at Sirius. "You'll pay for that, cousin." Crucio. Sirius dodged the unforgivable, but another Death Eater's hex caught him in the shoulder, spinning him around. Harry cast the strongest shield charm he knew around his godfather, then turned to find himself face to face with a masked Death Eater. Acting on instinct and training, Harry transfigured the stone beneath the Death Eater's feet into ice, the same technique he'd used against Dullahav in Hogsmeade. As the Death Eater slipped, Harry followed with a precise cutting hex to the wand hand, causing him to drop his wand with a howl of pain. "Potter!" McGonagall called. She had temporarily incapacitated her opponents and was creating what appeared to be a portal in the wall, a swirling gateway that hadn't been there before. "This way." Harry began moving toward her, but a sickly yellow curse from Bellatrix struck the floor at his feet, exploding in a shower of stone fragments that sliced his face and arms. He stumbled, nearly dropping the prophecy. "Harry!" Sirius shouted, engaging Bellatrix directly, their wands a blur as they exchanged increasingly vicious spells. McGonagall was suddenly beside Harry, helping him up, her shield charm deflecting another curse aimed at them. "The portal leads to the atrium," she explained hurriedly. "A direct extraction path for emergencies." "Sirius," Harry began. "We'll follow," McGonagall assured him, steering him toward the portal. "Go." Harry hesitated, looking back at his godfather. Sirius and Bellatrix were now dueling on the raised dais, dangerously close to the mysterious archway with its fluttering veil. "I've got this, Harry," Sirius called, deflecting one of Bellatrix's curses and retaliating with a hex that made her shriek in pain. "Get the prophecy out of here." With a final reluctant nod, Harry turned and stepped into the portal McGonagall had created. There was a sensation of compression, similar to apparition but less intense, and then he was standing in the atrium of the ministry, which was now in chaos. Alarms blared, security wizards ran in all directions, and the remains of Fred and George's diversion, what appeared to be hundreds of miniature Cornish pixies made of blue smoke, still swarmed near the ceiling. McGonagall emerged from the portal behind him, immediately sealing it with a complex motion of her wand. Security containment, she explained. No one else can use that path now. But Sirius, Harry protested. Knows alternate routes, McGonagall assured him. He spent months studying Ministry blueprints during his Auror training. Harry clutched the prophecy orb tightly, his hands slick with blood from the cuts on his arm. What now? Now we leave, quickly, before security establishes a lockdown. McGonagall cast a hasty healing charm on his most severe cuts, then reapplied their disguises with remarkable composure given the circumstances. Remember, you're Henry Pruitt, a student on tour. Look appropriately confused by the commotion, but not panicked. They made their way across the atrium, McGonagall guiding them confidently toward a bank of fireplaces that were still active for departures. No one paid them particular attention, two more slightly disheveled visitors trying to leave amid the confusion. What about Sirius? Harry asked as they joined the queue of witches and wizards waiting to use the flue. He'll make his way back to Grimmauld Place, McGonagall said, though Harry detected a hint of concern beneath her confident tone. He knows what to do if cornered. They were nearly at the front of the queue when a cold voice rang out across the atrium, "Stop them." Harry turned to see Lucius Malfoy emerging from an elevator, his usual composure shattered, blood streaming from a gash on his forehead. Beside him stood Bellatrix Lestrange, wild-eyed and furious. "Those two!" Malfoy shouted, pointing directly at Harry and McGonagall. "Intruders! Death Eater attack in the Department of Mysteries." Security wizards immediately began moving toward them, wands drawn. "Change of plans," McGonagall said tersely. With a swift movement, she cast some kind of confusion charm at the approaching security personnel, temporarily disorienting them. "Run for the flue. I'll be right behind you." Harry sprinted for the nearest fireplace, prophecy clutched tightly in his hand. Behind him, he heard spellfire as McGonagall held off their pursuers. "Grimmauld Place," he shouted, throwing flue powder into the flames and leaping in. The familiar spinning sensation took hold, fireplaces whirling past in a dizzying blur. He stumbled out onto the hearth of the kitchen at Grimmauld Place, immediately turning back to watch for McGonagall. Seconds stretched into a minute of agonizing waiting. Finally, the flames flared green and McGonagall stepped through, looking singed and slightly disheveled but otherwise intact. "Sealed the flue behind me," she reported briskly, already casting protective enchantments around the kitchen. "Standard Ministry lockdown procedure. No one else will be able to follow immediately." "What about Sirius?" Harry asked, the absence of his godfather growing more concerning by the second. McGonagall's expression tightened. "He was still dueling Bellatrix when I left, but she appeared in the atrium shortly after." "That suggests." "She didn't finish, but she didn't need to. If Bellatrix had left the death chamber but Sirius hadn't." "We have to go back," Harry said urgently. "He could be hurt, captured. We can't, Potter," McGonagall said firmly, though her eyes showed genuine concern. "The Ministry will be in complete lockdown by now. And if Sirius has been captured, rushing back would only result in our capture as well." "Then what do we do?" Harry demanded, panic rising. "We wait," McGonagall said, her calm tone belied by the tension in her posture. "Sirius knows multiple ways out of the Ministry. And we have other Order members who work there who can make discreet inquiries." Harry paced the kitchen, still clutching the prophecy orb that had cost them so much to retrieve. Part of him wanted to smash it against the wall in frustration. "At least we got what we came for," he said bitterly, holding up the sphere. "Let's hear what was worth all this." McGonagall nodded solemnly. "Yes. Perhaps understanding the prophecy will help us determine our next steps." Harry placed the orb on the kitchen table. After a moment's hesitation, he tapped it with his wand. The sphere cracked open like an egg, and a misty figure rose from it, Professor Trelawney, her eyes unfocused, her voice harsh and unlike her usual dreamy tone, the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. "Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. The spectral figure dissolved, leaving Harry and McGonagall staring at the empty space where it had been. Either must die at the hand of the other, Harry repeated slowly. Neither can live while the other survives. He looked at McGonagall. It means I have to kill him, doesn't it? Or he has to kill me. There's no other way. McGonagall's face had gone very pale. It appears so, she said quietly. Though prophecies are notoriously subject to interpretation. What interpretation? Harry asked, his voice rising. It's pretty bloody clear. It's him or me. Before McGonagall could respond, the kitchen door burst open. Remus Lupin stood there, his face ashen. It's serious, he said, his voice breaking. He fell through the veil in the death chamber. Kingsley just sent word. Harry felt as if the floor had dropped from beneath him. Fell through, what does that mean? Is he hurt? Lupin's expression was answer enough. The veil is a gateway, Harry. To death. Those who pass through it don't return. No, Harry whispered, shock giving way to horrified denial. No, that can't be right. He was just dueling, he was holding his own. Bellatrix caught him with a stunner, Lupin said gently. He was too close to the archway. When he fell, he passed through the veil. Harry turned to McGonagall, desperate for her to contradict this, to offer some logical alternative. But her face showed only grief and grim confirmation. The death chamber houses one of the department's oldest artifacts, she said quietly. A direct portal to the afterlife, studied by unspeakables for centuries. Passage through it is irreversible. You're saying he's dead? Harry's voice cracked. Just like that? No body, no. Nothing. Lupin stepped forward, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder. I'm so sorry, Harry. The reality crashed down on him like a physical weight. Sirius was gone. His godfather, his last real connection to his parents, the closest thing to family he'd had died helping him retrieve a prophecy that only confirmed what he'd always feared, that he was destined either to become a killer or to be killed. The prophecy orb, now empty of its secret, sat innocuously on the table. With a cry of rage and grief, Harry swept it to the floor, where it shattered into countless glittering fragments. Potter, McGonagall said, her voice gentler than he'd ever heard it. Harry. But Harry couldn't bear comfort, couldn't face either of them. He turned and fled the kitchen, taking the stairs 2 at a time, running blindly until he found himself in Sirius's bedroom. It was exactly as his godfather had left it that morning, bed unmade, a half-empty glass of water on the nightstand, a book splayed open on the pillow. Evidence of a life interrupted, a return expected. Harry sank to his knees beside the bed, the full weight of loss finally breaking through his shock. Sirius was gone. Gone in an instant, because he had come to help Harry, to protect him. Another person who had died because of him. Because of the prophecy. Because of Voldemort. Outside the room, he could hear McGonagall and Lupin talking in low, urgent voices. Words drifted through the door: order, ministry, security breach, Death Eaters captured. But none of it mattered. Sirius was gone, and all Harry had to show for it was a prophecy that promised more death to come. Grief has its own geography, territories of pain that must be traversed without shortcuts. In the days following Sirius's death, Harry moved through these lands like a sleepwalker, anger, denial, bargaining, and always, underlying everything, a hollow ache of absence that nothing could fill. McGonagall remained at Grimmauld Place, coordinating with the remaining Order members and handling the practical aspects of the crisis. The Ministry was in uproar following the confirmed Death Eater incursion, and rumors swirled about Harry Potter's involvement. The Prophet is reporting that Death Eaters infiltrated the Department of Mysteries seeking a weapon, Lupin reported during an emergency order meeting 3 days after the incident. They're not mentioning Harry or the prophecy, which suggests they're still unaware of what was actually targeted. Fudge is desperately trying to control the narrative, Kingsley added. But having to admit Lucius Malfoy is a Death Eater has severely undermined his position. He can't keep denying you-know-who's return when his own advisor was caught red-handed in Death Eater robes. Harry sat at the far end of the kitchen table, barely listening. Since his initial breakdown in Sirius's room, he had retreated into a cold, detached state that worried everyone around him. He spoke only when directly addressed, ate mechanically when food was placed before him, and spent hours staring at nothing in particular. "Potter," McGonagall said gently, drawing his attention. "The Order needs to know what the prophecy contained." Harry looked up, his eyes dull. "Why?" "So more people can die for it." A pained silence fell over the table. "Sirius didn't die for a prophecy," Lupin said finally. "He died protecting you, which is exactly what he would have wanted." "Well, I didn't want it." Harry burst out, the first real emotion he'd shown in days. "I didn't want anyone else dying for me." "We understand that, Harry," McGonagall said, her tone still gentle but with an underlying firmness. "But we need to know what we're facing." "What you're facing?" Harry laughed bitterly. "What I'm facing? Death. Either I kill Voldemort or he kills me. That's what the prophecy says. Neither can live while the other survives. Pretty straightforward, isn't it?" Shocked murmurs ran around the table. "The exact wording," McGonagall pressed. "It's important." With mechanical precision, Harry recited the prophecy word for word. His perfect recall surprised even him. It was as if those words had been burned into his memory, indelible and inescapable. When he finished, the kitchen was deadly silent. "Power the Dark Lord knows not," Moody muttered finally. "That's the key." "What power do you have that he doesn't, Potter?" Harry shrugged listlessly. "No idea. I'm barely halfway through my magical education, and he's what, 70 years old? With decades of dark arts knowledge. It might not refer to magical power in the conventional sense, McGonagall suggested. It could be something more, intrinsic. Like what? My sparkling personality? Harry's sarcasm was cutting. My ability to get people killed just by being associated with me. That's enough, Potter, McGonagall said sharply. Self-pity does nothing to honor Sirius's sacrifice. The rebuke hit Harry like a physical blow. He stared at McGonagall, hurt and anger warring in his expression. "We should continue this discussion later," Lupin intervened diplomatically. "There are more immediate matters to address, such as security arrangements for the remainder of the holiday." The meeting continued, but Harry had stopped listening again. McGonagall's words echoed in his mind, painful but undeniably true. Wallowing in grief and guilt wasn't helping anyone, least of all himself. When the meeting concluded, Harry remained at the table as the others filed out. Only McGonagall stayed behind, watching him with a measured gaze. "I apologize for my harshness," she said finally. "But not for the sentiment behind it." Harry nodded slowly. "You were right. Sirius wouldn't want this." He gestured vaguely at himself. "He'd want me to fight." "Yes, he would," McGonagall agreed. "But he would also understand your grief." "As do I." "I miss him," Harry said simply, the words inadequate for the vast emptiness he felt. "And I feel responsible." "The responsibility lies with Bellatrix Lestrange and Voldemort," McGonagall said firmly, deliberately using the name. "Not with you." Harry appreciated the effort that cost her. "The prophecy doesn't leave much room for hope, does it?" "I disagree," McGonagall replied. "The mention of a power the Dark Lord knows not, that suggests you have an advantage, something he cannot understand or counter." "But what?" Harry asked frustratedly. "What could I possibly have that Voldemort doesn't?" McGonagall considered him thoughtfully. We discussed this possibility regarding the Horcrux theory. What if the power isn't a magical ability but something more fundamental? Something Voldemort has never valued or understood. Like what? Love? Harry suggested sarcastically. Perhaps, McGonagall said seriously. Albus has long maintained that your capacity to love, to form deep connections, is something you know who has never comprehended. Harry was skeptical. I'm supposed to defeat the most powerful dark wizard in a century with feelings. Not merely feelings, McGonagall corrected. But the strength that comes from them. The willingness to fight for others rather than just yourself. The ability to trust and be trusted. These are not weaknesses, Potter, however much you know who might view them as such. Harry considered this perspective, finding a thin thread of hope in it. So the Horcruxes, if that theory is correct, those would need to be destroyed first, before I could finish him? Yes, McGonagall confirmed. If you know who has indeed created Horcruxes, they would need to be eliminated before he could truly be defeated. And if I am one? Harry asked the question that had been haunting him since their research in the Black Library. If there's a piece of his soul in my scar. McGonagall's expression was resolute. Then we find a way to remove it without harming you. The book Sirius found mentioned possibilities. She stopped, realizing the mention of Sirius had caused Harry visible pain. I'm sorry. No, Harry shook his head. We have to be able to talk about him. Use what he found to help us. He took a deep breath, feeling something shift within him, not the end of grief, but perhaps the beginning of purpose. So we need to confirm whether I'm a Horcrux, find a way to remove it if I am, locate and destroy any other Horcruxes Voldemort created, and then somehow I have to kill him using some power I don't understand yet. Harry summarized the monumental task ahead. Should be easy, then. The faintest smile touched McGonagall's lips. One step at a time, Potter. And you won't be doing it alone. Harry nodded, the crushing weight of the previous days lifting slightly. What's the first step? When we return to Hogwarts, we consult with Professor babbling about detecting the possible Horcrux in your scar, McGonagall said. And we begin researching methods for its safe removal. And in the meantime? In the meantime, McGonagall said, her expression softening slightly, you allow yourself to grieve. Properly, not by shutting down. Sirius deserves to be mourned, and you deserve the chance to process his loss. Harry nodded, feeling tears threatening for the first time since that initial breakdown. I don't know how, he admitted. To grieve properly, I mean. The Dursleys weren't big on emotional processing. Start by talking about him, McGonagall suggested. With Lupin, with the Weasleys when they return from St. Mungo's. Share memories. Acknowledge the pain rather than trying to numb it. The advice was so practical, so typically McGonagall, that Harry almost smiled despite himself. Is that what you did? When your brother was killed? McGonagall looked surprised at the personal question, but nodded slowly. Eventually, yes. Though I made many mistakes along the way. I isolated myself, threw myself into work, refused help. Her eyes held a distant pain. It took longer than it should have for me to realize that grief shared is more bearable than grief shouldered alone. The vulnerability in this admission, from his typically reserved professor, moved Harry deeply. Thank you, he said simply. For everything. For being here. For not giving up on me even when I've been difficult. That's what guardians do, Potter, McGonagall replied, her usual briskness returning, though her eyes remained kind. They remain steady when those in their care are struggling. Harry felt the warmth of the magical bond between them, a subtle presence he'd almost forgotten during the dark days since Sirius's death. It felt different now, somehow more settled, as if their shared grief and purpose had strengthened the connection. We should both rest, McGonagall said, rising from the table. Tomorrow, we begin planning our return to Hogwarts. The Ministry will be watching closely for any sign of you, so we'll need to be cautious. Harry nodded, standing as well. As McGonagall turned to leave, he said, Professor. Voldemort will know by now that you've taken me under your protection. After what happened at the Ministry. Yes, McGonagall acknowledged. I suspect I've moved quite high on his list of targets. I'm sorry for putting you in danger, Harry said quietly. You did not put me in danger, Potter, McGonagall corrected him firmly. I chose my path with full knowledge of the risks. As did Sirius. She met his gaze directly. Remember that. We all make our own choices in this war. As Harry climbed the stairs to his bedroom later that night, he found himself thinking about choices. The prophecy seemed to narrow his future to a binary outcome, kill or be killed. Yet McGonagall's words suggested that within those constraints, there still remained room for choice, for agency. He could choose how to prepare. Choose whom to trust. Choose what kind of person to be, regardless of whether he ultimately lived or died. For the first time since Sirius's death, Harry felt something like resolve forming within him. The grief remained, a dull, persistent ache that he suspected would never fully disappear. But alongside it now burned a quiet determination. Sirius had died protecting him. The best way to honor that sacrifice was to ensure it hadn't been in vain. The return to Hogwarts after the Christmas break occurred under a cloud of tension and secrecy. The Death Eater incursion at the Ministry had finally forced Fudge to acknowledge Voldemort's return, though the official story carefully omitted any mention of Harry or the prophecy. Ministry infiltration confirms HEWHO must not be name's return, the prophet's headline had blared. Minister calls for calm and vigilance. For Harry, traveling back to school required elaborate precautions. Rather than taking the Hogwarts Express, McGonagall arranged for a complex series of apparition jumps with different Order members, culminating in a final approach to the castle through a rarely used tunnel from Hogsmeade. The Ministry will be watching all known routes, she explained. And we can't risk another confrontation with Death Eaters. Now, a week into the new term, Harry sat in Professor Bathsheba Babbling's office, waiting nervously as the ancient runes professor examined his scar with a series of specialized detection charms. McGonagall stood nearby, watching intently as Professor Babbling, a thin, intense witch with prematurely silver hair and piercing blue eyes, murmured incantations in languages Harry didn't recognize, her wand making increasingly complex patterns around his head. Remarkable, Babbling muttered, more to herself than to them. The binding signatures are unlike anything I've encountered before, partial rather than complete. Forced rather than ritual established. Can you determine if it contains a soul fragment? McGonagall asked directly. Babbling lowered her wand, looking troubled. Yes. There is definitely a foreign magical essence embedded within the scar tissue. Its pattern is consistent with documented cases of soul magic, though with unique variations. Harry's heart sank, though part of him had already known the truth. So I am a Horcrux. Not exactly, Babbling said thoughtfully. A true Horcrux requires specific preparatory rituals and a receptacle prepared to receive the soul fragment. This. She gestured to Harry's scar, appears to be accidental. A soul fragment that split off during the killing curse rebound and attached to the only living vessel available. Does that make a difference? Harry asked. Potentially a significant one, Babbling nodded. True Horcruxes are bound to their vessels through multiple magical layers, making separation nearly impossible without destroying the container. This attachment, while still powerful, lacks those additional bindings. Hope flared in Harry's chest. So it could be removed. Without killing me? Theoretically, yes, Babbling confirmed. Though the process would be complex and not without risk. McGonagall leaned forward. What would such a process entail? Based on my readings, I believe a modified extraction ritual might work, Babbling said, already pulling books from her shelves. Similar to those used for certain parasitic magical creatures that bond with a host's life force. And you could perform such a ritual? McGonagall pressed. Babbling hesitated. Not alone. I would need assistance from someone with expertise in soul magic specifically. She glanced between them. Which raises a complicated question: who can we trust with this information? The number of witches and wizards with such specialized knowledge is extremely limited, and many have questionable allegiances. What about Dumbledore? Harry suggested reluctantly. He must know something about this if he's been studying Voldemort all these years. The headmaster has been notably absent since term resumed, McGonagall observed. And his approach to your situation has been less than transparent. Harry couldn't argue with that assessment. Since returning to Hogwarts, he'd caught only glimpses of Dumbledore at meals, and the headmaster had made no attempt to speak with him despite the dramatic events at the Ministry. There may be another option, Babbling said slowly. An old colleague of mine works as an unspeakable in the Department of Mysteries, specifically in the Love Chamber. Love Chamber? Harry repeated, confused. The Department of Mysteries studies fundamental magical forces, Babbling explained. Death, time, thought, space, and love. The Love Chamber contains the most powerful and mysterious magic in the Ministry, or so my colleague has hinted. And this person would help us? McGonagall asked skeptically. Saul Croaker owes me a significant favor, Babbling said with a small smile. And he has no love for the current Ministry regime. If approached carefully, I believe he would assist us, particularly given the implications for the fight against you-know-who. Harry looked to McGonagall, uncertain. This was venturing into territory far beyond his understanding. Make the inquiry, McGonagall decided after a moment's consideration. But discreetly. If word of this reaches you-know-who, he would prioritize killing Potter immediately, before we could remove his soul fragment, Babbling finished grimly. I understand the stakes, Minerva. Harry touched his scar unconsciously. How long will all this take? The contact, the ritual preparation. Weeks, at minimum, Babbling admitted. Perhaps longer, depending on Croaker's response and the specific ritual requirements. These are ancient, complex magics we're dealing with. In the meantime, McGonagall said, we continue your occlumency training. If the soul fragment is what enables your connection to you-know-who, stronger mental barriers may help contain its influence until it can be removed. Harry nodded, thinking of the occlumency sessions with Andromeda Tonks that had continued even after their return to Hogwarts. His progress had been substantial, the nightmares and visions significantly reduced, though not eliminated entirely. There's something else you should know, Babbling added, her expression serious. The detection spells revealed that the soul fragment has been growing more active recently. It's as if it's responding to something, possibly you-know-who's increased power and proximity. Is that dangerous? Harry asked, alarmed. It could be, Babbling acknowledged. Particularly if you-know-who becomes aware of the connection and attempts to exploit it more directly. McGonagall's expression hardened. All the more reason to expedite this process. Potter, until the fragment can be removed, you must be vigilant for any signs of increased influence, mood changes, unusual thoughts, stronger visions. Harry nodded solemnly. The idea that a piece of Voldemort was living inside him, potentially growing more active, made his skin crawl. On a more positive note, Babbling continued, the detection revealed something else interesting. Your own magic appears to be naturally containing the fragment, almost quarantining it. That's extremely unusual and suggests an innate resistance. The power the Dark Lord knows not, McGonagall murmured thoughtfully. Babbling looked at her curiously. Pardon? Nothing, McGonagall said quickly. Just a thought. Thank you, Bathsheba, for your assistance with this sensitive matter. Of course, Babbling replied. I'll contact Croaker immediately and report back when I have more information. As they left Babbling's office, Harry felt both relieved and unsettled. The confirmation of the Horcrux theory was disturbing, but the possibility of removing it offered hope he hadn't dared to consider before. "What do we do now?" he asked McGonagall as they walked through the quiet evening corridors. "We continue as planned," she replied. "Your regular classes, our private training sessions, and the defense group meetings. Maintaining normalcy is both tactically sound and necessary for your education." Harry nodded, though normalcy seemed like a foreign concept given everything that had happened. Sirius was dead, Voldemort was publicly acknowledged to have returned, and Harry now knew for certain he carried a fragment of his enemy's soul within him. "One day at a time, Potter," McGonagall said, seeming to read his thoughts. "That's how we'll proceed." The next few weeks settled into a rhythm that was anything but normal, despite McGonagall's intentions. During the day, Harry attended classes under the watchful eyes of both professors and fellow students, who now regarded him with a mixture of fear, awe, and vindication following the Ministry's admission about Voldemort's return. Evenings alternated between DA sessions, now officially the Practical Defense Study Group, and private training with McGonagall. The latter had intensified, focusing increasingly on combat techniques and strategic thinking rather than just magical theory. "You need to be prepared for direct confrontation," McGonagall explained during one particularly grueling session in the Room of Requirement. "Based on the prophecy and recent events, it's clear that you know who will not stop pursuing you." Harry, panting from a complex dueling exercise, nodded grimly. "And after what happened at the Ministry, he knows you're protecting me now." McGonagall didn't deny it. "Which makes us both targets. All the more reason to ensure we're properly prepared." The training was demanding, but Harry welcomed it. The physical and magical exertion provided temporary relief from the grief that still ambushed him at unexpected moments, seeing something that reminded him of Sirius, hearing a laugh that sounded like his, remembering plans they'd made for, after all this is over. McGonagall, true to her word, encouraged him to talk about Sirius rather than bottling up his feelings. Sometimes they would pause during training sessions, and she would share a memory from the First War, Sirius's bravery, his humor, even his recklessness. "He once transfigured all the silverware at an order meeting into singing spoons," she recalled one evening. "Right in the middle of Alastair Moody's strategy briefing. Nearly got himself hexed into next week." Harry laughed, picturing the scene. "Sounds like him." "Indeed. Your father thought it was hilarious." "Your mother." McGonagall smiled faintly. She pretended to disapprove but was hiding laughter behind her hand the entire time. These glimpses of his parents and Sirius in their prime were precious to Harry, helping him process his loss while strengthening his connection to those he'd lost. It was after one such training session, late on a Thursday evening in February, that Harry and McGonagall were returning to Gryffindor Tower when they encountered an unexpected figure in the corridor, Professor Dumbledore, standing as if waiting for them. "Ah, Minerva, Harry," he greeted them pleasantly. "I was hoping to have a word." McGonagall's posture stiffened almost imperceptibly. "Headmaster. This is an unusual hour for a meeting." "Indeed, and I apologize for the inconvenience," Dumbledore said, his tone light though his eyes were serious. "But I believe it's time we discussed recent developments. Perhaps in my office?" Harry glanced at McGonagall, who gave a slight nod. Together, they followed Dumbledore up the spiral staircase to the Headmaster's tower. Inside, the office looked much as Harry remembered it, silver instruments whirring softly, portraits of former headmasters pretending to sleep, though Harry noticed several watching through barely open eyes, Fawkes perched majestically on his stand. "Please, sit," Dumbledore invited, taking his own place behind the desk. "Lemon drop?" Both Harry and McGonagall declined. "I understand congratulations are in order," Dumbledore began, looking between them. "The magical guardianship ritual was successful, I take it?" "Yes," McGonagall confirmed, her tone neutral. "It was performed during the winter solstice." Dumbledore nodded. "And the blood protection at the Dursleys?" "Has been rendered redundant," McGonagall said firmly. "Potter will not be returning there." Dumbledore sighed softly. "I had feared as much." While I understand your intentions, Minerva, I remain concerned about the protective implications. The magical guardianship provides substantial protection, McGonagall countered. Different from the blood wards, certainly, but adequate for our purposes. Perhaps, Dumbledore conceded. Though I suspect there are other matters of greater immediate concern. His gaze shifted to Harry. Such as what occurred at the Ministry during the holiday. Harry tensed. You mean Sirius's death? Or the prophecy? Or the Death Eaters who were waiting for us? A flicker of sadness crossed Dumbledore's face. All of those, Harry. Particularly the loss of Sirius, for which I am deeply sorry. He was a good man who deserved far better than the hand fate dealt him. He deserved not to die in a trap, Harry said, unable to keep the bitterness from his voice. He deserved to have the full prophecy shared with him, with all of us, years ago, instead of kept secret until Voldemort lured us into retrieving it. You believe I should have told you the prophecy's contents sooner, Dumbledore observed. Not a question, but a statement. Yes, Harry said bluntly. Why didn't you? Dumbledore was silent for a moment, seeming to weigh his response carefully. Because I cared too much, he said finally. After all you had been through, I could not bear to place yet another burden on your shoulders, the knowledge that you alone were destined to face Voldemort in final battle. That's not good enough, McGonagall interjected, her voice tight with controlled anger. Caring for someone doesn't mean keeping them ignorant of facts that directly affect their life and safety. No, Dumbledore agreed unexpectedly. In retrospect, I was wrong. I should have trusted Harry's strength more and my own judgment less. He looked directly at Harry now. For that, I apologize. The straightforward admission caught Harry off guard. He'd expected denials, justifications, cryptic statements about the greater good, not this simple acknowledgement of error. There's something else, Harry said, deciding to press his advantage. We know about the Horcruxes. Dumbledore went very still. I see. And how did you come by this information? McGonagall explained briefly about their research in the Black Family Library, Regulus's journal, and Professor Babbling's confirmation about Harry's scar. When she finished, Dumbledore looked graver than Harry had ever seen him. I had suspected, he said quietly. About the scar. I hoped I was wrong. You suspected I had a piece of Voldemort's soul in me and never told me? Harry demanded incredulously. I needed to be certain before alarming you unnecessarily, Dumbledore replied. And I had not yet identified a safe method of removal. Professor Babbling believes it can be removed without killing me, Harry said. She's contacting someone called Saul Croaker for help. Surprise flickered across Dumbledore's face. An unspeakable, interesting approach. He seemed to be reassessing something in his mind. That might indeed provide possibilities I hadn't considered. So you were researching Horcruxes too, McGonagall said. How many do you believe he created? Based on my investigations, I believe Voldemort aimed for a 7-part soul, Dumbledore replied. 6 Horcruxes plus the main portion in his body. The diary was one, Harry said. Yes. Destroyed by you in your second year, Dumbledore confirmed. I have also located and destroyed a second, a ring that belonged to Voldemort's maternal grandfather. McGonagall looked startled. When? During the autumn term, Dumbledore replied, and for the first time, Harry noticed something odd about the headmaster's right hand. It seemed slightly discolored, though mostly concealed by his sleeve. It was, not without consequences. So including Harry, that's 2 Horcruxes destroyed and 1 identified, McGonagall summarized. Leaving 3 more unaccounted for. That is my belief, Dumbledore nodded. I have theories about what they might be and where they might be hidden, but nothing conclusive yet. Harry's mind was racing, trying to process everything. So this is what you've been researching all year? Why you've been avoiding me? Dumbledore looked pained. I wasn't avoiding you out of disregard, Harry. I feared that Voldemort might exploit the connection between you, a fear proven valid by what happened with Arthur Weasley. I thought distance might protect you. It didn't, Harry said flatly. It just left me feeling abandoned when I needed guidance most. Another error in judgment, Dumbledore acknowledged. One of several I've made where you're concerned. The admission was disarming. Harry had expected to feel triumphant at making Dumbledore acknowledge his mistakes, but instead, he felt oddly hollow. So where do we go from here? McGonagall asked, bringing the conversation back to practical matters. Potter's scar, the remaining Horcruxes, the prophecy's implications. I believe we must coordinate our efforts, Dumbledore said simply. My research into the Horcruxes combined with your approach to removing the soul fragment from Harry's scar offers our best chance of success. He looked directly at McGonagall now. Despite our differences in approach, Minerva, I hope we can agree that defeating Voldemort and protecting Harry are shared priorities. McGonagall studied him for a long moment. They are. But my methods remain my own, Albus. I will not return to the Order's fold or defer to your judgment where Potter's welfare is concerned. I understand, Dumbledore said quietly. And I respect your position, however much I might wish things were different between us. The conversation continued for another hour, with Dumbledore sharing what he'd learned about Voldemort's past and the potential identities of the remaining Horcruxes. I believe he chose items of significance, objects connected to Hogwarts founders, his own heritage, symbols of power, Dumbledore explained. The ring belonged to the Gaunt family, his mother's line, descendants of Salazar Slytherin himself. The diary was his own, a symbol of his conquest over the Chamber of Secrets. The others likely follow similar patterns. By the time they left the headmaster's office, Harry's head was swimming with new information. It was past midnight, the corridors deserted as they made their way back toward Gryffindor Tower. What do you think? Harry asked McGonagall quietly. About working with Dumbledore on this? McGonagall considered her answer carefully. I think sharing information about the Horcruxes is practical and necessary. But I maintain my reservations about his overall approach to your situation. He seemed different, Harry observed. More forthcoming. Almost humble. Perhaps he's learned something from recent events, McGonagall allowed. Or perhaps he recognizes that his usual methods of information control are no longer effective now that we've discovered so much independently. Harry nodded, thinking about everything they'd learned. If Professor Babbling and this unspeakable can remove the Horcrux from my scar, that would change everything, wouldn't it? The prophecy might still mean I have to face Voldemort, but not as a walking piece of his soul. Exactly, McGonagall agreed. Which is why that must be our primary focus in the immediate term. As they reached the portrait of the fat lady, McGonagall paused. Get some rest, Potter. Tomorrow after classes, we'll meet with Professor Babbling to see if she's heard back from her contact. Harry nodded, then hesitated. Professor? Thank you. For everything. I know this isn't what you signed up for when you became a teacher. A rare, small smile touched McGonagall's lips. On the contrary, Potter. Helping young people reach their potential and navigate difficult circumstances is precisely what I signed up for. The specific challenges may be unusual in your case, but the principle remains the same. With that matter-of-fact reassurance, so typically McGonagall, she bid him good night and strode away, her emerald robe swishing softly against the stone floor. As Harry gave the password to the fat lady and climbed through the portrait hole, he realized that for the first time in months, he felt something like genuine optimism. The path ahead remained dangerous and uncertain, but at least now it seemed possible that he might survive it. Not just survive, but perhaps even live, free from the fragment of darkness that had been with him since that Halloween night so long ago. It wasn't much, but it was something to hold on to. A glimmer of light in the prophecy's shadow. Chapter 4, Ministry in Flames. The March wind carried a bitter chill across the Hogwarts grounds, causing Harry to pull his cloak tighter as he made his way back from Hagrid's hut. The visit had been brief but necessary, a chance to share memories of Sirius with someone who'd known him well. In the 2 months since his godfather's death, Harry had discovered that speaking about Sirius, rather than bottling up his grief, helped make the loss more bearable. As he approached the castle, Harry noticed a peculiar stillness. Usually, even on chilly days, students could be spotted near the greenhouses or around the lake. Today, the grounds were deserted. A sense of unease prickled the back of his neck, an instinct he'd learned not to ignore. Inside the entrance hall, the atmosphere was tense. Students huddled in small groups, voices hushed, faces anxious. Before Harry could ask what was happening, Hermione appeared at his side, her face pale. "Where have you been?" she demanded. "We've been looking everywhere for you." "Visiting Hagrid," Harry replied. "What's happened?" Instead of answering, Hermione thrust a copy of the Daily Prophet into his hands. The headline screamed in bold black letters, "Ministry Falls, Death Eater Coup Leaves Dozens Dead." Harry's blood ran cold as he scanned the article. According to the report, Death Eaters had launched a coordinated attack on the Ministry of Magic at dawn. Minister Fudge was confirmed dead, along with several department heads. The ministry building was described as engulfed in magical fire, with dark marks hovering above it. The article ended with a chilling statement that Pius Thickness, previously head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, had been installed as interim minister, pledging to restore order and traditional magical values. "It's a complete takeover," Hermione whispered. McGonagall called an emergency staff meeting. "The entire school's on lockdown." Harry looked up from the paper, his mind racing. "This is it, then. Voldemort's not hiding anymore." Ron appeared beside them, face grim. "Dad managed to send a Patronus to Bill. He and some other Order members escaped, but it was close. They're in hiding now." "What about Percy?" Harry asked, remembering Ron's estranged brother who worked at the ministry. Ron's expression darkened. "No word. He was always at the ministry early." The implication hung heavily in the air. "We need to find McGonagall," Harry said decisively. "If the ministry's fallen, Hogwarts will be next." As if summoned by his words, Professor McGonagall emerged from the Great Hall, her face set in grim determination. When she spotted Harry, relief briefly softened her features. "Potter. There you are." She approached their small group, lowering her voice. "My office." Immediately. The walk to McGonagall's office was tense and silent. Inside, Harry was surprised to find Professor Babbling and a stranger, a thin, balding man with sharp eyes and an air of intense focus. "This is Saul Croaker," McGonagall explained without preamble. "He arrived just before news of the ministry attack broke." The unspeakable nodded curtly to Harry. Fortuitous timing, though not by design. The Department of Mysteries fell first, they wanted the research there. "I barely escaped." His gaze fixed on Harry's scar. "But Shada has explained your situation. We have little time." Harry looked between the adults, trying to absorb the implications. "You're saying we need to remove the Horcrux now? Today?" "Events have accelerated beyond our expectations," McGonagall confirmed. "With the ministry under his control, you know who will move quickly to consolidate power. Hogwarts represents both a symbolic and strategic target. And you, Mr. Potter," Croaker added, "represent his greatest unfinished business. The soul fragment you carry creates a vulnerability we can no longer afford." "The ritual is prepared," Babbling explained. "We've been working on it for weeks, but had planned for the Easter break when fewer students would be present." Harry's mind whirled with questions. Is it safe? What does the ritual involve? And what about the other Horcruxes? The procedure carries risks, Croaker admitted bluntly. But less risk than allowing the Dark Lord to potentially access your mind through that soul fragment when he inevitably attacks this school. McGonagall stepped forward. "The decision remains yours, Potter. But I advise proceeding immediately." Harry thought of the newspaper headline, of the Ministry in flames, of Voldemort now operating openly. The game had changed. Everything was accelerating. "Let's do it," he said firmly. "But I want Ron and Hermione there." McGonagall hesitated, then nodded. "Very well. Professor Babbling, please retrieve them, discreetly. We'll use the room of requirement for the ritual. It's the most secure location available." As Babbling left, Harry turned to Croaker. "What exactly will this ritual do? How does it work?" The unspeakable's expression became clinical, professional. "In simplest terms, we will create a magical environment that makes your body inhospitable to the foreign soul fragment, forcing it to seek another vessel, which we will provide and then destroy." "That sounds straightforward," Harry said cautiously. "The theory is straightforward," Croaker corrected. "The execution is complex. The ritual draws on principles studied in the love chamber, specifically, the protective magical properties of sacrificial love, like what your mother used to save you as an infant." Harry's interest sharpened. "You can recreate that?" "Not recreate, channel," Croaker clarified. "The protection your mother left exists within your blood, your very cells. We'll amplify it, essentially creating an internal environment where the Horcrux cannot remain." Before Harry could ask more questions, McGonagall interrupted. "We should move to the room of requirement now, before the school situation deteriorates further." The corridors were eerily empty as they made their way to the 7th floor, most students having been ordered to their common rooms following the news. Harry paced 3 times before the blank wall, concentrating on what they needed, a place for a complex ritual, secure and isolated from the rest of the castle. The door that materialized was unlike any Harry had seen the room create before, heavy bronze embossed with arcane symbols that seemed to shift and change as he looked at them. Inside, the room had configured itself as a perfect circle, with a raised stone dais in the center. Ancient runes were carved into the floor in concentric rings, and tall braziers stood at cardinal points around the perimeter. "Remarkable," Croaker murmured, examining the room with professional interest. "The castle is providing exactly what we need, down to the specific runic configurations." McGonagall closed the door firmly behind them, casting complex locking and silencing charms upon it. "Now we wait for Professor Babbling to return with Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger." The wait was brief. Within minutes, the door opened to admit Babbling, followed by Ron and Hermione, both looking anxious and confused. "Harry!" Hermione exclaimed, rushing forward. "Professor Babbling wouldn't explain, what's happening?" Harry took a deep breath. "They're going to remove the Horcrux from my scar. Today. Now." Ron's eyes widened. "Bloody hell. Is that, can they do that safely?" "That remains to be seen," Croaker said matter-of-factly, already arranging various objects on the stone dais, a silver bowl, several vials containing different colored liquids, what looked like a human skull made of crystal, and a simple wooden box. "This is Mr. Croaker," Harry explained. "He's an unspeakable from the Department of Mysteries. Or was, until this morning." Understanding dawned on Hermione's face. "This is because of the Ministry attack, isn't it? You're accelerating the timeline." "Precisely, Miss Granger," McGonagall confirmed. "We believe you know who will target Hogwarts soon, potentially within days. Potter must be free of the soul fragment before that happens." While they spoke, Babbling and Croaker worked in tandem, lighting the braziers and inscribing additional runes on the floor with what appeared to be liquid silver. Their movements were precise, methodical, suggesting extensive preparation and practice. "What do you need us to do?" Hermione asked, watching the preparations with academic fascination despite the gravity of the situation. "Your presence serves a specific purpose," Croaker explained without looking up from his work. "The ritual requires anchors, individuals with genuine emotional connections to the host. You'll stand at 2 of the cardinal points, channeling your connection to Potter to help him resist the pain of extraction." "Pain?" Ron repeated, shooting a concerned look at Harry. "It won't be pleasant," Croaker confirmed dispassionately. "Separating intertwined souls never is." McGonagall placed a reassuring hand on Harry's shoulder. "I will serve as the third anchor. Between the three of us, we should provide sufficient support." Harry nodded, trying to project confidence he didn't entirely feel. The stakes were clear. The risk of pain was nothing compared to the danger of keeping Voldemort's soul fragment within him, especially now that open war had begun. "We're ready," Babbling announced finally, stepping back from the dais. "Potter, you'll need to remove your shirt and lie in the center, directly on the convergence point of the runes." Harry complied, trying to ignore the chill that ran through him as his bare skin contacted the cold stone. From his position on the dais, he could see the braziers flickering with unnatural blue flames, casting strange shadows across the vaulted ceiling. "Your anchors will take their positions," Croaker instructed, directing Ron, Hermione, and McGonagall to specific points around the circle. "Each of you, place 1 drop of your blood into the corresponding basin." Croaker provided each anchor with a small silver pin. One by one, they pricked their fingers and allowed a single drop of blood to fall into small stone basins positioned before them. As each drop fell, the runes nearest that position illuminated with soft golden light. "Blood freely given creates the pathway," Babbling explained. "Unlike dark rituals that take blood by force, this magic relies on willing sacrifice, small though it may be." Croaker now approached Harry, holding the crystal skull carefully in both hands. "This will serve as the receiving vessel for the soul fragment," he explained. "Once extracted, it will be contained here before final destruction." He placed the skull at the head of the dais, then took up the silver bowl, which Harry now saw contained a potion with the pearlescent sheen of liquid moonlight. "This is the catalyst," Croaker continued. "Created from an ancient formula discovered in research on magical resonance between souls. It will be applied directly to your scar." Harry swallowed hard. "And then what happens?" "Then we begin the incantation. Your anchors will maintain focus on their emotional connection to you. You must focus on rejection, visualize pushing the foreign presence out." Croaker's clinical demeanor softened slightly. "This will require all your mental discipline, Mr. Potter. The occlumency training you've received will prove invaluable." Harry nodded, thinking of the months of training with Andromeda Tonks, the mental barriers he'd learned to construct, the ways he'd learned to organize and control his thoughts. "I'm ready," he said firmly. Croaker nodded to Babbling, who began a low, rhythmic chant in a language Harry didn't recognize. The unspeakable dipped his fingers into the silver bowl and, with careful precision, traced the lightning bolt scar on Harry's forehead. The effect was immediate and shocking. Harry's scar erupted in pain more intense than anything he'd experienced since Voldemort's rebirth. He gritted his teeth, fighting the urge to scream or thrash. "Hold steady," Croaker instructed, his voice seeming to come from far away. "The catalyst is identifying the boundaries between your soul and the fragment." Through the haze of pain, Harry became aware of warm currents of energy flowing toward him from the 3 cardinal points where his anchors stood. Ron's presence felt like stubborn loyalty, solid and unwavering. Hermione's was analytical yet passionate, a structured support. And McGonagall's, strongest of the 3, felt like protective determination, an unyielding shield. Croaker and Babbling had joined their voices now, their incantation growing louder as the runes on the floor began to pulse with increasingly bright light. The pain in Harry's scar intensified, spreading across his forehead and down into his eyes. Something was shifting beneath his skin, struggling like a trapped animal seeking escape. "Reject it, Potter," McGonagall's voice cut through the pain, clear and commanding. "Push it out. It doesn't belong to you. It never did." Harry focused his mind as he'd been taught, visualizing the foreign presence as a dark, oily stain on the clean surface of his consciousness. "You don't belong here," he thought fiercely. "Get out." The pain crested to an unbearable peak. Harry heard himself screaming now, unable to contain it. The anchoring energies from Ron, Hermione, and McGonagall intensified in response, wrapping around him like protective bands. And then, horrifically, something began to emerge from his scar, a dark, viscous substance that seemed neither liquid or gas but something in between, writhing with malevolent purpose. Harry felt its rage, its desperate desire to remain attached to him, to burrow deeper rather than be expelled. It resists, Croaker observed tensely. The connection is stronger than anticipated. More power to the anchors. Harry felt his friends and guardian pouring more of themselves into the connection, their support physically manifest now as golden threads of light stretching between them and his prone form. Potter, McGonagall's voice again, strained but resolute. Remember who you are. Remember those who love you. This thing is not part of you. Images flashed through Harry's mind, his parents as he'd seen them in the mirror of Erist, Sirius laughing at Grimmauld Place, Ron and Hermione by his side through countless adventures, McGonagall's fierce protection since discovering his diary. With a surge of determination that came from somewhere deeper than conscious thought, Harry mentally seized the writhing darkness and pushed. The pain peaked in one final, excruciating wave, then suddenly ceased as the dark substance tore free of his scar completely, hovering in the air above him for one suspended moment before Croaker directed it toward the crystal skull with precise wand movements. The substance fought, twisting and churning in midair, but it was no match for the unspeakable's expertise. With a final, vicious gesture from Croaker, the soul fragment was forced into the crystal vessel, which immediately turned from transparent to obsidian black. Harry collapsed back on the stone, exhausted beyond words, his entire body trembling with aftershocks. The pain was gone, replaced by a strange, hollow lightness, as if a weight he'd carried so long he'd forgotten it was there had suddenly been lifted. "It's done," Croaker announced, his voice betraying a hint of surprised relief. "The extraction is complete." The anchor's golden threads faded as babbling ended the chant. Ron and Hermione looked drained but triumphant. McGonagall's expression was one of fierce satisfaction as she immediately moved to Harry's side. "How do you feel, Potter?" she asked, helping him sit up. Harry touched his scar, finding it tender but no longer burning. "Different," he said simply. "Lighter. Cleaner, somehow." Croaker was examining the crystal skull, which seemed to be vibrating slightly, dark energy swirling within its confines. "Fascinating. The fragment is extraordinarily vigorous for having been separated from the main soul for so long. Most would have deteriorated significantly. What happens to it now?" Hermione asked, approaching cautiously. "It must be destroyed," Babbling said firmly. "Beyond any possibility of recovery." Croaker nodded, producing a small vial of clear liquid. Basilisk venom, extremely rare, but effective against Horcruxes as Mr. Potter discovered in his second year. "Wait," Harry said, sitting up straighter despite his exhaustion. "Before you destroy it, can it tell us anything? About the other Horcruxes?" Croaker paused, considering. Theoretically, there might be a resonance between soul fragments that could be detected. But attempting to interrogate or manipulate a Horcrux is extraordinarily dangerous. "We need whatever advantage we can get," Harry argued. "Voldemort's just taken the Ministry. He'll be coming for Hogwarts next. If that thing can help us find the remaining Horcruxes." McGonagall exchanged glances with Babbling and Croaker. "Is it possible?" she asked the unspeakable. "Without risking reattachment or possession?" Croaker frowned thoughtfully. "Perhaps. With the proper containment." He thought for a moment, then nodded decisively. "I'll need to modify the crystal matrix to allow for resonance detection without compromising the seal." While Croaker worked, McGonagall helped Harry off the dais. Hermione conjured a chair for him, while Ron produced a chocolate bar from his pocket. "Eat," he instructed, breaking off a large piece. "Helps after, you know, soul stuff. Least that's what Lupin always said about Dementors." Harry accepted the chocolate gratefully, finding that it did indeed help restore some of his strength. As he ate, he realized something profound, the background noise that had been with him for so long he'd stopped noticing it, a kind of mental static, was gone. His thoughts felt clearer, more distinctly his own. "I think it's working," he said quietly to McGonagall. "I feel, more myself. Like there's no interference anymore." McGonagall nodded in understanding. "The fragment likely influenced you in subtle ways you weren't even aware of. Its removal should strengthen your occlumency barriers significantly." After about 20 minutes of intricate spellwork, Croaker announced he was ready. The crystal skull now sat within a complex array of silver instruments and smaller crystals, reminiscent of the devices in Dumbledore's office. "I've calibrated the containment to allow magical resonance scanning without risking the integrity of the vessel," he explained. "If this fragment can sense its counterparts, this array should detect and amplify that connection." "How do we activate it?" Harry asked, approaching carefully. "Proximity to you might help," Croaker theorized. "The fragment was part of you for so long, there may be a lingering connection we can exploit." Harry stepped closer to the array, watching as the darkness within the skull seemed to react to his presence, swirling more vigorously. "It senses you," Babbling observed. "It wants to return." "Well, it can't have me," Harry said firmly. He addressed the fragment directly, feeling only slightly foolish for doing so. "Where are the others like you? Show us." For a moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, tendrils of darkness within the skull oriented themselves in specific directions, like compass needles. Croaker quickly noted the alignments. "Fascinating," he murmured. "It's responding. I'm detecting at least 3 distinct resonance vectors." "3?" Hermione repeated. "But shouldn't there be more? If Harry's was 1, and the diary and the ring were destroyed, that still leaves 3 more of the 6 Voldemort supposedly created." Croaker adjusted his instruments, frowning. "The fragment is only detecting 3. Either the others are too distant to register, or they've already been destroyed," McGonagall finished. "Can you tell what the 3 are? Or where?" Harry pressed. Croaker studied the readings. "One vector points toward Gringotts, quite specifically. Another indicates somewhere within Hogwarts itself." He paused, looking troubled. "The third is mobile. Moving. Likely in the possession of the Dark Lord himself or one of his inner circle. 1 in Gringotts, 1 here at Hogwarts, and 1 with Voldemort," Harry summarized. "That's specific enough to be useful." "The Gringotts one will be nearly impossible to reach," Ron pointed out. "The goblins don't exactly let people wander in and search for dark magical objects." "And the one at Hogwarts could be anywhere in the castle," Hermione added. "It's a massive building with countless hiding places." "We have a start, at least," McGonagall said pragmatically. "Which is more than we had an hour ago." "I believe we've extracted all useful information," Croaker declared, stepping back from the array. "The fragment grows more agitated the longer we maintain this connection. It should be destroyed immediately." No one disagreed. Croaker carefully extracted the crystal skull from the array and placed it in the wooden box. With practiced precision, he uncorked the vial of basilisk venom and poured 3 drops onto the skull. The reaction was immediate and violent. The crystal began to smoke, and a high, thin shriek emanated from within, a sound of rage and pain so intense that everyone instinctively stepped back. Black ichor seeped from the skull's eye sockets, bubbling and steaming where it contacted the venom. Then, with a final, ear-splitting scream, the darkness within the skull dissipated. The crystal cleared, returning to its original transparent state, though hairline cracks now marked its surface. "It is done," Croaker said quietly. "The fragment is destroyed." A profound silence fell over the room. Harry felt a strange mixture of emotions, relief, exhaustion, and a weird sense of loss, though not for the fragment itself. Perhaps it was simply the finality of destroying something that had been part of him for so long, however unwelcome. The moment was broken by a sharp knocking at the door. McGonagall quickly moved to answer it, wand at the ready. When she opened it, they found Professor Flitwick standing there, looking unusually grave. "Minerva, thank goodness I've found you," the tiny charms professor said breathlessly. "The situation has escalated. Death Eaters have been spotted in Hogsmeade, and we've received word that Hogwarts representatives are en route from the new ministry regime. Albus has called an emergency meeting of all staff." McGonagall's expression hardened. "I'll come at once. Professor Babbling, please ensure Potter returns safely to Gryffindor Tower with his friends. Mr. Croker, I suggest you remain here in the room of requirement, it's likely the safest place in the castle for you right now." As the adults quickly conferred on logistics, Harry exchanged worried glances with Ron and Hermione. "It's starting," he said quietly. "The attack on Hogwarts. What do we do?" Ron asked. Harry touched his scar, still sensitive, but clear of the dark presence that had resided there for so long. "We prepare," he said with newfound clarity. "And we find that Horcrux hidden in the castle before Voldemort gets here." The next 24 hours at Hogwarts unfolded in a tense, surreal atmosphere of waiting and preparation. News from the outside world arrived in fragments. The Daily Prophet had been taken over, now serving as little more than a propaganda outlet for the new regime. Wireless reports were contradictory and often cut off mid-broadcast. Rumors spread through the school like wildfire, that Azkaban had been emptied, that Muggle-born witches and wizards were being rounded up, that resistance fighters were being publicly executed in Diagon Alley. In the midst of this chaos, Harry felt a strange, unexpected clarity. The removal of the Horcrux had changed something fundamental in him, not just the absence of pain or the severing of the connection to Voldemort, but a sharpening of his thoughts, a certainty of purpose he hadn't experienced before. "It's like I've been hearing static on a radio my whole life, and suddenly it's gone," he tried to explain to Ron and Hermione as they huddled in the Gryffindor common room, comparing notes from their search of the castle. "I can think more clearly. See connections I might have missed before." Hermione nodded thoughtfully. "That makes sense. You were essentially fighting a foreign presence in your mind without even realizing it. Now your brain can function as it was meant to." "Great timing, too," Ron added grimly. "Since we need all the clear thinking we can get right now." Their search for the Hogwarts Horcrux had so far yielded nothing concrete. Based on Croker's instruments, they knew it was somewhere in the castle, but pinpointing its location was proving immensely difficult. "We need to think like Voldemort," Harry insisted, spreading out the Marauder's map on the table before them. "If I were him, where would I hide a piece of my soul in Hogwarts?" "Somewhere significant to him personally," Hermione reasoned. "Somewhere he felt powerful or accomplished." "The Chamber of Secrets?" Ron suggested. Harry shook his head. He already used the diary as a link to the chamber. "I doubt he'd use the location twice." "What about the Room of Requirement?" Hermione proposed. "It's perfect for hiding things, we've seen the Room of Hidden Objects ourselves." "That's possible," Harry acknowledged. "But would Voldemort have known about it?" "It's not exactly common knowledge. He spent 7 years here as a student," Hermione pointed out. "And he was obsessed with discovering Hogwarts secrets. It seems likely he might have found it." Their strategic discussion was interrupted as Neville burst into the common room, face flushed with exertion. "They're here," he announced grimly. "Ministry officials. In the entrance hall right now, demanding to speak with all heads of houses and the headmaster." Harry jumped to his feet. "How many? Armed?" "5 of them," Neville reported. "Led by Dolores Umbridge. And yes, they're armed, not even pretending to be on a peaceful mission." Umbridge, Ron spat the name like a curse. Of course she'd align with the new regime. Harry's mind raced, considering implications. This is just the advance party. Testing defenses, assessing resistance. "We should go down," Hermione suggested. "See what's happening." Harry hesitated, then nodded. "But carefully. Under the invisibility cloak if possible." 5 minutes later, the three of them huddled beneath the cloak at the top of the marble staircase, observing the confrontation below. The entrance hall was tense with barely contained hostility. Umbridge, dressed in ministry robes but with a new insignia Harry didn't recognize, stood flanked by four stern-faced wizards. Opposite them were Dumbledore, McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, and Snape, presenting a united front despite the known rifts between them. "The educational decree is quite clear, Dumbledore," Umbridge was saying, her girlish voice at odds with the malice in her eyes. "The Ministry of Magic has assumed direct oversight of Hogwarts School. Your services as headmaster are no longer required." Dumbledore's response was calm but unyielding. "I'm afraid I must disagree, Dolores. My appointment as headmaster is not within the ministry's purview to terminate. Only the Board of Governors holds that authority." "The Board of Governors has been dissolved," Umbridge replied with vicious satisfaction. "Educational Decree No. 30 states that all administrative authority over magical education now rests directly with the Minister of Magic, who has delegated that authority to me as High Inquisitor and newly appointed headmistress." McGonagall's expression was thunderous. "Pius Thickness is a puppet minister installed through violence and coercion. His decrees have no legitimacy." "Your seditious statements are noted, Professor McGonagall," one of Umbridge's companions said coldly. "The new administration takes a dim view of such treasonous rhetoric. Is it treason to state facts?" McGonagall countered, unintimidated. "Dozens witnessed Death Eaters murdering ministry officials and installing Thickness. His regime is nothing but a transparent front for you-know-who." Umbridge's face flushed with anger. "These dangerous lies will not be tolerated. The official position of the ministry is that unfortunate violence by extremist elements was swiftly contained, and a legitimate transition of power has occurred." "How convenient," Snape observed dryly, speaking for the first time. "And these extremist elements just happen to target only those ministry officials who oppose the Dark Lord's agenda?" Umbridge turned her attention to Snape, her expression calculating. "Professor Snape, your particular situation has been discussed at the highest levels. There are opportunities available for those with your unique background and skills, should you choose to demonstrate loyalty to the new administration. An unmistakable recruiting attempt." From his vantage point, Harry saw Snape's expression remain impassive, revealing nothing. "My loyalty is to Hogwarts and its students," Snape replied ambiguously. "As it has always been." Dumbledore stepped forward slightly, subtly reasserting his authority. "Dolores, I believe we understand your message. You wish to assume control of Hogwarts on behalf of the new ministry. However, this castle and its inhabitants are under my protection, and I cannot in good conscience surrender that responsibility to a regime installed through violence." "You have until midnight to reconsider, Dumbledore," Umbridge said, her voice hardening. "After that, the ministry will take appropriate measures to enforce compliance. I suggest you use this time to prepare for an orderly transition." Her gaze swept across the assembled professors. "Those who cooperate will find the new educational direction advantageous to their careers. Those who resist will be replaced." With that thinly veiled threat hanging in the air, Umbridge and her entourage turned and exited the castle, the massive oak doors closing behind them with an ominous thud. The moment they were gone, Dumbledore turned to his staff. "Phileas, initiate the castle's primary defensive wards immediately. Pomona, begin preparations for securing the more vulnerable students. Severus." He paused, regarding the potions master with an inscrutable expression. "You know what must be done." Snape nodded once, his face grim, and swept away without another word. "Minerva," Dumbledore continued, "I believe we should enact the Hogwarts emergency protocol. The situation has escalated beyond what we had anticipated." McGonagall nodded sharply. "I'll begin preparations immediately." As the professors dispersed, Harry, Ron, and Hermione retreated back up the stairs, removing the cloak once they were safely out of sight. "This is it," Harry said quietly. "They're coming for the castle tonight." "What's the Hogwarts emergency protocol?" Ron asked. Hermione's expression was worried. It's mentioned in Hogwarts, a history. It's only been activated 3 times in the school's history, during Grindelwald's uprising, the height of the First War against Voldemort, and once during a magical plague in the 1700s. It essentially converts Hogwarts from a school to a fortress, with all resources dedicated to protection. We need to call a DA meeting, Harry decided. Now. Everyone needs to know what's coming. The room of requirement was packed beyond capacity 2 hours later. Word had spread quickly through the student body about the confrontation in the entrance hall, and now not just the DA members but dozens of other students had gathered, seeking information and direction. Harry stood on a raised platform at the front of the room, looking out at the sea of anxious faces. Beside him stood Ron, Hermione, Neville, Luna, and Ginny, the core of the DA leadership that had emerged over months of training. I know you've all heard rumors, Harry began, his voice steady and clear. Let me tell you what we know for certain. The Ministry of Magic has fallen to Voldemort. Despite months of Harry using the name in DA sessions, many students still flinched. Umbridge has returned with orders to take control of Hogwarts by midnight tonight. If Dumbledore refuses, which he has, they'll attack the castle. Murmurs of fear rippled through the crowd. The professors are activating the castle's defenses, but we need to be prepared as well. Harry's gaze swept across the gathered students. For the younger students, especially first through third years, your priority will be evacuation. Professor McGonagall is organizing secure exit routes. What about the rest of us? Called Dean Thomas from the crowd. That's your choice, Harry said honestly. No one would blame any student for choosing to evacuate. This isn't your fight. The hell it isn't, Seamus Finnegan countered loudly. They're trying to take our school. A chorus of agreement rose from many of the older students. If you choose to stay and fight, Harry continued once the noise had settled, you need to understand the risks. These aren't just ministry bureaucrats we'll be facing, they're Death Eaters, possibly Voldemort himself. They kill without hesitation and show no mercy. We've been training for this, Neville stepped forward, addressing his fellow students with newfound confidence. The DA isn't just a study group, it's been preparation for exactly this situation. Everything Harry's taught us, shields, disarming, stunning, environmental tactics, it all matters now. Hermione moved to Harry's side. We need to organize by strengths and skills. Those with the best shield charms should form defensive units. Those better at offensive spells, separate attack teams. Anyone with healing knowledge will need a medical response group. The practical approach seemed to calm the crowd somewhat, giving them concrete actions to focus on rather than fear. What about our families? Asked a Hufflepuff's 6th year. With the ministry fallen, won't they be in danger too? It was a question Harry had been dreading, because he had no reassuring answer. Yes, he said simply. Many of them are already in danger, especially Muggle-born families. The Order of the Phoenix is doing what they can to warn and protect people, but their resources are stretched thin. So we're on our own, summarized Ernie Macmillan grimly. Not entirely, Harry countered. We have Dumbledore, the professors, and each other. Hogwarts has stood for 1,000 years. It won't fall easily. As Harry continued outlining defensive strategies, the door to the room opened to admit Professor McGonagall. The students parted to let her through, and Harry noticed she was carrying a familiar weathered hat, the Sorting Hat. Potter, she acknowledged with a nod. I see you've taken initiative in preparing your fellow students. Yes, Professor, Harry replied, uncertain whether he was about to be reprimanded for overstepping. Instead, McGonagall surveyed the gathered students with approval. Good. The headmaster has authorized me to coordinate student defensive efforts, and I'm pleased to see you've already begun the organization. She placed the Sorting Hat on a nearby table. For those who choose to remain and defend the castle, the Sorting Hat has agreed to assist in an unusual capacity. To the surprise of many, the hat's rip of a mouth opened. In times of greatest need, it announced in its gruff voice, "Hogwarts provides for her defenders." I was charmed by Godric Gryffindor himself to yield his sword to worthy students in moments of true crisis. A ripple of excitement passed through the crowd. "Don't get over-enthusiastic," McGonagall cautioned. "The sword appears only to those the hat deems worthy, and in circumstances of genuine need. It is not a guarantee but a possibility." She turned back to Harry. "Continue your preparations, Potter. I need to speak with you privately afterward." For the next hour, Harry, Ron, and Hermione coordinated the division of students into functional teams based on their strengths. The room of requirement expanded to accommodate practice areas where students refreshed critical defensive spells and tactics. Meanwhile, Luna organized the evacuation plans for younger students, showing surprising practical leadership beneath her dreamy exterior. Ginny worked with a group of magically powerful sixth years, practicing shield formations designed to protect groups rather than individuals. When the immediate organization was complete, Harry found McGonagall waiting for him in a small antechamber the room had provided for private conversations. "You've done well," she said without preamble. "These students trust you and respond to your leadership." "Thank you," Harry replied, still slightly surprised by the compliment. "Professor, do you really think we can hold the castle?" McGonagall considered her answer carefully. "Against the initial assault? Yes. Hogwarts' defenses are ancient and powerful. But if you know who commits his full forces, including giants, dementors, and his inner circle." She shook her head slightly. "The situation becomes far more challenging. What about Dumbledore? Surely Voldemort fears facing him directly." "The Headmaster's presence is indeed our greatest asset," McGonagall agreed. "However, Albus has confided that he believes you know who may not lead the initial attack personally. He'll likely send his forces to weaken our defenses first, preserving himself for a decisive moment." Harry absorbed this soberly. "And the Horcrux in the castle? Have you had any insights about where it might be?" "Professor Babbling and Mr. Croaker have been attempting to narrow down its location using the resonance data, but the castle's ambient magic interferes with their instruments." McGonagall's expression showed rare frustration. "The Headmaster believes it may be an item connected to Rowena Ravenclaw, possibly her lost diadem. Luna mentioned that once," Harry recalled. "But isn't it just a legend? Lost for centuries? Many legends have foundations in truth, Potter. And you know who has demonstrated a particular talent for uncovering lost magical artifacts." McGonagall checked her watch. "It's nearly 7 o'clock. The castle defenses will be fully activated at 8, sealing all conventional entrances and exits. Anyone still wishing to evacuate must do so before then. And then we wait for midnight," Harry concluded grimly. "Indeed." McGonagall paused, studying him with an expression he couldn't quite interpret. "Potter, there's something else you should know. During the confrontation with Umbridge, Severus was tasked with a specific mission by the Headmaster." "What kind of mission?" "To make contact with you-know-who through his previous channels." McGonagall's tone made clear what she thought of this strategy. "Albus believes Severus can provide misinformation about our defenses, perhaps delay the attack." Harry's suspicion must have shown on his face, because McGonagall continued, "I share your reservations. Severus's loyalties have always been complex. But the Headmaster trusts him implicitly." "And you don't?" Harry asked directly. McGonagall chose her words with obvious care. "I believe Severus Snape is not a Death Eater at heart. But I also believe his personal demons and resentments make him vulnerable to manipulation, from both sides." This was the most direct criticism of Dumbledore's judgment Harry had ever heard McGonagall express, and it confirmed his own growing concerns about Snape's role. "What should I do if I encounter him during the battle?" Harry asked bluntly. "Be cautious," McGonagall advised. "Neither trust nor attack without clear cause. Observe his actions rather than his words." Harry nodded, appreciating her practical approach. "I should get back to the others." We're finishing the defensive assignments and reviewing evacuation routes. Very well. McGonagall straightened her robes, her posture reflecting the gravity of their situation. Potter, regardless of what happens tonight, I want you to know that your parents would be extraordinarily proud of the young man you've become. As am I. The unexpected sentiment caught Harry off guard, creating a warm pressure behind his eyes. Thank you, Professor. For everything. McGonagall nodded once, her own eyes suspiciously bright, then turned and exited the antechamber with her characteristic brisk stride. At precisely 8 o'clock, Hogwarts transformed. Students who had chosen to remain felt it, a deep, resonant thrum of magic that seemed to emanate from the very stones of the castle. Windows sealed themselves with additional magical barriers beyond the glass. Suits of armor throughout the corridors stepped down from their plinths, taking up defensive positions at key junctions. Staircases locked into predetermined configurations designed for defensive advantage rather than their usual whimsical movements. From the astronomy tower, Harry watched with Ron and Hermione as the grounds underwent similar changes. The Whomping Willow's movements became more aggressive, its reach extending. The Black Lake's surface rippled as if something massive was stirring beneath. The very boundary of the Forbidden Forest seemed to shift, the trees pressing closer together, branches intertwining to form impenetrable barriers. Bloody hell, Ron whispered. The whole castle's alive. In a sense, it is, Hermione replied softly. Hogwarts was built with sentience, not consciousness exactly, but a form of magical awareness. In times of danger, that awareness intensifies. Harry's gaze was fixed on Hogsmeade in the distance, where multiple fires now burned. Dark figures moved through the village streets, their actions obscured by distance but clearly violent in nature. They're terrorizing the village, he said grimly. Punishing them for harboring Hogwarts students all these years. It's a message, Hermione concluded. Showing what happens to those who support us. Harry's jaw tightened. Then we need to show them what happens to those who attack Hogwarts. As darkness fell completely, they returned to the Great Hall, which had been converted into a command center of sorts. The house tables were gone, replaced by a large central table bearing a magical model of Hogwarts and its grounds, similar to the Marauder's map but three-dimensional and showing the positions of all defenders. Professors and seventh-year students were gathered around it, reviewing defensive assignments. McGonagall stood with Flitwick, directing the placement of magical barriers and tripwards across the grounds. Sprout was consulting with Neville about deploying various dangerous plants as additional deterrents. Madame Pomfrey had established a field hospital in an adjoining chamber, with senior students assisting in preparing healing potions and bandages. Dumbledore was notably absent, as was Snape. "Where's the headmaster?" Harry asked Professor Flitwick as he approached the table. "Activating the final layer of defenses," the tiny charms professor replied. "Ancient magic that only the headmaster can access." Harry studied the tactical model, noting the defenders' positions and potential vulnerabilities. His recent training with McGonagall had included basic military strategy, and he found himself analyzing the situation with unexpected clarity. "The boathouse is still a weak point," he observed, pointing to the structure at the lake's edge. "Even with the lake creatures mobilized, a determined force could breach there and access the lower corridors." McGonagall looked up, seeming unsurprised by his tactical insight. "A valid concern, Potter. We have limited personnel to cover all potential entry points." "The DA can handle it," Harry decided. "Dean, Seamus, and the Creevy brothers all have good disillusionment skills. They could establish an ambush position there." McGonagall nodded approvingly. "Make it so." The next 3 hours passed in a blur of preparation and waiting. The evacuation of younger students had been completed through a secret passage to the Hog's Head Inn, from where Order members had transported them to safe houses. Approximately 200 students remained to defend the castle, along with the full teaching staff and a handful of Order members who had managed to reach Hogwarts before the lockdown. As midnight approached, tension throughout the castle reached a breaking point. Harry found himself in the entrance hall with the Corps d'A members, ready to respond to whichever entry point was breached first. "Remember your training," he told them quietly. "Work in pairs, maintain shield rotations, use the environment to your advantage. Don't try to be heroes, stay alive and keep each other alive." The massive clock began to toll midnight, each sonorous bell echoing through the silent castle. On the 12th stroke, a massive explosion shattered the night, so powerful it made the entire castle shudder. From outside came a cacophony of savage roars, triumphant shouts, and the distinctive cracks of apparition. "The main gates," Neville reported, checking the enchanted galleon they were using for communication. "They've breached the outer perimeter." Harry turned to his friends, finding his own determination reflected in their faces. "This is it. Remember, stun if you can, but don't hesitate to use stronger spells if needed. They won't show mercy, so don't expect it." "Harry," Hermione said suddenly, grabbing his arm. "The Horcrux. We still need to find it." "There's no time now," he began, but Hermione shook her head fiercely. "There has to be. What if Voldemort retrieves it during the battle? All of this will be for nothing if he remains immortal." She was right, Harry realized with a sinking feeling. Their primary mission hadn't changed, despite the attack. "Luna," Harry called. The blonde Ravenclaw appeared at his side, her usual dreaminess replaced by focused attention. "You mentioned Ravenclaw's lost diadem before. We think it might be hidden in the castle, and that Voldemort turned it into a Horcrux." Luna's eyes widened. "The lost diadem? But it's been missing for centuries." "I know, but if anyone might have insight about a Ravenclaw artifact, it would be a Ravenclaw. Any ideas where to start looking?" Luna considered for a moment. "Well, if I wanted to find out about it, I'd ask the Grey Lady, Ravenclaw's ghost. She rarely speaks to students, but she might talk to you." Another explosion rocked the castle, closer this time. "Right," Harry decided quickly. "Luna, can you take me to find the Grey Lady? Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Neville, hold this position. We'll be back as soon as possible." "Be careful," Hermione urged as another blast shook dust from the ceiling. Harry and Luna sprinted up the marble staircase, heading toward Ravenclaw Tower where the ghost was most often seen. The sounds of battle grew louder behind them, shouted spells, screams, the crash of stone as defensive statues engaged the attackers. "There she is." Luna pointed down a side corridor, where a translucent figure drifted, watching the commotion below through a window. "Helena Ravenclaw." Harry called, approaching the ghost cautiously. The Grey Lady turned, her beautiful, haughty face showing surprise at being addressed by name. "Few know me by that name," she said softly. "What do you want, in this moment of chaos?" "I need to find the lost diadem of Ravenclaw," Harry said directly, seeing no point in subterfuge when the castle was under attack. "It's vital to defeating Voldemort." The ghost's expression darkened at the name. "He asked about it too, when he was a student." The handsome boy with the persuasive words. "Tom Riddle," Harry confirmed. "He found it, didn't he? And did something terrible to it?" Helena drifted closer, studying Harry's face. "Yes. I told him where I had hidden it, in a hollow tree in a forest in Albania. I had stolen it from my mother, you see, wanting to make myself cleverer, more important than her." Ancient regret filled her voice. "He defiled it with dark magic after retrieving it. I felt the change when he returned to the castle with it years later." "So it is here in the castle," Harry pressed urgently. "Where?" "In the place where everything is hidden," she replied enigmatically. "Where generations of students have concealed things they wished to keep secret." Understanding dawned immediately. The room of requirement, the room of hidden things. Helena nodded slowly. He believed no one else could find it there. His arrogance was always his blindness. "Thank you," Harry said fervently. "You've helped more than you know." Luna and Harry raced back down the corridors, now filled with the sounds of dueling from the lower floors. As they rounded a corner, they nearly collided with Professor Flitwick, who was directing a group of animated stone gargoyles. "Potter! The Death Eaters have breached the entrance hall," the tiny professor squeaked. "Professor McGonagall sent me to find you." "I need to get to the 7th floor," Harry explained quickly. "We've located the Horcrux." Understanding flashed in Flitwick's eyes. Evidently, he had been informed about the Horcruxes. "Go. I'll cover your path." With a complex series of wand movements, Flitwick conjured a shimmering barrier across the corridor behind them. "That will slow down any pursuers. Now hurry." Harry and Luna sprinted up staircases and through corridors, occasionally passing groups of students engaged with Death Eaters. The castle's defenses were holding in many areas, enchanted suits of armor grappling with intruders, moving staircases dropping attackers to lower levels, Peeves bombarding Death Eaters with an assortment of painful projectiles. They reached the 7th floor corridor breathless but unharmed. "Luna, stand guard," Harry instructed. "I'll get the diadem." He paced 3 times before the blank wall. "I need the place where everything is hidden. I need the place where everything is hidden. I need the place where everything is hidden." The door materialized, and Harry wrenched it open to reveal the cathedral-sized room filled with generations of hidden objects. Mountains of discarded items, forbidden treasures, and concealed contraband stretched in every direction. "How am I supposed to find one small diadem in all this?" he muttered to himself. Then he remembered what Croaker had said about the Horcruxes resonating with each other. Since the removal of the soul fragment from his scar, Harry had felt a strange emptiness where that dark presence had been, but perhaps he could use that absence, that sensitivity, to locate its counterpart. Closing his eyes, Harry focused on the memory of how the Horcrux had felt inside him, that oily, cold presence that had been part of him for so long. He turned slowly in place, trying to sense any echo of that feeling in the room around him. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, faintly, he felt a pull toward his left, a subtle wrongness in that direction that his mind recoiled from instinctively. Following this negative attraction, Harry wove through towering piles of junk, the feeling growing stronger as he approached a tarnished cabinet. Atop it sat an old bust, and perched on the bust's head was what he sought, a delicate silver tiara, set with a stunning blue sapphire. Even from several feet away, Harry could sense the malevolence emanating from it, the same darkness that had lived in his scar for so long. "Ravenclaw's diadem," he whispered, approaching cautiously. How to destroy it? He hadn't brought basilisk venom or any other means of destroying the Horcrux. Taking it with him seemed dangerous. What if it attempted to possess whoever carried it, like the diary had done to Ginny? His deliberation was interrupted by Luna's voice calling from the doorway. "Harry! Death Eaters are coming this way." "Coming," he shouted back. With no better option, Harry quickly wrapped the diadem in his outer robe before grasping it, careful not to touch it directly. The moment his wrapped hand closed around it, he felt a surge of rage and hatred that wasn't his own, the Horcrux, sensing his presence and intention. Harry raced back through the room, rejoining Luna at the entrance. "I've got it," he confirmed. "But I don't know how to destroy it." "The sword," Luna suggested immediately. "The sword of Gryffindor, remember what the Sorting Hat said." "But we don't have the sword," Harry pointed out as they hurried down the corridor. "And we don't know how to summon it." "The Sorting Hat was in the Great Hall," Luna recalled. "If we can find it." A massive explosion cut off her suggestion, the force of it throwing them both against the wall. Through the dust and debris, Harry saw a gaping hole in the corridor ahead, and through it, the night sky. Part of the castle's exterior wall had been completely destroyed. Silhouetted against the starry backdrop stood 2 figures, Bellatrix Lestrange, her wild hair whipping in the wind that now tore through the breached castle, and beside her, Antonin Dolohov, whose cruel face Harry recognized from their encounter in the Department of Mysteries. "Well, well," Bellatrix cackled, spotting them. "If it isn't Baby Potter." The Dark Lord will be so pleased when I bring him your head. Harry pushed Luna behind him, drawing his wand. The wrapped diadem in his other hand seemed to pulse with anticipation, as if recognizing kindred dark magic in Bellatrix. "Stay back, Luna," Harry muttered. "When I engage them, run for help." "I'm not leaving you," Luna replied simply, moving to stand beside him, her own wand raised. "Two little children playing at war," Dolohov sneered, advancing with predatory grace. "This will be quick." Harry struck first, his training with McGonagall evident in the precision and power of his spell sequence. Stupefy. Impedimenta. Expulso. Dolohov blocked the first two spells but was caught off guard by the third, which blasted the floor beneath his feet, sending stone fragments flying in all directions. He stumbled but remained standing, a look of surprise crossing his face at Harry's unexpected competence. Beside him, Luna was engaged with Bellatrix, her seemingly whimsical spell choices creating an unpredictable defense that even the seasoned Death Eater found challenging to penetrate. "You've learned some tricks, Potter," Dolohov acknowledged, his expression darkening. "But playtime is over." Crucio. Harry sidestepped the unforgivable, remembering McGonagall's emphasis on mobility over shield charms against the worst curses. In the same movement, he transfigured a nearby suit of armor into a swarm of metallic projectiles that hurtled toward Dolohov. The Death Eater's shield charm fragmented under the assault, allowing several metal shards to penetrate, drawing blood from his face and hands. With a roar of fury, Dolohov abandoned finesse for raw power, sending a barrage of cutting curses toward Harry. Luna, meanwhile, was faltering under Bellatrix's increasingly vicious attacks. A slashing hex caught her arm, drawing a line of blood and causing her to stumble. "Luna!" Harry called, distracted for a crucial moment, long enough for one of Dolohov's curses to graze his shoulder, leaving a burning gash. The situation was deteriorating rapidly. Harry knew they couldn't hold off two of Voldemort's most dangerous lieutenants for long without assistance. The diadem in his hand seemed to grow heavier, the malevolence inside it feeding on the violence surrounding it. Just as Bellatrix prepared to cast what would certainly be a killing curse at the wounded Luna, a powerful voice rang out from behind them. "Protego Maxima." A shield of unprecedented strength materialized between the students and Death Eaters, deflecting Bellatrix's curse back toward her. She shrieked as she dove aside, the green light of her own killing curse missing her by inches. Minerva McGonagall strode into view, her robes singed and torn but her wand work precise and devastating. With a series of complex movements, she transfigured the very air around Bellatrix and Dolohov into a swirling vortex that lifted them off their feet. "Potter. Miss Lovegood. Behind me, now." McGonagall commanded, maintaining the vortex with one hand while casting additional protections with the other. Harry helped Luna to her feet, and they quickly moved behind McGonagall's protective position. "I found it," Harry told her urgently, indicating the wrapped bundle in his hand. "Ravenclaw's diadem. But we need a way to destroy it." "Fiendfire would work," McGonagall replied grimly, her concentration still focused on containing the Death Eaters, who were fighting against the magical cyclone with increasing success. "But I cannot cast it while maintaining this containment. It's too dangerous." "The Sword of Gryffindor," Luna suggested again, clutching her bleeding arm. "If we could find the Sorting Hat," McGonagall's eyes widened slightly. "Yes, the sword would work. It was imbued with basilisk venom when you used it in the chamber." Their strategic discussion was cut short as Dolohov finally broke free of the vortex, landing heavily on the stone floor and immediately firing a killing curse toward McGonagall. She deflected it with remarkable reflexes, but the effort caused her to lose control of the vortex, allowing Bellatrix to escape as well. "We're outmatched here," McGonagall assessed quickly. "Fall back toward the Great Hall. There are more defenders there." They began a fighting retreat, McGonagall taking the rear position to shield the students. Harry and Luna cast shield charms in tandem, creating layered defenses that slowed the Death Eaters' pursuit. As they reached the grand staircase, the battle below came into full view, and it was chaos. Death Eaters had indeed breached the entrance hall, where they were engaged with professors, order members, and student defenders. Flashes of spellfire illuminated the scene in stark bursts of color. The Hogwarts defenders were fighting valiantly, but they were clearly outnumbered. Down there. Luna pointed suddenly. The Sorting Hat. Harry followed her gaze and spotted the ancient hat lying near the foot of the stairs, presumably dropped in the heat of battle. It was tantalizingly close, but between them and it stood at least 3 Death Eaters. Cover me, Harry decided instantly. I'm going for the hat. Before McGonagall could protest, Harry launched himself down the stairs, casting shield charms ahead of him as he went. Behind him, McGonagall and Luna provided covering fire, forcing Bellatrix and Dolohov to defend rather than pursue. A Death Eater spotted Harry's descent and turned to intercept him. Harry recognized Rookwood from the Department of Mysteries battle. Without breaking stride, Harry cast a blasting curse at the floor beneath Rookwood's feet, creating a momentary distraction that allowed him to slip past. 10 more steps. 5. Harry dove the last distance, sliding across the stone floor to snatch up the Sorting Hat. A curse sizzled through the space where his head had been a moment before. I need the sword. Harry shouted at the hat, rolling to avoid another hex. Please. Only a true Gryffindor, the hat began. There's no time. Harry roared, ducking behind a fallen statue for momentary cover. Whether responding to the genuine desperation in Harry's voice or sensing his worthiness, the hat suddenly grew heavy. Harry reached inside and his fingers closed around a cold metal hilt. With a surge of triumph, he withdrew the ruby-encrusted sword of Gryffindor, its blade gleaming in the chaotic light of battle. Harry placed the wrapped diadem on the floor before him and raised the sword high. The Horcrux seemed to sense its impending destruction. The wrapping around it began to smoke and smolder as if the diadem within was heating to incredible temperatures. Potter! Bellatrix's scream cut through the din of battle. She was descending the stairs at a run, her face contorted with understanding and rage. Stop him! Harry brought the sword down with all his strength, cleaving through the wrapped diadem with a single powerful stroke. A terrible shriek rent the air, not from Bellatrix but from the diadem itself. Black ichor spurted from the broken artifact, and a cloud of dark smoke rose, briefly forming a face, Voldemort's snake-like visage, mouth open in a silent scream of fury, before dissipating. A shockwave of magical energy exploded outward from the destroyed Horcrux, knocking combatants on both sides off their feet. Harry maintained his grip on the sword, though the force threw him backward several yards. In the momentary silence that followed, a new sound became audible, a high, cold voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. You have fought valiantly, said Voldemort, his voice magically amplified to reach every corner of the castle. Lord Voldemort knows how to value bravery. Yet you have sustained heavy losses, and if you continue to resist me, you will all die. I do not wish this to happen. Every drop of magical blood spilled is a loss and a waste. The fighting had stopped, everyone frozen in place, listening. I therefore command my forces to retreat immediately. You have 1 hour. Dispose of your dead with dignity. Treat your injured. I speak now, Harry Potter, directly to you. You have permitted your friends to die for you rather than face me yourself. I shall wait for 1 hour in the Forbidden Forest. If, at the end of that hour, you have not come to me, have not given yourself up, then battle recommences. This time, I shall enter the fray myself, Harry Potter, and I shall find you, and I shall punish every man, woman, and child who has tried to conceal you from me. 1 hour. As the voice faded, an eerie silence fell over the entrance hall. Death Eaters began to disappear, some by apparition where the castle's defenses had been breached, others retreating on foot toward the grounds. Harry got to his feet, still clutching the sword, and looked around at the aftermath of battle. The entrance hall was in ruins, chunks missing from the walls, the marble staircase partially collapsed, the floor slick with blood in places. And there were bodies, too many bodies. Harry recognized faces among both the injured and the still forms lying on the floor. Professor Sprout was kneeling beside a seventh-year Hufflepuff, trying to stanch bleeding from a terrible wound. Fred and George Weasley were carrying an unconscious Percy toward the Great Hall, his face deathly pale but his chest still moving. And near the doors, a small, still form that Harry recognized with a jolt of horror as Colin Creevey. McGonagall approached, her face smudged with dust and a cut bleeding freely above her eye. "Potter. Are you injured?" Harry shook his head numbly. "The diadem is destroyed. Another Horcrux gone." "Good," McGonagall said grimly. "That leaves only the one at Gringotts and whatever he keeps with him personally." "I have to go to him," Harry said quietly. "You heard what he said. He'll kill everyone if I don't." "Absolutely not," McGonagall's voice was like iron. "That is precisely what he wants, you, isolated and vulnerable." "But the prophecy doesn't dictate when or how you face him," McGonagall countered. "Only that you must eventually do so. And you are not prepared to face him while he still possesses even one Horcrux." Harry wanted to argue but was interrupted by Ron and Hermione pushing their way through the crowd toward them. Hermione had a nasty gash on her cheek, and Ron's left arm was hanging at an awkward angle, but they were alive. "Harry!" Hermione threw her arms around him. "We saw the explosion, the Horcrux." "Destroyed," Harry confirmed, indicating the sword and the blackened remains of the diadem. "But Voldemort's given an ultimatum. He wants me to surrender within an hour." "That's not happening," Ron said flatly, wincing as he adjusted his injured arm. "We'll find another way." Dumbledore appeared from the direction of the Great Hall, his robes torn and singed but his movements unhindered. His eyes found Harry immediately. "Harry. Well done with the diadem," he said gravely. "I presume you heard Voldemort's message?" "Yes, sir. I think I need to go." Dumbledore exchanged a quick glance with McGonagall. "Let us discuss this privately, Harry. There are factors you may not be considering." They moved away from the main crowd, into a small antechamber off the entrance hall. McGonagall, Ron, and Hermione followed, none willing to let Harry out of their sight. Once inside with the door closed, Dumbledore turned to Harry with unusual directness. "Harry, I must ask you something crucial. Since the Horcrux was removed from your scar, have you experienced any visions or connections to Voldemort's mind?" Harry thought about it. "No. Nothing. It's been completely silent." "As I suspected," Dumbledore nodded. "The connection is severed. This presents both an advantage and a complication. Voldemort likely does not know that his soul fragment within you has been destroyed. He believes you still carry a piece of himself." "How does that help us?" Harry asked. "It means his ultimatum is based on incomplete information," McGonagall interjected. "He may believe he can somehow use your death to his advantage beyond simply eliminating you as a threat. Or," Dumbledore added more quietly, "he may believe that killing you himself is necessary to reclaim or stabilize the soul fragment he unknowingly placed within you." A cold realization swept through Harry. "You knew," he said flatly to Dumbledore. "You knew all along I was a Horcrux. That's why you kept your distance this year, you were preparing me to die." Dumbledore's expression revealed the truth before he spoke. "I suspected," he admitted. "But I was searching for alternatives, ways you might survive. I believed there might be a possibility that Voldemort himself could destroy the Horcrux without killing you, if the circumstances were precisely right." McGonagall's face had gone rigid with anger. "You were going to send him to his death without even telling him?" "I was going to present him with all the information and the choice when the moment came," Dumbledore countered, though he looked deeply troubled. "A terrible choice, yes, but still a choice." "Well, it's moot now," Hermione interrupted practically. "The Horcrux is gone from Harry. He doesn't need to sacrifice himself." "Indeed," Dumbledore agreed. Which means we must prevent Harry from facing Voldemort until the final Horcrux is destroyed. Voldemort must not discover that the connection is severed until we are ready for the final confrontation. Harry's mind was reeling from the implications of what Dumbledore had just admitted, that the headmaster had been preparing him for a sacrificial death all along. The betrayal cut deep, despite the fact that circumstances had rendered the plan unnecessary. So what's our next move? Ron asked, cutting through the tension. We've got less than an hour before he attacks again. We must locate and destroy the final Horcrux, Dumbledore said simply. The one at Gringotts. That's impossible, Hermione protested. Gringotts is impenetrable, and even if it weren't, we have no idea which vault it's in or what it might be. Actually, McGonagall said slowly, I believe I may know. When we captured Bellatrix Lestrange briefly during the First War, before she was broken out of Ministry custody, she was found to be carrying a key to a high-security Gringotts vault. The contents were never inventoried before the Death Eaters reclaimed her possessions, but it was noted that she seemed extraordinarily concerned about that vault specifically. Bellatrix's vault, Harry mused. That fits with what Regulus's journal hinted at, Voldemort entrusting something important to her. But we still can't break into Gringotts in under an hour, Ron pointed out. No, Dumbledore agreed. But perhaps we don't need to. He turned to Harry. There is another approach. If we cannot destroy the final Horcrux before confronting Voldemort, we might instead neutralize it temporarily. What do you mean? Harry asked. I have been researching magical containment methods, Dumbledore explained. While not as permanent as destruction, it may be possible to create a field that suppresses the Horcrux's connection to the main soul, essentially preventing it from anchoring Voldemort if he were to be killed. That sounds theoretical at best, McGonagall said skeptically. It is, Dumbledore acknowledged. But given our time constraints, it may be our only viable option. Harry looked between the adults, sensing another layer to this conversation that wasn't being explicitly stated. You're suggesting I face him after all, he realized. With this containment field in place. Not alone, Dumbledore clarified. But yes, I believe our best chance may be to use Voldemort's ultimatum against him. He expects you to come alone, vulnerable. Instead, we prepare a trap. McGonagall's expression was thunderous. After everything that's happened, you still intend to use Potter as bait? Not as bait, Dumbledore countered. As the prophecy dictates, as the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. The power he knows not. And what exactly is that power? Harry asked directly. You've never been clear about that part. Dumbledore regarded him thoughtfully. I believed for many years it was love, your capacity to care deeply, to form bonds that Tom Riddle never could. But now, having seen you these past months, I wonder if it might be something both simpler and more profound, choice. The ability to choose sacrifice over safety, others' well-being over your own advantage. That doesn't sound like a power that will help me win a duel against the most dangerous dark wizard of all time, Harry said dryly. Perhaps not in the conventional sense, Dumbledore agreed. But magic at its deepest levels responds to intention and choice in ways we still don't fully understand. Tom has always pursued power through coercion and fear. You have consistently chosen a different path. Harry wasn't entirely convinced, but the conversation was cut short by a commotion outside the door. Neville burst in, breathless and bleeding from a cut on his forehead. You need to come quickly, he gasped. It's Snape, he's back, and he's brought someone with him. The Great Hall had been converted to a field hospital, with the injured laid out in rows on conjured pallets. Madame Pomfrey moved between them, assisted by anyone with healing knowledge, treating the most severe cases first. Near the center of the hall stood Severus Snape, his black robes torn and bloodied, supporting a barely conscious Draco Malfoy. The blonde Slytherin's face was bruised almost beyond recognition, and his breathing came in ragged gasps. Whispers rippled through the hall as Harry and the others entered. Many viewed Snape with suspicion, uncertain of his true loyalties despite Dumbledore's consistent defense of him. Severus, Dumbledore moved forward quickly. What happened? The Dark Lord discovered Draco's reluctance to participate in the attack on Hogwarts, Snape replied, his voice coldly controlled despite the obvious urgency of the situation. He decided to make an example of him before the assembled Death Eaters. I intervened as much as I dared without compromising my position. McGonagall immediately conjured a stretcher. Get him to Poppy, she instructed. Mr. Malfoy needs immediate attention. As Draco was taken away, Snape turned to Dumbledore, his expression grave. The Dark Lord suspects me. My usefulness as a spy is at an end. What else have you learned? Dumbledore asked quietly. Snape glanced at Harry, something unreadable flashing in his dark eyes. He has the snake with him, Nagini. Protected in a magical cage, never leaving his side. His gaze returned to Dumbledore. I believe you were correct in your suspicion about it. Harry and McGonagall exchanged significant looks. The snake, could it be the final Horcrux? The one that had been moving, according to Croker's instruments? I see, Dumbledore said gravely. That complicates matters. There's more, Snape continued, lowering his voice further. He has summoned the giants and the remaining Dementors. They will join the attack when the hour is up. The castle will not withstand such a force. The implications were clear and devastating. Their situation was even more desperate than they had realized. So what's the plan? Harry asked, looking between Dumbledore and McGonagall. If we can't destroy the Horcruxes in time, and we can't hold the castle against his full forces, we proceed with the containment strategy, Dumbledore decided. Severus, I'll need your assistance with the potion components. Minerva, please organize our remaining defenders into strategic positions, focus on protecting the injured and establishing a clear evacuation route if needed. As the adults began to move away, Harry grabbed McGonagall's arm. Professor, wait. I need to know, do you think this can work? Dumbledore's plan? McGonagall studied him for a long moment. It is a desperate gambit, she admitted quietly. But I see few alternatives given our time constraints. Her expression softened slightly. Whatever happens, Potter, remember our agreement. You are not alone in this fight. The warmth of their magical guardianship bond pulsed between them, a reminder of the connection they had established on the winter solstice, a connection that had already carried them through so much. I remember, Harry nodded. And I won't face him alone, regardless of his ultimatum. That's a promise. As McGonagall moved away to organize the defenses, Harry turned to Ron and Hermione. I need you two to do something for me. Anything, Hermione replied immediately, with Ron nodding beside her. Find Professor Babbling and Croker. They need to know about Nagini being a Horcrux. Maybe they can adjust their detection instruments to help us locate it precisely during the battle. Ron squeezed Harry's shoulder with his good hand. Consider it done. And Harry, Hermione added solemnly, promise me you won't do anything reckless. No noble sacrifices, no facing Voldemort alone because you think it might save everyone else. I promise, Harry replied, meaning it. The removal of the Horcrux from his scar had changed something fundamental in his perspective. He no longer felt that strange pull toward a fatalistic end, the unconscious influence of Voldemort's soul fragment that had perhaps been nudging him toward self-sacrifice all along. Now, with his mind truly his own for the first time, Harry felt a fierce determination to live, to fight, to win, not just for himself, but for everyone who had already sacrificed so much. The remaining minutes of Voldemort's ultimatum ticked away with agonizing slowness. Throughout the castle, the defenders regrouped, tended their wounded, and prepared for what many believed would be their final stand. In a small chamber off the Great Hall, Dumbledore, Snape, and Professor Slughorn worked feverishly on the magical containment potion, a complex brew designed to temporarily suppress the connection between Horcruxes and their creator. The three master potion makers moved in coordinated precision, their personal differences set aside in the face of necessity. Harry watched them work, his mind racing with alternative strategies, contingency plans, options that might improve their desperate odds. The sword of Gryffindor hung at his side, transfigured by McGonagall into a more manageable sheath and belt. If they encountered Nagini, he would be ready. "It is complete," Dumbledore announced finally, holding up a small crystal vial containing an opalescent liquid that seemed to shift colors as it caught the light. "This potion, once activated, will create a field approximately 50 yards in diameter wherein all soul magic is temporarily suppressed." "How is it activated?" Harry asked. "It must be poured onto the ground and activated with a specific incantation," Dumbledore explained. "The field will last approximately 5 minutes, not long, but hopefully sufficient for our purpose." "And you're certain it will work on Horcruxes?" McGonagall questioned, having returned from organizing the castle's defenses. "As certain as we can be without practical testing," Slughorn answered, wiping sweat from his brow. "The theory is sound, but such specific applications of soul magic are largely untested. So our plan is to lure Voldemort into this field, where his Horcruxes won't protect him, and then, what? Kill him?" Harry summarized bluntly. "Essentially, yes," Dumbledore confirmed. "Though getting him to enter the field willingly may prove challenging. He expects me to surrender to him in the Forbidden Forest," Harry pointed out. "What if I appear to do exactly that, but lead him to a location of our choosing?" "Absolutely not," McGonagall said immediately. "We've already established you will not face him alone." "I won't be alone," Harry assured her. "You'll all be there, hidden, waiting to spring the trap. But he needs to believe I've surrendered, otherwise, he'll just launch a full attack on the castle." Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. "The idea has merit. If we could establish the containment field in advance, in a clearing where visibility is good for our hidden forces." "It's too risky," McGonagall insisted. "If anything goes wrong, if the potion doesn't work as expected, if our timing is off by even seconds, we're out of better options," Snape cut in coldly. "The Dark Lord's patience is exhausted. When the hour is up, he will attack with his full force, including creatures against which we have limited defenses. This castle will become a slaughterhouse." A heavy silence followed this stark assessment. "I don't like it either," Harry said quietly to McGonagall. "But I think it's our best chance to minimize casualties. And I'm not planning to die today, Professor. Not after everything we've been through." Something in his tone, a steel that hadn't been there before, seemed to reach McGonagall. She studied his face intently, then gave a single, sharp nod. "Very well. But we establish contingencies, escape routes, and I will be among those closest to your position." "Agreed," Harry said immediately. "Then let us make haste," Dumbledore urged. "The hour is nearly spent." They quickly finalized the details of their desperate plan. A specific clearing in the Forbidden Forest was selected, one that Hagrid confirmed would provide good sight lines and multiple approach vectors for their hidden forces. The containment potion would be administered by Slughorn in advance, but not activated until the critical moment. Order members, professors, and the most skilled DA students would position themselves strategically around the clearing, disillusioned or hidden by natural cover. Remember, Dumbledore instructed the assembled strike team, "Our primary objective is to eliminate Nagini, then engage Voldemort himself. If the containment field works as intended, he will be temporarily mortal, vulnerable to conventional magical attack. What if it doesn't work?" Neville asked, clutching the sorting hat, which he had been instructed to bring in case another needed to draw the sword. "Then we revert to our defensive strategy," McGonagall answered grimly. "Protect Harry, eliminate Nagini if possible, and retreat to the castle where we have established defenses." As the team prepared to move into position, Harry sought out Ron and Hermione one last time. "I don't like this plan," Hermione said immediately, hugging him fiercely. "But I understand why you're doing it." "Just don't get yourself killed," Ron added gruffly. "We've come too far for that." "I don't intend to," Harry assured them. "Make sure the evacuation routes stay clear," just in case. If this goes wrong. It won't, Hermione said with forced confidence. We've beaten the odds before. Harry nodded, throat tight with emotion. See you on the other side, then. With those final words, he turned to join Dumbledore and McGonagall, who would accompany him to the edge of the forest before taking their own positions in the trap. The walk across the grounds was surreal. Dawn was just beginning to lighten the eastern sky, casting long shadows across the battle-scarred lawn. Smoke still rose from several points around the castle where magical fires burned, resistant to conventional extinguishing methods. At the edge of the forest, Harry paused, looking back at Hogwarts, his first true home, now damaged but still standing defiant against the darkness. Whatever happened in the next hour would determine whether it remained a school or became a monument to a lost cause. It's time, Potter, McGonagall said softly beside him. The others are in position. Harry turned to her, suddenly needing to say things that might never have another chance to be spoken. Professor, Minerva, thank you. For everything. For believing in me, for fighting for me when no one else did. McGonagall's customary severity softened. You have nothing to thank me for, Harry. It has been my privilege to stand beside you. She placed a hand on his shoulder, the formal address abandoned in this crucial moment. Your parents would be so very proud of the man you've become. As am I. The use of his first name, so rare from her, underscored the gravity of the moment. Harry nodded, unable to speak past the lump in his throat. Dumbledore approached, his blue eyes grave behind his half-moon spectacles. The stage is set, Harry. Remember, once inside the containment field, all must act quickly. The window of opportunity will be brief. I understand, Harry confirmed. And sir. I know we've had our differences this year, but thank you for everything you've taught me. A complex emotion crossed Dumbledore's face, regret, pride, concern all mingled together. It is I who should thank you, Harry. For showing an old man that there are some things more important than the greater good. With these parting words, Harry took a deep breath and stepped into the forest alone. The path was dark, illuminated only by the faint pre-dawn light filtering through the canopy. He moved deliberately, his wand in hand but not raised, projecting an image of resignation rather than combat readiness. As he walked deeper into the forest, Harry became aware of dark shapes moving among the trees, Death Eaters positioned as lookouts, watching his approach with malicious anticipation. None moved to stop him, they had clearly been instructed to allow his passage. Finally, the trees opened into the designated clearing. Harry paused at its edge, taking in the scene before him. Voldemort stood in the center, tall and skeletal in flowing black robes, the elder wand held loosely in his long-fingered hand. Beside him floated a magical sphere containing the massive snake, Nagini, protected as Snape had described. Around them stood a circle of Death Eaters, fewer than Harry had expected, perhaps 20 in total. The rest were presumably still positioned around the castle, ready for the renewed assault if Harry failed to appear. Harry Potter, Voldemort's high, cold voice cut through the pre-dawn stillness. The boy who lived, come to die. Harry stepped fully into the clearing, his mind racing to identify the subtle signs that would indicate the containment potion had been properly placed. There, a faint shimmer in the moss near the center of the clearing, visible only because he knew to look for it. I'm here, Harry said simply. As you requested. So noble, Voldemort mocked, red eyes gleaming with triumph. So willing to sacrifice yourself for your friends. It's almost touching. The Death Eaters laughed sycophantically at their master's sarcasm. Harry continued walking forward, carefully gauging the distance. He needed Voldemort at the center of the containment field when it activated. Just promise they'll be spared if I surrender. I am a merciful lord, Voldemort replied silkily. Those who do not resist will be permitted to live, under the new order. Harry was now just 15 feet from Voldemort, well within the area that would be affected by the containment field. He stopped, deliberately vulnerable, his wand pointed downward. Then let's end this. Voldemort's lipless mouth curved in a terrible smile. Yes, let us end this. He raised the Elder Wand, pointing it directly at Harry's heart. Any last words, Harry Potter? Harry met those red eyes without flinching. Just one, he said clearly. Contigo. The activation word for the containment potion triggered an immediate reaction. The ground beneath their feet flashed with silver light that spread rapidly outward, forming a dome that encompassed Harry, Voldemort, Nagini, and several nearby Death Eaters. The air inside the dome took on a peculiar quality, thicker, more resistant to movement, charged with magical potential. Voldemort's expression shifted from triumph to confusion to rage in an instant. What is this? He snarled, sensing the change in the magical environment around him. Harry didn't waste time explaining. The moment the field activated, he dropped to one knee and slammed his hand against the ground. Terra Modis. The earth-shaking charm, one of the advanced spells McGonagall had taught him, sent a focused shockwave through the ground beneath Voldemort's feet, disrupting his balance at the crucial moment. Simultaneously, the air around the clearing erupted with action. The Hidden Order members, professors, and DA students revealed themselves, firing spells at the Death Eaters outside the containment field. Inside the dome, where Harry had correctly anticipated fewer enemies would be caught, the real battle began. McGonagall was first through the containment barrier, transfiguring fallen branches into a pack of wolves that charged the nearest Death Eaters. Dumbledore followed, engaging Voldemort directly with a complex series of spells that forced the Dark Lord onto the defensive despite his considerable power. Harry immediately focused on his primary target, Nagini. The protective sphere containing the snake had become visible as a shimmering bubble, possibly weakened by the containment field's effect on soul magic. Harry drew the sword of Gryffindor and charged toward it, dodging curses from Death Eaters as he went. Voldemort, realizing Harry's intent, screamed in fury and attempted to intercept him, but Dumbledore's relentless assault prevented him from reaching Harry in time. A killing curse fired by Bellatrix Lestrange, who had been caught inside the containment dome, narrowly missed Harry's shoulder as he slid beneath it. With one powerful thrust, Harry drove the sword into the magical sphere protecting Nagini. The blade, imbued with basilisk venom, pierced the magical barrier as if it were mist. Nagini reared back, but in the confined space of the bubble, couldn't avoid the second strike that severed her head from her body. A horrible scream echoed through the clearing, not from the snake, but from Voldemort himself. He staggered as if physically wounded, the destruction of his final Horcrux sending shockwaves through whatever remained of his soul. Now! Dumbledore shouted to the assembled fighters. As one, they directed their spells at Voldemort, Dumbledore, McGonagall, Flitwick, Kingsley, Lupin, members of the DA including Neville, Luna, and Ginny who had insisted on joining the strike team. A barrage of stunning spells, binding hexes, blasting curses, and more esoteric attacks converged on the temporarily mortal Dark Lord. Voldemort raised the Elder Wand in desperate defense, creating a shield more powerful than any Harry had ever seen, but it wasn't enough. Not against so many skilled opponents, not without his Horcruxes, not within the containment field that seemed to dampen his most powerful dark magic. The shield shattered under the combined assault. Multiple spells struck Voldemort simultaneously, lifting him off his feet and throwing him backward. He landed in a crumpled heap, the Elder Wand flying from his grasp. For a moment, the clearing fell silent, everyone too shocked by what they were witnessing to move or speak. Then Voldemort stirred, attempting to rise despite his injuries. Harry stepped forward, wand raised. Everyone seemed to instinctively understand that this final moment belonged to him, as the prophecy had foretold, neither could live while the other survived. "It's over, Tom," Harry said quietly. "Your Horcruxes are gone. You're mortal again." Voldemort's red eyes burned with hatred and disbelief. "Impossible," he hissed. "You cannot know, you cannot have found, we found them all," Harry confirmed. "The diary, the ring, the diadem, the locket, the cup, Nagini, and the one you never meant to make, the one in me. All destroyed." A spasm of fear crossed Voldemort's snake-like face, perhaps the first genuine fear he had felt in decades. Then finish it, he spat. Prove you are the killer Dumbledore has trained you to be. Harry regarded him steadily, aware of everyone watching, of the weight of this moment in history. I don't need to kill you, Tom. I just need to ensure you can never harm anyone again. Before Voldemort could respond, Harry cast not a killing curse but something else entirely, a complex binding spell Hermione had discovered in their research, designed specifically to contain dangerous magical beings. Anima vincula perpetuum. Golden chains of light erupted from Harry's wand, wrapping around Voldemort's prone form. Where they touched his skin, they sank into it, creating a network of glowing restraints that bound not just his body but his very magic. Voldemort screamed in rage and pain as the binding took hold, thrashing against restraints that were both physical and metaphysical. The remaining Death Eaters, seeing their master captured rather than killed, broke into panicked retreat, many cut down by Order members as they fled. As the binding spell completed its work, Voldemort lay immobile, his red eyes still burning with hatred but his body and magic thoroughly contained. Well done, Harry, Dumbledore said quietly, moving to stand beside him. A more merciful choice than he deserved, perhaps, but one that speaks to your character rather than his. What happens to him now? Harry asked, feeling oddly hollow as the adrenaline of battle began to fade. A specially prepared cell in the depths of the Ministry, Dumbledore replied. Once we reclaim it from his followers. A cell where no magic can be performed, where no visitor can approach, where he will remain until his natural death, however long that may take in his altered form. McGonagall joined them, her face showing the exhaustion of battle but also fierce pride. It's over, Potter. You've done it. Harry looked around the clearing, taking in the aftermath of their desperate gambit. Several Order members were injured, including Lupin who was being treated by Tonks for what appeared to be a severe burning curse. 2 Death Eaters lay dead, Bellatrix Lestrange among them, apparently struck down by Molly Weasley in defense of Ginny. Not without cost, Harry said soberly. No victory comes without sacrifice, McGonagall acknowledged. But fewer than might have been lost had we not acted as we did. As dawn broke fully over the forest, illuminating the clearing with golden light, Harry felt a weight lifting from him, a burden he had carried for so long he had almost forgotten what it felt like to be without it. Voldemort was defeated. The prophecy fulfilled. The wizarding world, while damaged and scarred by war, would have a chance to heal and rebuild. What now? He asked simply, looking to McGonagall, who had become not just his professor and guardian but his most trusted advisor. Now, she replied with a rare, genuine smile, we begin again, Potter. We return to Hogwarts, we heal our wounded, we mourn our dead, and we rebuild what was broken. Together. Together. The word resonated within Harry, carrying with it the promise of something he had sought his entire life, belonging, purpose, home. Not just with Ron and Hermione, not just with the Weasleys or the Order, but with the entire community that had fought alongside him today. As they prepared to transport their captive back to Hogwarts, Harry looked once more at the defeated form of his lifelong enemy. There was no triumph in his heart, no savage joy at Voldemort's downfall, only a quiet certainty that he had done what needed to be done, not for vengeance or glory, but for the chance at a future where children would not grow up orphaned by war as he had. It was enough. It had to be enough. With the first true sunrise of peace in his lifetime breaking over the forest canopy, Harry Potter turned his back on Tom Riddle and walked toward home. Chapter 5. Beyond the Phoenix's shadow dawn broke over Hogwarts Castle, the golden light revealing the full extent of the battle's devastation. Entire sections of the ancient stone walls had crumbled. The astronomy tower listed at a precarious angle. The courtyard was cratered from explosive spells, and the entrance hall's grand staircase had partially collapsed. Yet despite the destruction, the castle stood, wounded but unbowed, much like its defenders. In the great hall, the wounded lay in rows, tended by Madame Pomfrey and a team of volunteer healers. The dead had been arranged with dignity in a smaller chamber, covered with white sheets, surrounded by silent mourners. Grief and relief mingled in equal measure throughout the castle as the reality settled in. Voldemort had been defeated. The war was over. They had survived. Harry sat alone on a partially destroyed windowsill, gazing out over the grounds as the morning mist began to lift. His body ached from countless minor injuries, and exhaustion pulled at him like a physical weight, but sleep remained impossible. Too much had happened. Too many had been lost. Too much remained to be processed. Soft footsteps approached, and Harry turned to see McGonagall making her way carefully through the rubble toward him. She looked as exhausted as he felt, her normally immaculate appearance disheveled from battle, a bandage wrapped around her forearm where a cutting curse had struck her. Yet her posture remained straight, her eyes alert and focused. "The Ministry contingent has arrived," she informed him, settling onto the windowsill beside him. "Kingsley is coordinating the transfer of the prisoner." Neither of them used Voldemort's name or title anymore. The bound, magically suppressed figure who had once been the most feared dark wizard in history was now simply the prisoner, reduced to something less than a man, yet deliberately not destroyed. Harry's decision to capture rather than kill had surprised many, but McGonagall had understood immediately. "Good," Harry nodded, watching as a procession of Aurors crossed the grounds toward the gates, a heavily warded containment sphere floating in their midst. Within it, barely visible, was a slumped, immobile figure. "Will the binding hold?" "Albus believes it will," McGonagall confirmed. "Combined with the specialized cell being prepared deep within the Department of Mysteries, it should ensure he poses no further threat." Harry nodded again, a strange emptiness filling him as he watched his lifelong enemy being taken away. No triumph. No satisfaction. Just a hollow relief that it was finally over. "How are you, Potter?" McGonagall asked, her tone gentler than her usual brisk manner. "Truly." Harry considered the question, appreciating that she didn't offer platitudes or assume his feelings. "I don't know yet," he admitted. "Everything happened so fast. It doesn't seem real that it's actually over." "That feeling is normal after prolonged conflict," McGonagall said. "The transition to peace often feels more disorienting than one expects." They sat in companionable silence for several minutes, watching the activity on the grounds below as Order members and Aurors secured the perimeter, healers arrived from St. Mungo's, and the first journalists began gathering at the gates, hungry for first-hand accounts of Voldemort's defeat. "We've received the preliminary casualty report," McGonagall said finally, her voice carefully controlled. 28 dead, 53 wounded, 7 critically. The majority are adults, Order members, professors, Aurors, but we lost 9 students who refused evacuation and joined the fighting." Harry closed his eyes briefly, each number a weight on his conscience despite knowing he'd done everything possible to minimize losses. "Who?" he asked softly. McGonagall understood the question immediately. "Among the students, Colin Creevey, Michael Corner, Sue Lee, 2 seventh-year Hufflepuffs, 3 Ravenclaws, and a Slytherin 6th year who returned secretly to fight against the Death Eaters. Among the staff, Professors Vector and Sinistra, and Madame Hooch." Each name landed like a physical blow. Harry had known about Colin already, had seen his small form being carried in, but each additional name compounded the grief. "They made their choices, Potter," McGonagall said firmly, reading his expression. "Just as you made yours. Their deaths are not on your conscience." "I know that logically," Harry replied. "But knowing doesn't make it easier to accept." "No," McGonagall agreed simply. "It doesn't." Another silence fell between them, broken only by the distant sounds of reconstruction already beginning in some parts of the castle. Harry marveled at the resilience, how quickly people turned toward rebuilding even in the midst of grief. "The Weasleys?" he asked, suddenly remembering that he hadn't seen them since returning to the castle. "Arthur and Molly are with Percy in the hospital wing," McGonagall informed him. "His injuries were severe but no longer life-threatening. The twins are helping secure the grounds. Bill and Charlie are coordinating with the Order and Ministry forces." Ronald and Ginevra are assisting with the wounded. They've all been asking about you, but I suggested giving you some time. Harry appreciated her understanding of his need for space, for a moment to process before facing the inevitable flood of well-wishers, mourners, and those seeking first-hand accounts of Voldemort's defeat. What happens now? He asked, the question encompassing far more than immediate plans. McGonagall seemed to understand its broader implications. In the immediate term, the wounded will be treated, the dead honored, the castle secured. Kingsley has been named acting Minister of Magic and is already working to identify and apprehend collaborators within the ministry. Beyond that. She paused, considering her words carefully. The wizarding world begins the long process of healing and rebuilding. As do we all, individually. Harry nodded, turning from the window to look directly at McGonagall. And Hogwarts will be rebuilt, she said with absolute certainty. The Board of Governors has already sent word confirming that repairs will begin immediately, with the goal of reopening for the autumn term. Under your leadership? Harry asked, suspecting that changes in administration would be inevitable after everything that had happened. McGonagall's expression revealed nothing. That remains to be determined. Professor Dumbledore has indicated he may be ready to step aside, but there are many considerations at play. Before Harry could inquire further, approaching voices announced the arrival of Ron and Hermione. They appeared at the end of the corridor, supporting each other as they picked their way through the debris. Both looked exhausted but physically intact aside from minor injuries. We'll continue this discussion later, McGonagall said, rising from the windowsill. For now, I believe your friends need you as much as you need them. She squeezed his shoulder briefly, a rare physical gesture from his typically reserved guardian, before nodding to Ron and Hermione as she departed, leaving Harry to the privacy of reunion with his closest friends. Harry! Hermione rushed forward the moment McGonagall left, pulling him into a fierce hug that aggravated several of his injuries, though he didn't complain. We've been looking everywhere for you. Just needed some time to think, Harry explained as Ron joined them, clapping him on the back with unusual gentleness. It's really over, isn't it? Ron said, wonder and disbelief mingling in his voice. You actually did it. We actually did it. We did, Harry confirmed, the reality still settling in even as he spoke the words. He's gone, or as good as gone. The binding you used was brilliant, Hermione said, her academic interest momentarily overriding exhaustion. I've never seen anything like it. Where did you learn it? From that book you found in the Black Library, Harry reminded her. The one about containing magical creatures too dangerous to kill because of potential magical backlash. I remember now, Hermione nodded. But adapting it for use on a human, even a magically altered one like Voldemort, that was inspired. Harry shrugged slightly. It seemed better than killing him, despite everything he's done. Death would have been too quick. Too easy. And potentially dangerous if his death triggered unknown magical protections. Ron shook his head in amazement. Never thought I'd see the day when you know who was defeated and hauled off like a common criminal. Dad says they're preparing a special cell in the Department of Mysteries where he'll be studied while imprisoned, no wand, no visitors, no contact with the outside world. Just endless years to contemplate his failures. How are your parents? Harry asked, changing the subject. McGonagall mentioned Percy was injured. Ron's expression sobered. Percy took a nasty curse protecting Dad. Lost a lot of blood, but the healers say he'll recover. He came back, Harry. When it mattered most, he chose family over the ministry. The simple statement carried profound weight given the estrangement that had divided the Weasley family. One small reconciliation amid so much loss, a reminder that some breaks could be mended, even if others were permanent. And everyone else? Harry pressed. Lupin, Tonks, Hagrid. Lupin's at St. Mungo's with severe injuries, but stable, Hermione reported. Tonks is with him. Hagrid's helping secure the forest boundary, apparently several Death Eaters fled that way when things turned against them. The conversation lulled as all three contemplated the enormous task of accounting for everyone in the aftermath of battle, checking lists of the wounded and dead with dread, the relief when a name was absent from both almost overwhelming. "McGonagall's been amazing," Ron commented after a moment. "Organized search parties, set up the hospital wing, coordinated with the ministry, all while looking like she herself could collapse any minute." "That's who she is," Harry said simply, a hint of pride in his voice. "She does what needs to be done, regardless of personal cost." The three friends made their way slowly through the castle toward the Great Hall, where families were beginning to arrive to collect their children or mourn their losses. The hall had been partially restored, the enchanted ceiling once again showing the bright spring sky above rather than the gaping holes left by battle. As they entered, heads turned, and a ripple of awareness passed through the gathered crowd. Conversations halted mid-sentence. People moved aside to create a path. Someone began to clap, a slow, deliberate acknowledgement that quickly spread until the entire hall thundered with applause. Harry froze, uncomfortable with the attention yet understanding its necessity. These people needed this moment, needed to see with their own eyes that Voldemort was truly defeated, that their champion stood before them, battered but unbowed. McGonagall appeared at his side, as if materializing from nowhere in the moment he needed support. "A brief acknowledgement," she murmured, barely audible above the applause. "Then I'll clear a path to somewhere quieter." Harry nodded gratefully, raising a hand in simple recognition of the applause. As promised, McGonagall efficiently created a route through the crowd, leading Harry and his friends to a small antechamber off the main hall where the Weasley family had gathered around Percy's bedside. The reunion was emotional but mercifully private. Molly engulfed Harry in a motherly embrace that threatened to crack ribs, while Arthur clasped his hand with both of his own, unable to speak past the emotion in his throat. The twins offered subdued versions of their usual humor. Bill and Fleur expressed their gratitude with quiet dignity. Percy, pale and weak but conscious, simply nodded his thanks from his hospital bed. "We heard what you did, Harry," Arthur said finally, his voice rough with exhaustion and emotion. "Containing him rather than killing. It was unexpected. But right, I think. I didn't want to become what I was fighting against," Harry explained simply. "Ending a life, even his, seemed like crossing a line I couldn't uncross." Molly squeezed his hand. "Your parents would be so proud of the choice you made. As are we." The conversation shifted to practical matters, the wounded, the rebuilding efforts, the ministry's transition under Kingsley's temporary leadership. Harry was content to listen rather than speak, drawing comfort from the familiar dynamics of the Weasley family, even in this subdued state. Eventually, the accumulated exhaustion of battle, tension, and emotional aftermath caught up with him. Harry felt himself swaying slightly on his feet, his vision narrowing at the edges. McGonagall, ever observant, noticed immediately. "Potter needs rest," she announced, her tone brooking no argument. "As do all of you. I've had quarters prepared in the undamaged section of the East Wing for those wishing to remain at Hogwarts tonight." The practicality of her statement broke through the suspended reality they'd all been inhabiting. People began to realize how many hours had passed since they'd last slept, how depleted their magical and physical resources had become. As the group dispersed toward the promised accommodations, McGonagall guided Harry toward a different corridor. "The headmaster has requested to speak with you before you rest," she explained. Briefly, I insisted. Harry nodded, finding he had just enough energy remaining for one more crucial conversation. "Where is he?" "The astronomy professor's quarters," McGonagall replied. "His own office was severely damaged in the battle." They walked in silence through the quieting castle. Sunset painted the damaged walls with golden light, creating an almost ethereal beauty amidst destruction. In some corridors, house elves were already clearing debris, their small forms moving with determined efficiency. Professor Aurora Sinistra's quarters were located in a tower adjacent to the astronomy platform, close enough for convenient access during nighttime lessons, but separate from the exposed observation deck that had been partially destroyed in the battle. The rooms were simple but elegant, decorated with celestial motifs and dominated by a large window perfectly positioned for stargazing. Dumbledore waited near this window, gazing out at the darkening sky. He turned as they entered, and Harry was struck by how aged the headmaster appeared, not just physically tired from the battle, but somehow diminished, as if the end of his long chess match with Voldemort had taken something vital from him. "Harry," he greeted warmly. "Thank you for coming. I know you must be exhausted." "It's fine, sir," Harry replied, noting that McGonagall remained by the door rather than leaving, a silent guardian ensuring this conversation didn't overtax him. "Please, sit," Dumbledore gestured to a pair of comfortable chairs positioned near the window. As Harry settled into one, the headmaster took the other, his movements slow and deliberate. "I wanted to speak with you before the inevitable deluge begins, the interviews, the accolades, the historical accounts. To tell you, privately and personally, how extraordinary your actions were today." Harry shifted uncomfortably at the praise. "I just did what needed to be done. What we all did." "Your modesty does you credit," Dumbledore said with a small smile. "But there is nothing just about what you accomplished. The choice you made, to capture rather than kill, was particularly remarkable. Few wizards, having suffered as you have at Tom's hands, would have shown such restraint." "It wasn't about restraint," Harry clarified. "It was about not becoming like him. About showing there's another way besides killing." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "A wisdom beyond your years, Harry. And a powerful message to a wizarding world that has too often resorted to destruction when faced with that which it fears or does not understand." A contemplative silence fell between them, punctuated only by the distant sounds of reconstruction from elsewhere in the castle. Harry found himself studying Dumbledore's face, the familiar features that had represented ultimate authority and wisdom throughout his school years, now revealing new dimensions of weariness and, perhaps, a certain peace. "Sir," Harry began hesitantly. "May I ask what happens now? With you, I mean." Dumbledore's blue eyes twinkled briefly, a shadow of their usual sparkle. "Ah, directly to the heart of matters, as always. Yes, Harry, I believe the time has come for certain transitions. I have held the position of headmaster for many decades, perhaps too many. Fresh perspectives are needed for rebuilding, both here at Hogwarts and in our wider society." "You're resigning?" Harry clarified, surprised despite McGonagall's earlier hint. "I am," Dumbledore confirmed. "The Board of Governors will receive my formal notice tomorrow. I have recommended Professor McGonagall as my successor, though the final decision rests with them." Harry glanced toward McGonagall, who remained impassive by the door, though he suspected this was not new information to her. "And what will you do?" he asked, turning back to Dumbledore. "Travel, perhaps. Research certainly. There are magical traditions in distant parts of the world I've long wished to study." Dumbledore's gaze grew distant. "And perhaps some long overdue personal reflection. My pursuit of the greater good has, not always led me to make the best individual choices." The admission hung in the air between them, not quite an apology for the decisions that had affected Harry's life so profoundly, but an acknowledgement of fallibility that seemed significant coming from Albus Dumbledore. "I believe you always did what you thought was right," Harry said carefully. "Even when I disagreed with your methods." Dumbledore inclined his head slightly. "Your generosity exceeds my deserving, Harry. But I thank you for it nonetheless." He straightened in his chair, his manner becoming more practical. "Now, there are certain matters we should discuss regarding your immediate future." "My future?" Harry repeated, realizing he had barely considered what came after Voldemort. His entire life had been shaped around the prophecy, the conflict, the inevitable confrontation. Now that it was over, the path ahead seemed strangely blank, undefined. "You have not completed your formal education," Dumbledore pointed out. "Though I dare say your practical experience exceeds that of many adult wizards." The question becomes whether you wish to return to Hogwarts to complete your newts, or pursue alternative arrangements. Harry glanced toward McGonagall again, seeking her input. We've discussed several possibilities, she said, moving from her position by the door to stand beside Harry's chair. Including a customized curriculum that acknowledges Potter's unusual circumstances and advanced practical skills in certain areas while ensuring he receives the credentials necessary for whatever future path he chooses. A sensible approach, Dumbledore agreed. Though it need not be decided tonight. There will be time in the coming weeks to consider options carefully. He turned his attention back to Harry. What is important is that you understand the choices are yours to make, Harry. Your obligation to prophecy and fate is fulfilled. What comes next is entirely of your own choosing. The concept was both liberating and intimidating. Harry had rarely had the luxury of charting his own course, had always been responding to threats, fulfilling expectations, navigating circumstances beyond his control. The freedom to simply choose felt foreign, almost overwhelming. I'll need time to think about it, he said finally. Of course, Dumbledore nodded. And now, I believe I have kept you from much-needed rest long enough. We will have other opportunities to speak in the days ahead. Harry rose, surprised to find his legs unsteady beneath him as exhaustion reasserted itself. McGonagall moved smoothly to his side, providing subtle support without making it obvious. One last thing, Harry, Dumbledore said as they turned to leave. Whatever path you choose, I hope you will permit an old man to watch your progress with pride, even from a distance. You have become so much more than the boy I once left on a doorstep, and it has been my privilege to witness your journey. The simple sincerity in Dumbledore's voice stirred complex emotions in Harry, remnants of old anger and resentment, but also understanding and a certain closure. He nodded once, unable to find adequate words but hoping the gesture conveyed what he felt. McGonagall guided him from the room and through the corridors to a small suite that had been prepared for him, a bedroom, sitting area, and private bath, simple but comfortable. Rest, she instructed firmly. A dreamless sleep potion is on the bedside table should you require it. I've instructed the house elves and staff that you are not to be disturbed until you emerge of your own accord, regardless of who comes calling. Thank you, Harry said, the words inadequate for all she had done but all he could manage in his current state. McGonagall paused at the door, her expression softening slightly. We will talk more tomorrow, Potter. About the future, about arrangements. But for now, know that you have options, support, and time to make decisions. Nothing need be rushed. With that reassurance, she left him to the blessed silence of the room. Harry managed only to remove his shoes and glasses before collapsing onto the bed, surrendering to exhaustion so profound it pulled him under like a physical force, into dreamless darkness. Harry slept for 18 hours straight, his body and magic demanding recovery time after the intense expenditure of battle. When he finally woke, sun was streaming through unfamiliar windows, and a house elf was silently refreshing a tray of food on a nearby table. Master Harry Potter is awake, the elf squeaked when it noticed him stirring. Pipsy has brought fresh food and messages from Master Harry Potter's friends. Professor McGonagall says Master Harry Potter should eat before receiving visitors. Harry sat up groggily, his muscles protesting the movement after so many hours of stillness. Thank you, Pipsy. What time is it? It is being 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Master Harry Potter. You has slept through yesterday evening and night and most of today. The elf's large eyes regarded him with something like approval. Professor McGonagall says this is good. That Master Harry Potter needs rest to recover his magic. Harry nodded, reaching for his glasses and the glass of water on the bedside table. His stomach growled audibly as the smell of fresh bread and soup reached him. That food smells amazing, Pipsy. The elf beamed with pleasure. Hogwarts elves is making special meals for all who fought. Extra nourishing for recovering magic. Pipsy arranged the tray carefully across Harry's lap once he was sitting upright. Professor McGonagall asks to be informed when Master Harry Potter is awake and has eaten. Should Pipsy tell her now? Please, Harry confirmed, already reaching for the soup. And Pipsy? Thank you for taking care of everyone during all this. The elf's eyes filled with tears at the simple acknowledgement. It is being an honor to serve Hogwarts and those who protected her, Pipsy said solemnly before disappearing with a soft pop. Harry ate with the single-minded focus of someone who hadn't realized how hungry they were until food appeared before them. The soup was rich and hearty, the bread still warm, and he found himself feeling more human with each bite. By the time McGonagall arrived 15 minutes later, he had finished the meal and was feeling remarkably revitalized. You look considerably improved, she observed, taking a seat in the armchair near the bed. How do you feel? Better, Harry admitted. Still sore in places, but more solid. McGonagall nodded in understanding. Magical exhaustion requires proper rest and nourishment to recover. You depleted your reserves significantly during the battle. What's been happening while I slept? Harry asked, eager for updates on the rapidly changing situation. Quite a lot, McGonagall replied, settling into what Harry recognized as her reporting mode: factual, concise, well-organized. The Ministry is in the midst of significant restructuring under Kingsley's temporary leadership. Aurors have apprehended most of the Death Eaters who fled the battle, though some remain at large. International representatives have begun arriving to offer assistance and, not incidentally, to confirm for themselves that you know who has indeed been neutralized. And here at Hogwarts? Harry prompted. Repairs have begun in earnest. The most damaged sections have been stabilized, though complete reconstruction will take months. Most students have returned to their families, with arrangements made for those without safe homes to return to. The hospital wing continues to treat the less severely wounded, while critical cases have been transferred to St. Mungo's. McGonagall paused, her expression softening slightly. Preparations for a memorial service are underway as well. It will be held 3 days from now, here on the grounds. Harry nodded solemnly, knowing this was a necessary part of the healing process, however painful. And what about you, Professor? Dumbledore mentioned recommending you as his replacement. The Board of Governors has scheduled an emergency meeting for tomorrow to consider his resignation and nomination, McGonagall confirmed. Given the circumstances, I expect they will approve both, though nothing is certain in the current climate of upheaval. Would you want the position? Harry asked, genuinely curious. He had always seen McGonagall as the quintessential teacher rather than an administrator, though he had no doubt she would excel at either role. McGonagall considered the question with characteristic thoughtfulness. I believe I could serve Hogwarts effectively as headmistress during this transition period, she said carefully. Whether it would be my preferred role in the long term remains to be seen. Harry suspected there was more to her hesitation than professional considerations. Would becoming headmistress affect our arrangement? He asked, referring to the magical guardianship that had fundamentally changed his life over the past months. Not substantially, McGonagall assured him. The guardianship exists independently of my professional role. However, it would introduce certain complexities regarding boundaries and perceptions if you were to return as a student. That makes sense, Harry acknowledged, trying to imagine being just another Hogwarts student after everything that had happened. The idea seemed almost absurd now, returning to classroom lessons and homework as if the past year hadn't transformed him irrevocably. We have options, Potter, McGonagall reminded him. Including specialized instruction, independent study with periodic assessment, or even apprenticeship arrangements. None of which need be decided today. Harry nodded, grateful for her understanding that he needed time to consider his path forward. What about immediate plans? I can't exactly go back to Privet Drive, even if I wanted to. You will never return to Privet Drive, McGonagall stated with such firm conviction that Harry couldn't help but smile slightly. As we discussed previously, my home in Scotland is available to you for the summer months. It's modest but comfortable, and well protected. Alternatively, I'm certain the Weasleys would welcome you at the Burrow, though they have their own recovery to focus on currently. "I'd like to see your home," Harry said, surprising himself with how quickly the decision came. "If that's still okay." Something like satisfaction flickered across McGonagall's face. "More than okay, Potter. The cottage has been prepared with your potential residency in mind for some time." The simple statement touched Harry deeply, the realization that McGonagall had been planning for his future, creating a place for him, long before the outcome of their conflict with Voldemort was certain. It spoke of a confidence in him, a commitment to his welfare, that few adults had ever demonstrated. "Thank you," he said simply, knowing she would understand the depth of gratitude behind those inadequate words. McGonagall acknowledged with a slight nod, then smoothly changed the subject. "Now, I should warn you that there is a rather substantial queue of people waiting to see you. I've been running interference as much as possible, but some conversations cannot be indefinitely postponed." Harry grimaced. "Ministry officials? Reporters?" "Both, unfortunately," McGonagall confirmed. "Along with well-wishers, friends, and a few international representatives of significant standing. However, I've made it abundantly clear that your recovery takes precedence over their curiosity or congratulations." "I appreciate that," Harry said sincerely. "But I suppose I should start seeing people soon. Better to get it over with." A practical attitude, McGonagall approved. "I've taken the liberty of scheduling a brief meeting with Acting Minister Shacklebolt for this evening. He, at least, understands the concept of efficiency and won't waste your time with unnecessary formalities." Harry nodded, grateful for her organizational skills and protective instincts. "And my friends? Ron, Hermione, Neville, Luna have been most persistent in their inquiries about your welfare," McGonagall said with the faintest hint of amusement. "I believe they are currently waiting in the corridor outside, having been alerted by the remarkably efficient Hogwarts rumor mill that you are awake." Harry couldn't help but smile at the image. "I should probably see them first, then." "Indeed. I'll send them in as I leave." McGonagall rose from her chair, then paused. "One more thing, Potter. The Daily Prophet and other publications have been requesting interviews, photographs, and statements. You are under no obligation to provide any of these, regardless of the pressure they may apply." "I'll probably have to say something eventually," Harry reasoned. "But I'd rather wait until things settle a bit." A wise approach. McGonagall moved toward the door. "I've taken the liberty of asking Miss Granger to compile a list of reputable journalists, should you eventually decide to provide your account of events. Her judgment in such matters tends to be sound." Harry nodded, unsurprised that McGonagall and Hermione had already begun strategizing on his behalf. "Thank you, Professor. For everything." McGonagall paused at the door, her expression softening slightly. "Rest assured, Potter, that while many things may change in the coming weeks, my commitment to your welfare remains constant." With that simple but meaningful reassurance, she opened the door to reveal Ron, Hermione, Neville, Luna, and Ginny crowded in the corridor beyond. The reunion with his friends provided exactly the emotional bridge Harry needed between the isolation of recovery and the demands waiting beyond his temporary sanctuary. They brought laughter, updates both serious and trivial, and most importantly, normalcy. They treated him as Harry, not as the vanquisher of Voldemort or the boy who lived again, as the prophet had apparently dubbed him in his absence. "It's absolutely mad out there," Ron informed him, sprawled in an armchair while the others found seats around the room. Reporters everywhere, ministry officials strutting about, foreign dignitaries arriving hourly. "Charlie says the International Portkey office is working round the clock handling all the arrivals. Everyone wants to see for themselves that it's really over," Hermione added. "And, well, to see you, Harry. You're being called everything from savior of the wizarding world to the chosen champion." Harry groaned, flopping back against his pillows. "That's ridiculous. It wasn't just me. Everyone fought." "We know that," Ginny assured him from her perch on the windowsill. "But people need symbols, Harry. They need a clear narrative to make sense of everything that's happened." Ginny's right, Neville agreed, his quiet confidence a testament to how much he'd grown during their shared struggles. Like it or not, you're the face of this victory. Might as well accept it and use that influence for good. Luna, who had been dreamily examining the ceiling patterns, added her perspective. The Quibbler is preparing a special edition about the battle. Daddy says we'll focus on everyone who fought, not just Harry. Though we would like to interview you too, when you're ready. Thanks, Luna, Harry said, genuinely appreciative of her father's more balanced approach. I might take you up on that. The conversation flowed naturally from there, updates on various order members, news about ministry restructuring, rumors about when Hogwarts might reopen and what changes might be implemented. Harry found himself relaxing into the familiar dynamic, the weight of recent events temporarily lightened by the simple joy of being with people who truly knew him. As evening approached, his friends reluctantly departed to make way for Harry's scheduled meeting with Kingsley. They promised to return the following day, bringing updates and whatever contraband food items the twins could smuggle past the watchful eyes of Madame Pomfrey, who had apparently appointed herself guardian of everyone's proper recovery diet. Kingsley Shacklebolt arrived precisely at the appointed time, his commanding presence somewhat at odds with the gentle consideration in his deep voice as he greeted Harry. Though now addressed as Minister by his staff, he waved away Harry's attempt at the formal title. Kingsley is still fine, Harry, he said with a warm smile. At least in private. The minister business is temporary until proper elections can be held. They settled into a surprisingly comfortable conversation about the immediate challenges facing the wizarding world. Kingsley was refreshingly transparent about both the progress being made and the obstacles encountered in dismantling Voldemort's short-lived regime. The immediate priority is identifying and removing Death Eater sympathizers from positions of influence, he explained. Followed closely by restoring basic services and security. The longer-term work of reforming ministry structures to prevent similar infiltration in the future will take years, not months. What about the prosecution of captured Death Eaters? Harry asked, thinking of the many who had escaped punishment after the First War by claiming the Imperius Curse. That's where I hoped you might help, Kingsley admitted. Your testimony regarding who you saw at the battle, and potentially memories of previous encounters, would strengthen our cases considerably. But only if you're willing, and only when you've had adequate time to recover. Harry appreciated the lack of pressure in Kingsley's request. I'll help however I can, he assured the acting minister. I want to make sure no one escapes justice this time. Kingsley nodded gratefully. There will be proper trials, transparent, fair, but thorough. No secret deals, no looking the other way for influential families. His expression hardened momentarily. We're building a different ministry this time. They discussed other matters, educational reforms, relationships with the Goblin Nation, strained by the battle's economic impact, outreach to magical communities internationally. Throughout, Kingsley treated Harry not as a student or a symbol, but as a respected equal whose perspective had value, a subtle but meaningful acknowledgement of Harry's transition from student to significant figure in the wizarding world. As Kingsley prepared to leave, he hesitated, his expression becoming more personal. Harry, there's something else I wanted to mention. Something not directly related to ministry business. Harry nodded encouragingly. There will be many offers coming your way in the weeks and months ahead, Kingsley continued. Career opportunities, speaking engagements, publishing deals, endorsement requests. Some will be legitimate, others exploitative. He paused, choosing his words carefully. I want you to know that whatever path you choose, whether within the ministry or entirely separate from it, you have my support. Don't let anyone rush you into decisions before you're ready. Thank you, Harry said, genuinely moved by Kingsley's concern. Professor McGonagall has been saying something similar. Minerva has always had excellent judgment, Kingsley smiled. Though I understand her perspective may be somewhat biased now, given your guardianship arrangement. You know about that? Harry asked, surprised. I was present for part of the preparations, Kingsley reminded him. Though not the ritual itself. It's not common knowledge, but certain members of the order were aware. Does it change how people see me? Or her? Harry asked, giving voice to a concern that had been brewing since the guardianship was established. In what way? I don't know, exactly, Harry admitted. I just wonder if people will think it strange, her taking guardianship of a student. Or if they'll think I'm getting special treatment because of it. Kingsley considered this thoughtfully. I believe most who know Minerva McGonagall understand that she would never compromise her professional integrity, regardless of personal connections. As for public perception. He shrugged slightly. You will find, Harry, that people will think all manner of things about you, warranted or not. The challenge is determining which opinions matter and which can be respectfully ignored. It was simple advice but profound in its way. Harry nodded, appreciating Kingsley's straightforward wisdom. I should be going, Kingsley said, rising from his chair. The Spanish magical delegation is arriving in an hour, and apparently there are specific ceremonial greetings required. He grimaced slightly, showing his preference for practical action over diplomatic niceties. Good luck with that, Harry offered sympathetically. Kingsley's deep laugh filled the room. Indeed. I'll need it. At the door, he turned back, his expression sincere. Thank you, Harry. Not just for what you've done, but for who you've remained through it all. That, perhaps, is the most remarkable victory. After Kingsley's departure, Harry found himself reflecting on the different conversations of the day, the updates from his friends, McGonagall's steady support, Kingsley's respect and advice. Each interaction had helped bridge the gap between the crisis state of battle and whatever new normal would eventually emerge. That evening, he ventured out of his quarters for the first time since the battle, wanting to see the castle's condition firsthand rather than relying on others' reports. The corridors were quieter than he'd ever experienced at Hogwarts, with most students gone and the remaining population focused on recovery and rebuilding. Evidence of the battle remained everywhere, scorched walls, missing staircases, empty spaces where suits of armor had once stood. Yet alongside the damage, signs of renewal were already visible. Scaffolding had been erected in the most severely damaged areas. House elves worked tirelessly, clearing debris and salvaging what could be saved. In some corridors, the portraits had organized themselves into cleanup brigades, directing efforts from their frames with enthusiastic if sometimes contradictory instructions. Harry made his way slowly to the entrance hall, where the massive oak doors stood open to the mild spring evening beyond. Standing at the threshold, he gazed out across the grounds toward the Forbidden Forest, the setting of his final confrontation with Voldemort less than 48 hours earlier. In the golden light of sunset, the scene looked deceptively peaceful, though Harry knew that appearances were misleading. Like the castle, like the wizarding world itself, the landscape bore invisible scars that would take time to heal. It will recover, a familiar voice observed beside him. Hogwarts has endured for 1,000 years. This is not its first battle, nor its deepest wound. Harry turned to find Professor Dumbledore standing nearby, his tall figure silhouetted against the evening light. The castle seems to be healing itself in places, Harry noted, gesturing to a section of wall where the stones appeared to be gradually shifting back into their proper alignment without human intervention. Indeed, Dumbledore nodded. Hogwarts possesses a certain sentience, not consciousness as we understand it, but a form of magical awareness and self-preservation. The founders built those properties into its very foundations. They stood in companionable silence for several moments, watching as the setting sun cast long shadows across the grounds. Students and staff moved about in the distance, some examining damage, others simply walking, perhaps finding solace in witnessing the castle's gradual recovery. I received word from the Board of Governors this afternoon, Dumbledore said eventually. They have accepted my resignation, effective at the end of the current academic year, or what remains of it. And Professor McGonagall? Harry asked. Has been approved as my successor, Dumbledore confirmed. Though I believe the formal announcement will not come until tomorrow. Harry nodded, pleased but unsurprised by the decision. She'll be brilliant at it. Without doubt, Dumbledore agreed. Minerva possesses the perfect balance of tradition and innovation that Hogwarts will need in the years ahead. And a moral clarity that I have sometimes lacked, he added quietly. Before Harry could respond to this unusually candid self-assessment, Dumbledore changed the subject slightly. I understand you will be staying with Professor McGonagall during the summer months. That's the plan, Harry confirmed. I haven't seen her cottage yet, but it sounds perfect after everything, quiet, private, away from all the attention. A wise choice, Dumbledore nodded. There will be time enough to engage with the wider wizarding world once you have properly recovered and adjusted to these momentous changes. Something in Dumbledore's tone suggested personal knowledge of such transitions. Was it like this after Grindelwald? Harry asked, realizing he knew very little about the aftermath of Dumbledore's own famous duel. A shadow passed across the headmaster's face, old memories stirred by the comparison. There are similarities, he acknowledged. Though the circumstances were quite different. Grindelwald's influence, while significant, was largely contained to continental Europe. And I. He paused, seeming to consider how much to share. I had personal connections to that conflict that complicated the aftermath considerably. Harry recalled the hints Rita Skeeter had published about Dumbledore's early friendship with Grindelwald, allegations he had dismissed at the time as typical Skeeter sensationalism. Now, seeing the complex emotions in Dumbledore's expression, he wondered if there might have been more truth to those claims than he'd initially believed. The point, Dumbledore continued after a moment, is that I understand something of what you face now, the public's desire to celebrate and canonize, the pressure of expectations, the challenge of determining your own path forward when others have so many plans for you. What helped you? Harry asked, genuinely curious about how Dumbledore had navigated his post-Grindelwald life. Time, Dumbledore said simply. Distance from the events themselves. Trusted friends who knew me before I became a historical figure rather than merely a person. He glanced at Harry, his blue eyes thoughtful behind their half-moon spectacles. And purpose, finding meaningful work that engaged my abilities without being defined solely by the defeat of Grindelwald. Harry considered this advice, appreciating its practical wisdom. I don't know what that purpose is for me yet, he admitted. Everything's been focused on Voldemort for so long, I'm not sure who I am without that conflict. Few wizards your age have absolute certainty about their life's purpose, Dumbledore pointed out gently. The difference is merely that you have accomplished something monumentally significant before having to determine what comes next. It is, in its way, a gift, the freedom to choose based on genuine interest rather than obligation. Put that way, the uncertain future seemed less daunting and more full of possibility. Harry nodded slowly, finding unexpected comfort in Dumbledore's perspective. I should return to my office, Dumbledore said after another companionable silence. There are still many matters requiring attention before my departure. As he turned to leave, Harry found himself asking, where will you go? After Hogwarts, I mean. Dumbledore considered the question, a hint of his familiar twinkle returning to his eyes. I have a small cottage in Cornwall that has been sadly neglected during my tenure as headmaster. I believe I shall begin there, reacquainting myself with the simple pleasures of a less structured existence. The image of Albus Dumbledore, arguably the most powerful wizard alive, former defeater of Grindelwald, ex-headmaster of Hogwarts, puttering around a cottage in Cornwall was simultaneously incongruous and perfectly fitting. Harry found himself smiling at the thought. I wish you well there, sir, he said sincerely. And I wish you well in your own new beginnings, Harry, Dumbledore replied with equal sincerity. Should you ever wish to discuss magical theory, obscure transfiguration techniques, or simply share a pot of tea, I hope you will not hesitate to visit. Cornwall can be quite pleasant in the summer months. With that surprisingly ordinary invitation, Dumbledore departed, his tall figure disappearing into the shadows of the entrance hall. Harry remained at the threshold a while longer, watching as the first stars appeared in the darkening sky above Hogwarts. Eventually, he turned back toward his temporary quarters, nodding to the occasional staff member or remaining student he passed in the corridors. Each acknowledged him with respect but not the overwhelming awe or excitement he had feared, suggesting that McGonagall's influence was providing at least some buffer between him and the fame that awaited beyond Hogwarts walls. That night, Harry slept without potions or nightmares for the first time in months. The pattern of his dreams had changed, no longer filled with visions of corridors, prophecies, or Voldemort's activities. Instead, he dreamed of simple things: flying over Scottish hills, sitting beside a fire in an unknown cottage, walking through Hogwarts corridors fully repaired and filled with students going about their normal lives. Dreams of possibility rather than prophecy. Of future rather than fate. The memorial service held on the Hogwarts grounds 3 days later struck a careful balance between acknowledging grief and celebrating victory. White marble markers had been erected near the lake, one for each person who had fallen defending the castle. The ceremony itself was simple but profound, with representatives from each house and faculty member speaking briefly about those lost. Harry, seated between McGonagall and Hermione in the front row, found himself moved beyond words by the dignity of the occasion. There was no excessive glorification of battle, no political posturing, only genuine recognition of sacrifice and loss. When asked if he wished to speak, Harry had declined, feeling that his presence was statement enough. Instead, Neville Longbottom delivered a surprisingly eloquent address on behalf of the student defenders, his quiet confidence and sincerity perfectly capturing the mix of sorrow and determination felt by all who had fought. After the formal ceremony concluded, Harry moved among the gathered crowd, speaking personally with families of the fallen, sharing specific memories of their loved ones when he could. It was emotionally exhausting but necessary, a recognition that each loss mattered individually, not just as a statistic in the final tally of war. Colin Creevy's parents, muggles who had never fully understood the world their son had entered, clutched Harry's hands with tearful gratitude when he described their son's bravery. Professor Vector's elderly mother listened with dignified attention as McGonagall recounted her daughter's defense of a group of trapped third-years. Michael Corner's girlfriend sobbed quietly as Harry remembered his quick thinking during a crucial moment in the battle. By the time the last mourners departed, the sun was setting over the lake, casting long shadows across the new memorial stones. Harry stood alone before them, reading each name, committing them to memory. These were not statistics or inevitable casualties of war, they were people who had lived and loved and chosen to stand against darkness when it would have been easier to flee. "It never gets easier," McGonagall's voice came quietly from behind him. "Outliving your students. Your colleagues. Those you were meant to protect." Harry turned to find her standing a few paces away, her usual stern composure softened by evident grief. "How do you bear it?" he asked. "By ensuring their sacrifices mean something," she replied simply. "By building a world worthy of what they gave." It was perhaps the most profound answer she could have offered, not platitudes about time healing all wounds or those lost living on in memory, but a practical commitment to meaningful action in their honor. "I want to help build that world," Harry said, the words forming a commitment as he spoke them. "I don't know exactly how yet, but that's what I want to do." McGonagall nodded, unsurprised by his declaration. "There will be many ways to contribute, Potter. Educational reform, ministry restructuring, international magical cooperation, all are areas that will need dedicated minds and strong moral compasses in the years ahead." Harry appreciated that she didn't push him toward a specific path or role, instead acknowledging the breadth of possibilities. "I'll need to finish my education first, I suppose," he mused. "In whatever form that takes." "Indeed," McGonagall agreed. "Though as I've mentioned previously, there are various approaches we might consider." They began walking slowly back toward the castle, leaving the memorial site peaceful in the gathering dusk. The conversation shifted to more immediate plans, their departure from McGonagall's cottage the following day, arrangements for Harry's belongings to be transported from the Dursleys' house, a task Dobby had enthusiastically volunteered to handle, the schedule for Harry's eventual meetings with ministry officials to provide testimony against captured Death Eaters. "I've received 17 interview requests from various publications since breakfast," McGonagall noted with mild exasperation. "I've directed all of them to the response we drafted, indicating you will consider selected interviews after a period of recovery. Thank you, Harry said, genuinely grateful for her interference between him and the press. Has the prophet at least stopped with the boy who lived again nonsense? I'm afraid not, McGonagall replied, a hint of amusement in her voice despite her clear disapproval of the sensationalism. Though Miss Granger informs me that her correspondence with Luna Lovegood's father has been productive. The Quibbler Special Edition will present a more balanced account of events, focusing on the collaborative nature of the victory rather than attributing everything to you personally. That's something, at least, Harry said, resigned to the knowledge that public interest in him would likely increase rather than diminish after recent events. The thought of the quiet sanctuary of McGonagall's Scottish cottage became increasingly appealing with each passing day. As they reached the castle entrance, Harry paused, looking back at the grounds now bathed in the golden light of sunset. Despite the scars of battle still visible across the landscape, there was an undeniable beauty to Hogwarts at this hour, a resilience that transcended the damage inflicted upon it. It will recover, McGonagall said, echoing Dumbledore's words from days earlier. As will we all, given time. Harry nodded, finding comfort in the simple truth of her statement. Recovery wasn't the same as erasing what had happened. The losses, the trauma, the fundamental changes wrought by conflict would always remain part of them. But healing was possible. Renewal was possible. A future different from but informed by the past was possible. I'm ready to go home tomorrow, he said quietly, the word home feeling strange yet right on his tongue, not referring to Hogwarts or the Dursleys' house, but to the cottage he had yet to see, the place McGonagall had prepared for him. Something softened in McGonagall's typically stern expression. As am I, Potter, she replied simply. As am I. McGonagall's cottage in the Scottish Highlands defied Harry's expectations in the best possible way. He had imagined something austere and formal, reflecting her professional demeanor. Instead, he discovered a dwelling that was undeniably homey, a two-story stone structure with a slate roof, nestled in a small valley with mountains rising dramatically in the distance. A brook ran near the garden, its gentle burbling providing a constant peaceful backdrop. Inside, the rooms were neither lavish nor sparse but comfortably appointed with furniture that invited use rather than formal admiration. It's brilliant, Harry declared after McGonagall had given him the tour, ending with the bedroom that had been prepared for him, a pleasant space with wide windows overlooking the garden and hills beyond. I'm pleased you approve, McGonagall replied, the faintest hint of relief in her voice suggesting she had genuinely cared about his reaction. It's been in my family for generations, though I've had limited time to spend here during the school year. It feels peaceful, Harry said, trying to articulate what appealed to him most about the place. After the chaos of battle, the tension of Hogwarts recovery, and the constant awareness of public attention, the cottage's quiet seclusion was exactly what he needed. That was my hope, McGonagall acknowledged. That you might find it conducive to recovery and reflection. The first week passed in a pleasant rhythm that surprised Harry with its normalcy. Mornings began with breakfast in the sunlit kitchen, often accompanied by the delivery of the Daily Prophet, which McGonagall insisted on monitoring despite its sensationalistic coverage, and occasionally letters from friends. Days were unstructured but not empty, walks through the surrounding countryside, reading from McGonagall's extensive library, practical tasks around the cottage and garden. McGonagall herself divided her time between the cottage and Hogwarts, where her new role as headmistress required regular attention despite the absence of students. When present, she proved to be a comfortable housemate, neither hovering nor distant, available for conversation but respectful of Harry's need for solitude as he processed everything that had happened. Evenings often found them in the cottage's small sitting room, discussing subjects ranging from the practical, ministry reforms, Hogwarts reconstruction, to the academic, magical theory, transfiguration techniques, to the personal, stories of Harry's parents during their school years, McGonagall's experiences during the First War against Voldemort. These conversations, more than anything, helped Harry adjust to their new relationship, neither purely student-teacher nor exactly parent-child, but something unique and valuable that continued to evolve. I've been thinking about your education, McGonagall said one evening, about 2 weeks into their stay. Professor Flitwick has made an interesting proposal that might suit your circumstances. Harry looked up from the book he'd been reading, a surprisingly engaging treatise on advanced defensive magic that he'd found in McGonagall's library. What kind of proposal? A customized newt program, McGonagall explained. You would study primarily independently, with weekly tutorial sessions from subject specialists. Practical examinations would be conducted quarterly, with standard newt testing administered by the Ministry at the usual time. This approach acknowledges your unusual circumstances while ensuring you receive proper credentials. Harry considered the suggestion. So I wouldn't be returning to Hogwarts as a regular student? Not in the traditional sense, McGonagall confirmed. Though you would have access to the castle's resources, library, laboratories, practice facilities, as needed for your studies. The arrangement would also allow flexibility for other commitments that may arise. Like ministry testimony? Harry guessed, knowing there would be ongoing demands for his participation in Death Eater trials. That, and potentially other opportunities consistent with your expressed desire to contribute to rebuilding our society, McGonagall agreed. Kingsley has mentioned several advisory committees that would benefit from your perspective, particularly regarding educational reform and integration of Muggle-born students. Harry was surprised but pleased by the serious consideration being given to his potential contributions beyond simply being a figurehead or symbol. The independent study approach sounds ideal, actually, he said after a moment's reflection. I'm not sure I could go back to regular classes after everything that's happened. McGonagall nodded, understanding in her expression. Few who fought in the battle could simply return to taking notes on goblin rebellions as if nothing had changed. That's why similar arrangements are being considered for several of your peers, Miss Granger, Mr. Longbottom, the Weasleys, among others. What about Ron and Hermione specifically? Harry asked, realizing he hadn't discussed post-war educational plans with his friends in detail yet. Miss Granger has expressed interest in a modified program similar to what I've described, McGonagall reported. Though with her typical thoroughness, she intends to sit every possible newt examination. Mr. Weasley's plans are less certain. His brother George has requested his assistance with the joke shop, which has suffered in Mr. Fred Weasley's absence due to ongoing recovery from injuries sustained during the battle. Harry nodded, unsurprised by these updates. Hermione would naturally pursue academic credentials regardless of circumstances, while Ron might find the practical experience of business more appealing than returning to formal education. We'll need to develop a specific curriculum based on your career interests, McGonagall continued. Which raises the question, have you given further thought to what path you might wish to pursue? It was a question Harry had been considering extensively during his quiet days at the cottage. Not Auror training, he said definitively. I think I've had enough of fighting dark wizards for one lifetime. McGonagall's lips twitched in what might have been the ghost of a smile. A reasonable conclusion. I've been thinking about teaching, actually, Harry admitted, surprising himself with the vocalization of an idea that had been forming gradually in his mind. Defense against the dark arts, specifically. Not right away, I know I need more education and experience first. But eventually. McGonagall's eyebrows rose slightly, the only indication of her surprise. An excellent choice, Potter. You've demonstrated considerable aptitude for instruction with your defense group. And there will certainly be a need for qualified defense professors who can teach practical, ethical approaches to the subject. Her matter-of-fact approval warmed Harry more than effusive praise would have. I'd want to do it properly, he emphasized. Not just trade on my name or experiences. Get the right qualifications, maybe some practical field experience first. A thoughtful approach, McGonagall nodded. There are several paths that might prepare you well. A mastery in defense would be the traditional route, though there are also specialized teacher training programs for magical education specifically. The conversation shifted to the details of what such preparation might entail, coursework, apprenticeships, certification requirements. Harry found himself genuinely excited about the possibility of a future that built on his experiences without being defined solely by them, using what he had learned through necessity to help others develop skills they would hopefully never need to use in actual combat. "I'll prepare some materials about the various programs," McGonagall offered as their discussion wound down. "There's no need for immediate decisions, but having information will help clarify your options." "Thank you," Harry said, closing his book and stretching. "For taking all this so seriously. For not just, I don't know, patting me on the head and telling me to rest and not worry about the future." McGonagall regarded him with that penetrating look that had intimidated him as a first year but now felt like simple attentiveness. "You have earned the right to be taken seriously, Potter. In any case, I have never been one for head-patting or platitudes." Harry couldn't help but smile at the understatement. "No, I suppose not." As McGonagall rose to prepare evening tea, a ritual she maintained with characteristic Scottish precision, Harry reflected on how much had changed in the relatively short time since she had discovered his childhood diary. The path from that moment to this one had been neither straight nor easy, filled with pain, loss, and difficult choices. Yet here he was, in a home where he was genuinely wanted, with a guardian who respected rather than feared or resented his abilities, and a future filled with possibilities rather than prophecy. It wasn't perfect. The wounds of war, both visible and invisible, would take time to heal. The wizarding world faced enormous challenges in rebuilding and reforming after Voldemort's brief but devastating reign. Personal losses, Sirius, Remus, Colin, and so many others, would always leave empty spaces that could never be truly filled. But for perhaps the first time in his life, Harry Potter found himself looking toward the future with genuine hope and anticipation rather than dread or resignation. The shadow of prophecy no longer defined his path. The connection to Voldemort no longer influenced his thoughts. The expectations of others no longer determined his worth. Beyond the Phoenix's shadow lay a life of his own choosing, still connected to his past, still honoring those lost along the way, but no longer constrained by fate or others' designs. It was, Harry decided as he accepted the cup of tea McGonagall handed him, precisely the freedom his parents, Sirius, and all who had fought alongside him would have wished for him to have. Epilogue: 5 years later the staff room at Hogwarts was unusually crowded for an end-of-term meeting, though the atmosphere remained relaxed as colleagues chatted while waiting for the headmistress to arrive. Sunlight streamed through the tall windows, illuminating the fully restored chamber that, like the rest of the castle, showed no remaining signs of the battle that had nearly destroyed it half a decade earlier. Harry Potter, completing his first year as Hogwarts' Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, sat near the window conversing with Neville Longbottom, who had taken over as herbology professor following Professor Sprout's retirement 2 years prior. "And then the venomous tentacula actually grabbed Adam's essay right out of my hand," Neville was recounting, his confidence as a teacher a far cry from his nervous student days. "Took 3 of us to retrieve it, and by then it was covered in sap. Poor kid thought I'd done it deliberately to avoid grading his work." Harry laughed, shaking his head. "Still better than my 3rd years attempting to disarm each other and somehow managing to flood the classroom instead. I still haven't figured out how they managed that particular bit of magical mishap." "Creative disaster is the true constant of teaching," observed Professor Flitwick, who had paused beside their chairs. "No matter how clear the instructions, students will find innovative ways to produce unexpected results." "Speaking of unexpected," Neville said, lowering his voice slightly, "have you heard from Hermione lately? Is it true she's considering running for minister in the next election?" Harry nodded, pride evident in his expression. "She's forming an exploratory committee next month. After her work reforming the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, she's got substantial support from the Progressive Coalition." At 23, Flitwick marveled. "Remarkable, even for Miss Granger. Though I can't say I'm surprised. Her work on magical creature rights alone would merit consideration." "Don't tell her I told you," Harry cautioned with a smile. "She wanted to speak with McGonagall, the headmistress first, before making any public announcements." His slight verbal stumble drew knowing smiles from his colleagues. Despite 5 years of formal guardianship and now professional collegiality, Harry still occasionally struggled with the transition between addressing Minerva McGonagall as his guardian in private and as headmistress in professional settings. The door opened, and conversations quieted as McGonagall entered the staff room, her posture as straight as ever despite the responsibilities of leadership during Hogwarts' post-war transformation. Under her guidance, the school had not merely been rebuilt physically but reimagined educationally, new courses added, old prejudices challenged, house divisions softened without eliminating the healthy competition and distinct characteristics that defined Hogwarts' unique approach. "Thank you all for your punctuality," McGonagall began, taking her place at the head of the table. "As this is our final staff meeting of the academic year, we have several important matters to address before most of you depart for well-deserved summer holidays." The meeting proceeded efficiently, covering examination results, improved across all houses, disciplinary incidents, decreased for the third consecutive year, and preparations for the coming term. Throughout, Harry observed the subtle ways McGonagall had adapted the role of headmistress to her own style, less whimsical than Dumbledore but no less effective, combining traditional educational values with progressive reforms that had strengthened rather than diluted Hogwarts' core mission. When the formal agenda was complete, McGonagall made one final announcement. "Before we conclude, I wish to acknowledge a significant milestone. This term marks 5 years since the Battle of Hogwarts and the defeat of Voldemort." Despite the passing years, a few staff members still winced slightly at the name, though most, particularly the younger professors, showed no reaction. "The Ministry has requested our participation in a memorial ceremony to be held here on the grounds at the beginning of summer," McGonagall continued. "Minister Shacklebolt believes it appropriate to mark this anniversary with both remembrance of those lost and celebration of what has been rebuilt. I have agreed, with the condition that the event remain dignified and educational rather than becoming a political spectacle." Murmurs of approval circulated the table. Kingsley's administration had consistently respected Hogwarts' independence while maintaining productive collaboration, a marked improvement over previous ministry-school relations. "Professor Potter," McGonagall turned to Harry directly. "Given your unique perspective, the minister has specifically requested your participation in the ceremony. However, I have made it clear that the decision is entirely yours. You are under no obligation to accept." Harry appreciated the public reinforcement of his agency in the matter. Over the years, McGonagall had consistently shielded him from external pressures to become a ministerial figurehead or public symbol, allowing him to chart his own course from specialized defense training through apprenticeship and finally to his current teaching position. "I'll speak," Harry decided after a moment's consideration. "But I'd like to focus on educational progress and student resilience rather than revisiting the battle itself. The memorial stones speak eloquently enough about what was lost." McGonagall nodded, approval evident in her expression. "A fitting approach. Please coordinate with Professor Longbottom, who has agreed to oversee the grounds preparation for the event." As the meeting concluded and staff members dispersed to their end-of-term tasks, McGonagall caught Harry's eye with a subtle gesture indicating he should remain behind. When the room had emptied, she closed the door with a wave of her wand, shifting effortlessly from headmistress to guardian. "Will you be returning to the cottage this evening or tomorrow morning?" she asked, referring to the Highland home they still shared during holidays, though Harry now maintained his own quarters at Hogwarts during term time. "This evening, if that's convenient," Harry replied. "I've finished my grading and submitted all the reports. Unless you need help here." "Everything is well in hand," McGonagall assured him. "Though I shall be delayed until tomorrow afternoon. The Board of Governors has called a special session to review the proposed curriculum expansions." Harry nodded, familiar with the bureaucratic processes that even McGonagall's efficient leadership couldn't entirely streamline. "I'll have dinner waiting when you arrive, then." A small smile softened McGonagall's features, one of those rare expressions that few besides Harry ever witnessed. "That would be appreciated. Now, before you go, I received an interesting letter this morning that I thought might interest you." She removed an envelope from her robes, handing it to Harry. The return address showed Hermione's neat handwriting and the official seal of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. "She's written to me as well," McGonagall explained as Harry opened the letter. Regarding her political plans, primarily, but also concerning a matter mentioned in your copy. Harry scanned the parchment, his eyebrows rising as he reached the relevant paragraph. The Dursleys, he said in surprise, looking up at McGonagall. She's been in contact with them. Apparently as part of her department's ongoing work with Muggle families of magical children, McGonagall confirmed. It seems your cousin Dudley now has a 5-year-old daughter exhibiting clear signs of accidental magic. Harry stared at the letter, reading the section again to ensure he hadn't misunderstood. Dudley's daughter is a witch. That's unexpected. Indeed, McGonagall agreed. Particularly given your relative's historical attitudes toward magic. Miss Granger indicates that your cousin has requested your input regarding how best to support the child, a significant change from his parents' approach to your own abilities. Harry sat down slowly, processing this development. He hadn't seen or spoken to the Dursleys since leaving Privet Drive before his 17th birthday. The idea of his bullying cousin now having a magical child of his own, and specifically seeking Harry's advice, seemed almost surreal. People can change, he said finally, thinking of his own journey from unwanted child to respected professor, from prophesied weapon to independent adult. Especially when given proper motivation. They can, McGonagall agreed, her tone suggesting she was thinking of more than just Dudley Dursley. Though change rarely comes easily or without catalyst. Harry refolded the letter thoughtfully. I'll write to him, he decided. Offer whatever perspective might help. The child deserves better than what I experienced. McGonagall nodded approvingly. A generous response, though no less than I would expect from you. They spoke briefly about other matters, summer plans, the reading list Harry was developing for next term's advanced defense classes, McGonagall's ongoing correspondence with Dumbledore, who had indeed settled into a peaceful retirement in Cornwall while maintaining occasional academic contributions to Transfiguration journals. As their conversation concluded and Harry prepared to depart for the cottage, McGonagall paused, her expression becoming more reflective than usual. 5 years, she said quietly. It hardly seems possible, yet so much has changed. Harry nodded, understanding exactly what she meant. The 5 years since the Battle of Hogwarts had passed both quickly and slowly, days of peaceful routine interspersed with moments of profound transition as the wizarding world rebuilt itself and its institutions. The immediate aftermath had seen trials, reforms, international cooperation, and the gradual healing of a society deeply traumatized by Voldemort's influence. On a personal level, Harry's journey had been equally transformative, from shell-shock survivor to purposeful student to apprentice and finally to teacher, each step building on the one before. Throughout, McGonagall had remained his constant anchor, not directing his path but supporting his choices, offering guidance when sought but never imposing her will. Their relationship had evolved as well, from the formal guardianship of his late teens to the more collegial dynamic of his early 20s, yet still maintaining that underlying foundation of mutual respect and genuine care that had begun when she discovered his childhood diary and made the momentous decision to intervene. Would you change anything? Harry asked impulsively. If you could go back to when you found my diary, knowing everything that would follow? McGonagall considered the question with her characteristic thoroughness. No, she said finally. Despite the difficulties, the losses, the conflicts that followed, I would make the same choice. Some interventions, however complicated their consequences, are simply right. Harry nodded, having suspected this would be her answer but wanting to hear it nonetheless. I wouldn't change it either, he said quietly. Not a moment of it. It was true. Even the painful parts, Sirius's death, the battles, the revelations about Horcruxes and his own connection to Voldemort, had been necessary steps on the path to where he now stood. To wish away any portion would be to unravel the entire tapestry that had brought him to this point of genuine contentment. Well then, McGonagall said briskly, returning to her more typical practical manner. I shall see you at the cottage tomorrow afternoon. Do remind the house elves that I prefer the blue guest room prepared for Miss Granger's visit next week. They seem determined to place her in the East Chamber despite my instructions to the contrary. Harry smiled at this mundane concern, so beautifully ordinary after their brief foray into profound reflection. I'll make sure they understand. Travel safely tomorrow. As he left the headmistress's office and made his way through the familiar corridors of Hogwarts, now truly his home in every sense of the word, Harry found himself reflecting on the long, strange journey that had brought him here. From the cupboard under the stairs to a professor's quarters. From unwanted burden to valued colleague. From prophesied savior to simply Professor Potter, teaching students who had been mere toddlers when Voldemort was defeated and who knew him primarily as their slightly demanding but fair-minded defense instructor rather than as the boy who lived. Outside the castle, summer sunshine bathed the grounds in golden light. Near the lake, the white marble memorial stones gleamed, honoring those lost but not defining the landscape, a reminder of sacrifice rather than a monument to war. Beyond them, students enjoyed the fine weather before tomorrow's departure on the Hogwarts Express, their laughter and casual magic use a testament to the peace that had been hard-won but was now taken almost for granted by a new generation. Harry paused briefly at the memorial, paying silent respect as he always did when passing this spot. Then he continued toward the gates, ready to apparate to the Highland cottage that had become his true home, the place where he was neither icon nor orphan, neither weapon nor wonder, but simply Harry, with all the ordinary dignity that entailed. Beyond the Phoenix's shadow lay not just survival, but life, rich, complex, occasionally difficult, but fundamentally his own. It was, Harry reflected as he stepped beyond the Hogwarts boundaries and turned on the spot, everything his parents had fought for him to have. Everything Sirius had wished for him. Everything McGonagall had helped him claim for himself. Not a perfect world, but a world worth building. Not a perfect life, but a life worth living. And that, in the end, was victory indeed. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.